Chapter 487. When Yushu left the small building, she did not go back to the observatory. She crossed the lawn and found Xian Lu, who was observing the stone tablet. She greeted him and said that she had a headache and wanted to leave. Xian Lu was about to slip away, so he simply left with her. The two of them returned to the female dormitory. Yushu did not speak the entire way. Xian Lu chattered incessantly. Seeing her dark expression, he thought that she was uncomfortable and did not care. As soon as they entered the room, Yushu sat tiredly on the chair, one hand covering her forehead. After an unknown amount of time, the anger in her heart subsided, leaving behind only sorrow. Towards Jingchen, she had never been willing to be too harsh. Even after he recovered his memory, he broke his promise with her time and time again. Even when, under Shui Yun's pressure, he cruelly cut off all contact with her. Even when, in his heart, she was a burden that he could let go of at any time. She did not feel any resentment. Because of the friendship between the two of them, he did not care, but she was. However, Jing Chen's actions today truly made her heart bitterly disappointed. He clearly knew that it was a pit of fire, but he still pushed her to jump in. If the two of them had a deep hatred, or if they had never met before, it would have been fine. But she was not. She, Yushu, had never done anything wrong to Jing Chen. When he fell into the river, she risked her life to save him. When he was heavily injured, she brewed medicine every day. When he could not speak, when he lost his martial arts, she did her best to take care of him. When he lost his memory, she did everything she could to help him recover. When he disappeared without a word, she ran around in the heavy snow. When he spoke of the difficulties of his life, she was worried and anxious for him. When his life was revealed, even if her fingers were twisted and broken, she would not reveal half a word about him. But what about him? He sold her out with just an apology, and made her take on a responsibility that didn't belong to her. If she hadn't put on an act to trick him tonight, she probably wouldn't have known what was going on until she died. He had wronged her like this. Why should she care about the friendship that had already passed away? Hee, Yushu laughed coldly, mocking herself. That day when they met in Yang City, they actually got to know each other in 3 months in Jiangnan. How could she have thought that she would end up in such a situation where you are heartless and I am unjust? She covered her face with one hand and sat on a chair in front of the hall, listening to the sound of summer cicadas outside the window. She sat there for the whole night. She waited until the rays of morning light peeked through the crack of the door and window before she slowly put down her stiff arm. She pressed on the armrest and propped herself up. With slow but steady steps, she walked into the inner room. Zhan family guest house Pipa. Zhan Shuiyuan waved his arm, causing a set of green porcelain cups on the coffee table to fall to the ground. Panting, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Despicable and shameless." She acted presumptuously in Tibet, but I didn't hold it against her. She didn't know what was good for her, and even dared to speak ill of me behind my back, causing me to be unable to go to the library these few days, and almost delayed my examination. She even dared to seduce academician Jing behind my back. How shameless. Cui Yun hurriedly took a few steps back to avoid being pricked by the debris. She carefully looked at Zhan Shuiyuan's angry face and added fuel to the fire. Isn't that so? You weren't there last night. I saw her talking and laughing with academician Jing with my own eyes, and then she led people downstairs. I didn't dare to follow them, but I saw the two of them enter the small building one after the other from the observatory. They stayed there for a long time before coming out. I really don't know what kind of shady business they did inside. Shut up. Zhan Shuiyuan angrily slapped the coffee table, reached out to point at Cui Yun's nose, and turned the spearhead around. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you didn't steal my Tianyu and make me think that she did it, would I have let her slap me for nothing? It's all your fault. I hate you. If there's a problem with my examination this time, you'll be the first one who won't forgive me. Cui Yun embarrassedly lowered her head. She didn't dare to provoke her anymore, so she could only choose to say something pleasant. Shuiyuan, it's all my fault. Don't be angry with me. Calm down and prepare well today. Tomorrow you will take the examination of the Celestial Commissioner. When you become a female official of the Imperial Counselor, you will be in charge of the affairs in your hands. You don't need to be afraid of that powerless woman anymore. Also, I asked someone to inquire that Yushu used to be from the family of the former right magistrate. Later, when the Ji family was defeated, her mother secretly ran away. I don't know how many scandals there are behind her. You can check her household card and reveal these things. Let's see if she can still be arrogant then. Although Zhan Shuiyuan was still angry, her eyes obviously brightened a little. Are you serious? Cui Yin nodded. I heard it from the little sister who used to be good friends with Ji Xingxuan. It can't be wrong. Zhan Shuiyuan sneered and said, It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I will let that shameless thing know that I'm not easy to bully. She hit me. I will return it to her tenfold. Cui Yin responded on the side and coaxed Zhan Shuiyuan back with a few words. Seeing that there was nothing else, she made an excuse to leave. After leaving the Zhan family's villa, Cui Yin sat on a sedan chair at the east gate and carried it all the way to the small door of a big mansion in the north of the city. When the old maid guarding the door saw her, she didn't shy away and opened the door with a smile. Cui Yin asked, Is the princess in the mansion now? Yes, the second young lady is also here. The second young lady mentioned by the old maid was not the second young lady of the Xiang prince's mansion, but the second young lady of the Cui family, Cui Xian, who drank milk with the princess since childhood. Cui Yin secretly curled her lips. Originally, she wanted to be alone in front of the princess, so she deliberately chose this time to come. Who knew that her elder sister was also here? Xiwen was wrapped in a beautiful blue pearl gauze as she sat crookedly in the waterside pavilion. Her small hand, which was dyed pink with nail polish, held the beauty fan and slowly waved it. Beside her sat a slender and beautiful woman. Her eyes were soft and gentle, and she looked older than Xiwen by a year and a half. At this moment, she was carefully peeling a green grape, using a silver skewer to pick out the seeds before feeding it to Xiwen. Her eyes were gentle and indulgent. Miss Cui is here. The maid reported from outside the curtain. Xiwen turned her head and looked at Cui Yin who was walking along the waterside. She smiled and said to Cui Xian, Sister Xian, or guess whether this is good news or bad news. Cui Xian took a handkerchief and slowly pressed the grape juice at the corner of Xiwen's mouth. She looked up at the figure on the shore and said, She wouldn't dare to come if she can't do what you asked her to do. As she spoke, Cui Yin entered the waterside pavilion. She first kowtowed to Xiwen, and then gave her elder sister a flattering smile. Princess, elder sister, tell me how is it? Xiwen looked at the flattering Cui Yin, and felt a little annoyed. If it wasn't because she couldn't find someone to use, she wouldn't have picked such a sly person. She even messed up the matter of Hua Xingyuan. If it wasn't because she still had some use, she wouldn't have allowed such a person to be in front of her. Cui Yin looked at Xiwen impatiently and didn't dare to keep her in suspense. Today I learned all the words to Zhan Shuiyuan. When she takes office in Taiching Department, she will definitely not let Yu Xuanzi have an easy time. Cui Xian said. Yu Xuanzi is not very fierce. Miss Zhan suffered a great loss in his hands. She was beaten and scolded. Isn't she afraid at all? She will listen to whatever you say. She doesn't learn from her mistakes. Isn't she a little stupid? Xiwen also looked at Cui Yin with a little worry. Cui Yin hurriedly said, It's not like that. It's also a coincidence. Last night, Academician Jing of Taisher Book Garden was substituting for Academician Sima. I happened to see Academician Jing and Yu Xuanzi on the observatory, so I added oil to the fire and told Zhan Shuiyuan. Princess, you may not know, but Zhan Shuiyuan admires Academician Jing very much. When she heard this, she was very angry. How could she care about that witch? She can't wait to pull her face now. Xiwen burst into laughter. She raised her long neck and patted her thigh with a round fan, saying, Hee hee hee, if she really dares to pull Yu Lianfeng's face, I will treat her to a banquet. Cui Yin was puzzled. Although she listened to Princess Xiwen's words and made trouble for Yu Shu, she didn't know what happened between them. Was it worth being so happy? Cui Xian held her hand and said to Cui Yin, This witch doesn't know how to behave. She has offended Princess several times. Relying on a little bit of human relations, she is arrogant. Princess can't teach her a lesson. You ruined Princess's arrangement in Huazhen Garden. This time you can be considered to have redeemed yourself. Princess said that she will give you an invitation to the hibiscus gentleman's banquet as a reward for being sensible. Hearing this, Cui Yun hid her excitement and bowed her head, saying, "Thank you, Princess. In the future, Yun will do everything that Princess asks me to do." Looking at her humble appearance, Shi Wen's eyes flashed with disdain. So what if she could enter the court and become an official? In front of her, she still had to be like a dog waiting for her reward. Cui Xian sent Cui Yin away and poured a cup of warm plum tea for Shi Wen. Looking at Shi Wen's changing expression, she said with pity, "You don't have to worry. At the hibiscus gentleman's banquet, I will help you keep an eye on those dishonest ones and make sure they don't cause trouble for you." Shi Wen lay on her knees and covered her face with a fan. She said in a low voice, "Sister, you don't know? I will be 16 this year. Father is delaying my marriage." Seeing that His Majesty is about to be dissatisfied, Mother said that the palace intends to marry me to the northeast to appease the Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying. This year's hibiscus gentleman's banquet is my last chance. If I don't take the risk, I will have no choice in the future. Cui Xian touched her hair. Her eyes were strange and she said worriedly, "Your Grace, do you really not want to discuss it with the princess? You should at least let the eldest young master know. After all, you are a woman. If one day you send the golden jade hibiscus to him and he rejects you, you will not even have the last chance." Shi Wen was silent for a while. Her voice came from under the fan. "If I tell him, I'm afraid he won't even go to the banquet. It doesn't matter. I know he doesn't like the marriage with the count. It was grandfather who forced him. Don't worry. Since I have decided to do this, I naturally have a way to make it impossible for him to reject me." Chapter 488. Yushu slept in the female dormitory for half a day. When she woke up in the afternoon, it started raining again. The stuffy heat of the previous day was swept away, and the air was cool. After closing the doors and windows, she left Taisher Library with an umbrella. Yesterday, she told Lu Zhong that she did not need to pick her up. At this time, there was no sedan chair to hire on the street. Walking on the wet street, the anxiety in her heart dissipated step by step. The more one was in prison, the more one could not panic. Being in this situation, Yushu spent a night thinking about what she should do next to get rid of the responsibility and danger brought by the new identity of Lifebreaker. At first glance, she only had two ways to go. The first way was to resign to fate and obediently marry Jing Chun and have children, becoming a stone brick for the prosperity of the Da'an dynasty. Then, she would live a seemingly harmonious life with a man she resented. When the day came for her to retire, she would let others decide whether she would continue to be rich and powerful, or become a good lackey. When all the birds were gone and the cunning rabbit was dead, she would be cooked or hidden. The second way was to refuse to comply with the feudal superstition and arranged marriage. Then, she would be regarded as refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. They would then tie her up and force her to marry Jing Chen. From then on, she would live a life of imprisonment. Until Jing Chen lost his life, what awaited her was either to be silenced or to continue to be imprisoned. In other words, with the title Lifebreaker on her head, whether she cooperated or not, the rest of her life was destined to be a tragedy. Jing Chen, have you ever stood in my position and thought that this Lifebreaker is actually a person who is seeking death? Yushu walked alone on the road, and the sound of the rain covered her words. The great calamity, your life is tied to the rise and fall of a dynasty. Knowing such a huge secret, when I'm no longer of use, will they let me live? At that time, if they find a dignified reason to have you personally kill me, I'm afraid you'll do it. To put it bluntly, Jing Chen was like a treasure that could shake the foundation of a country, and she was the key to the door of the treasure. Without her, this treasure could not be opened. However, when someone opened the door with the key and took the treasure out, the treasure would still be a treasure, and she, the key, would become a waste. Yushu clenched the handle of the umbrella, and her face became colder. She raised her eyes and quickly glanced around. If she remembered correctly, the passerby in a gray robe on the opposite side of the street had been following her from the gate of Taisher Library. There was also the hawker who was pushing his cart home not far away. He had not left her sight. Before yesterday, she would not have paid attention to these details. Now, it seemed that someone was secretly watching her, in case she had an accident before Jing Chen lost his life. Yu Shu's eyes flashed, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. It took her a night to confirm this important point. Before the treasure was opened, she could not lose this key. The wonderful thing was that in the current situation, there was a group of people with bad intentions secretly watching Jing Chen, the Dayan disaster, and they wanted to ruin it. In order to kill these rebels, the ruler of the country would temporarily hide her, the key. First, they would not use it, and second, they would protect her well. In other words, now she was supported by the emperor. There were advantages and disadvantages, and blessings and misfortunes were interdependent. Yu Shu knew the trump card in her hand. If she wanted to break out of the situation, she had to first find out what the problem was, and then she could take the right medicine. What she could do now was to find out the secret behind Jing Chen, the troublemaker, by taking advantage of the situation. It sounded incredible that a person's life could decide the fate of the country. The Dayan disaster, the person who broke one's life, and the absurd way to break it. Where did these words come from, and how could the ruler of the country believe it? She thought about it all night, and this was the problem. From the north of the city to the south, Yu Shu walked a long way. An umbrella could not block the wind and rain. When she returned home in the evening, half of her body was wet. Yin Do moved a small stool and sat under the door to wait. Seeing her drenched appearance, she hurriedly shook off the cloak in her hands and went forward to wrap her up. She held up the umbrella and pushed her to the backyard. Lu Zhong went out to pick up the girl. Didn't you see him? Why did you come back in the rain? Quickly go inside. What if you catch a cold? When Yu Shu heard the little maidservant's muttering, she didn't find her annoying. Instead, she cooperated and entered the house. She took off her wet clothes and climbed onto the bed. She covered herself with a thin blanket and quietly watched as the maidservant busied herself in front of her. One moment, she brought hot water for her, and the next moment, she used a towel to dry her hair. When Zhao Hui heard that Yu Shu came back wet, she left He Xiaochuan with the wet nurse and had Madame Chen instruct the kitchen to cook some hot soup. She crossed the courtyard to Yu Shu's room and saw her lying on the bed in a daze. She hurriedly walked to her side and touched her wet hair. Why are you drenched like this? Didn't I call Lu Zhong to pick you up? You are also a child. Seeing that the rain is getting heavier, you can't find a place to hide and come back when the rain is lighter. You must have caught a cold. Look at how white your little face is. Zhao Hui used her hands to hold her ice-cold face. She sensitively sensed that this child had something on her mind. Just as she was wondering what had happened, Yu Shu hugged her waist and buried her head in her embrace. Mother! When Zhao Hui heard her muffled voice, she was stunned for a moment. She hugged her back and responded with an AI. She felt a bit sour and uncomfortable in her heart. She thought that this child was naturally strong-willed. As a girl, she had been supporting the facade outside, and had never complained about being tired or bitter. How much grievance must she have suffered for her to be willing to show a bit of weakness in front of her? Yu Shu hugged Zhao Hui and smelled the milky fragrance on her body. She absent-mindedly thought of her previous life. When she was a child, she couldn't remember clearly. But when she grew up and had her own opinions, it seemed that she had never been so intimate with her parents. Instead, she always saw her younger brother acting like a spoiled child to her parents, crying and being comforted in her mother's arms. Later, the person who took care of and comforted her younger brother became her. Xiao Yua, Zhao Hui patted her back and said softly, "If you have encountered something sad, tell Mother. Mother can't help you solve your problems, but at least I can listen to your heart." Yu Shu breathed in the strong smell of her mother on Zhao Hui's body. Although it was a bit more comforting, she couldn't help but want to pour out her heart. But she didn't forget the severity of Jing Chen's matter. If it was leaked, whoever heard it would be harmed. "I just feel bad in my heart, that's all." She raised her head from Zhao Hui's arms. "I want to eat the small wonton stew you cooked, is that okay?" When Zhao Hui heard that she wanted to eat it, how could she not agree? She immediately said yes. "There is still raw meat in the kitchen. I just made some chicken soup at noon. I will go to the kitchen to make the stuffing." After saying that, She let go of her and quickly went to the kitchen to prepare. Yushu slept for a day and walked all the way. Her stomach was already growling, but she didn't have much of an appetite. She wrapped herself in the quilt and lay on the bed in a daze. Yindo came in from outside and gently called her a few times. She didn't respond, thinking that she was asleep. When she walked closer, she found that her eyes were open. Miss? Yushu listlessly turned her eyes. Yindo picked up the clothes at the head of the bed and said to her, Mr. Shui is here. Quickly put on your clothes and get up. I don't know what it is. Yushu suddenly sat up and looked at the sky outside the window. It was clearly still raining outside. She didn't expect Shui Rui to come at this time. She was happy and worried at the same time. Happy because she wanted to see him at this time, worried because she didn't know what to say when she saw him. Where are my shoes? Yushu turned over and got off the bed. No matter what, she couldn't hide from him. Yindo brought a clean dress for her to change into. Because her hair was still wet, she tied it into a bun at the back of her head and used a long pearl hairpin to twist it. Half of her long hair hung down to her waist. Dressed in plain clothes, she went to the front to meet the guest. Entering under the eaves, Yindo closed the umbrella. Yushu lifted the hem of her dress and put it down. When she looked up, she saw the room was brightly lit. Shui Rui was sitting in the light, holding a cup of tea in his hand. He was wearing a round neck robe made of willow satin, which made his figure look tall and slender. His black hair was neatly tied at the back of his head, revealing his square forehead. A pair of bright peach blossom eyes stared at her from the moment she walked out of the door. Probably because it was dark and there was no one else around. His gaze was not reserved. Yushu's eyes flickered a little. She turned her head and called Yindo to guard the corridor, then walked in. It's raining. Why did you come here? It had been another 3 or 4 days since their last small gathering at Wangjilu. The documents of the judicial office have been sorted out and submitted in the afternoon. I returned to the Fu. Shui Rui paused and looked at Yushu sitting down opposite him. He lowered his voice and said, I missed you, so I came. The two of them had an intimate moment on the rooftop that night. And both Shui Rui and Yushu felt that they had taken a step closer to each other from the bottom of their hearts. There was a saying that a day apart felt like 3 years. When Yushu heard Shui Rui's straightforward words of love, it would be a lie to say that she was not happy. She had just discovered not long ago that Shui Rui, who was smooth and sophisticated in dealing with people, was quite frank in terms of feelings. For example, now if he missed her, he would come to see her. He did not mind telling her. He would not put on an act and deliberately put on a high profile in front of her. Looking at Shui Rui like this, how could Yushu not be angry at the identity of the person who broke her life? She had to let go of such a considerate and tactful man to marry and have children with an enemy. Wasn't this digging out her heart? Big brother, have you eaten dinner? Yushu opened her mouth and asked dryly. She really did not think about whether she should tell Shui Rui about Jingchen. To be honest, she was a little timid. She did not have much confidence. If Shui Rui knew that there was such a big mountain on top of her head, and if he wanted to achieve good things with her, he would have to go against the emperor and even abandon the peace and prosperity. Would he still choose to stand with her? It was not her fault that she was not confident. In her opinion, how much you gave, how much you could get. She had been extremely benevolent to Jingchen. They had been through life and death together. That person could use her to achieve righteousness. What about Shui Rui? What had she done for Shui Rui? When she looked back and thought about it, it had always been Shui Rui who had been helping her all along, and he'd done a great deal for her in silence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was always at her beck and call. Yet before she had the chance to treat him well, such a mishap had occurred. Last night, she asked Jingchen if he was worth her to break her life for him. Today, she also wanted to ask herself, was she worth Shui Rui taking the risk to go against the court for her? She actually had an answer in her heart. Yushu's eyes turned gray. Her heart was sour and bitter, but she also felt helpless. Why did she feel that Shui Rui should bear the crime of treason with her for her own selfishness? If she also put Shui Rui in a dilemma, what was the difference between it and what Jingchen had done to her? Shu, why don't you say anything? Are you tired? Oh, I stayed up late last night, and watched the stars in the Taisher Shiyuan. I didn't sleep well during the day. Yushu pretended to rub her eyes to prevent him from seeing any clues. Then she said, Godmother cooked wontons herself. Stay and eat with us. Shui Rui said with a smile. I still remember Aunt Huai's wonton noodles. At that time in Yang City, I brought you to try it. Yes, I also remember, at that time. Shui Rui changed the topic and looked at Yushu, who was chattering endlessly. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Seeing that she was a little strange today, it seemed that she had encountered something difficult, but it was not convenient to tell him. Chapter 489. The rain didn't stop until the evening. Yushu sent Shui Rui out of the gate. Big brother, go back. Be careful at night. Shui Rui turned back to look at the thin and slender Yushu standing on the steps. He couldn't describe what was wrong with her, but he couldn't put his mind at ease. He looked up and saw that there was no one else in the gatehouse, only a little servant girl. He stepped aside, using his body as a cover, and raised his hand to grab her soft hair. His palm came into contact with the coldness, which made him frown inwardly. He squeezed her tightly and said in a low voice, If you have nothing to do tomorrow, come to Wangji Tower. In the end, it was not convenient to talk at her home. He had to ask her tomorrow. Yushu looked up at him, and saw the concern in his eyes. She pursed her lips and said with a light smile, Then in the afternoon. I have to go to Assistant Minister Chio's Fu in the morning. Okay, I'll wait for you. Shui Rui nodded but didn't let go of her hand. He just stood there and said, Last time you said you wanted to go out to play. Pick another day. I see that your red horse is quite spirited. It's just that it always doesn't run. He said something unimportant as his warm and thick palm wrapped around the back of her hand. He rubbed it for a while until her fingers were warm again. Only then did he end the conversation. I'm leaving. Don't stay up late to read. Rest early. Yushu watched as Shui Rui boarded the carriage. She slowly retracted her warm hand into her sleeve. Her heart missed the moment of his warmth. Her gaze followed the carriage into the distance until it disappeared at the corner of the street. She was still staring into the distance in a daze. Miss, the wind is rising. Go back to your room. Yindo called from behind her. Yushu turned around. There was no hesitation in her eyes. She thought, It won't be too late to tell him after I thoroughly investigate this matter. As soon as Shui Rui returned to the Fu, he heard the servant say that Shui Lingnan was looking for him. Shui Rui thought there was something urgent, so he hurried to the small study in the north yard without even changing his clothes. All the way to the door, he did not see a single servant. Shui Rui's footsteps slowed down, and he heard a few low coughs coming from the half-closed door. He stopped in his tracks and did not make a sound until the coughs disappeared. Grandfather, I'm back. Is it Cheng Bai? Come in and talk. Shui Rui pushed open the door and entered. As soon as he turned around, he saw Shui Lingnan had a dark green cloak draped over his shoulders, and his back was straight as he sat by himself on the recliner under the bookshelf. A thin blanket covered his knees, and he held a few yellow booklets in his hand. I heard from Hadaku that you came back in the afternoon. Where did you go? Shui Lingnan raised his head and asked. Facing his grandson, whom he had raised since childhood, he still maintained a dignified expression. I went to visit a friend and stayed for supper. Shui Rui walked over and looked behind him. He hesitated for a moment before he walked forward and closed the wide-open window. Then he turned around and retreated in front of the old man. Grandfather, did something big happen? Shui Lingnan had seen his actions. Under the dim light of the lamp, his aged face was expressionless. In the morning court today, someone took the lead in bringing up the matter of appointing a successor and submitted a memorial. Shui Rui asked in surprise, who submitted it? He was a fifth-rank official and did not have to attend court every day. Recently, he had been busy revising laws and documents. He had just been released in the afternoon, so he had not heard of the morning court. Your second uncle's father-in-law, the Celestial Commissioner, left Judge Xian. Shui Rui's second aunt was from the Xian family, one of the 12 prefectures in Jing. The current left judge, Xianya, was Minister Shui's in-law. It wasn't that no one had brought up the matter of appointing a successor, But the emperor was physically strong and the matter was always left unsettled. There had been no movement in recent years. Now that the princes had come of age, it was inevitable that some people would start thinking about it. Of the princes who had come of age, Ningguang Lu Hao, born by Yin Shufei, and Jinwang Lu Tan, born by noble consort Shui, were the hottest topic. Originally, Lu Tan had been recuperating in the mountains for many years and had not returned, so his influence was not as great as Lu Hao's. But 2 months ago, Lu Tan had defeated Lu Hao at the Shuangyang conference and received the title of Jin Wang, becoming the youngest marquis, with Shui Lingnan, the minister of the 6 departments, as his maternal grandfather, and the emperor also bestowed a marriage to the southern Xiaojiang family. Lu Tan's influence was gradually catching up to Lu Hao's. Shui Rui's eyelids jumped. Looking at Shui Lingnan's cold face, he knew that the matter of appointing a successor was not his grandfather's idea. There was more to it than meets the eye. So he asked, "Has left adjudicator Xian recommended a candidate?" Shui Lingnan only shook his head and looked at him. Shui Rui thought for a while and said, "His Majesty had just returned from the day of worshipping the ancestors in Huazhen Garden. His body was unwell, and he had been bedridden for a few days. He had just recovered, but today, someone proposed to appoint a successor. His Majesty will definitely be unhappy." Although left adjudicator Xian did not specifically recommend Jin Wang, but he and our Fu are in-laws. Others will definitely guess that it was us. If His Majesty is angry, it is impossible that he would not be suspicious of grandfather. For such a big matter, left adjudicator Xian did not discuss it with grandfather. I don't know if he was muddled or instigated by someone. He did not say everything and did not point out who instigated Xianya, but in his heart, he was very sure that this matter had something to do with Ning Wang's faction. Shui Lingnan looked at the child he had raised with satisfaction. He handed over the memorial that he had been holding in his hands for a long time and sneered, saying, "You don't need to help exonerate your second uncle's family. Xianya is a short-sighted person. His old father, old academician Xian, is an intelligent person. It is a pity that he is old and retired early, not meddling in other people's business. If it wasn't for the imperial edict that year, I would not have allowed your second uncle to marry this noble girl. Let me ask you, a while ago, did your second aunt look for you in private, intending to match you with the 6th young miss of the Xian family?" Knowing that nothing in this fu could be hidden from the old man in front of him, Shui Rui lowered his head and said, "Second aunt did have such intentions, but grandson rejected her." Shui Lingnan said, "That was also Xianya's idea. He was testing this old man, thinking that by marriage, your cousin Jing Wang will be able to achieve great things in the future, his Xian family will be more stable. Seeing that we do not have such intentions, he started to have other ideas. Your aunt sent out news from the palace that Xu Fei seems to be dissatisfied with the current Ning Wang Fei, and wants to find a side Fei for Ning Wang. Among the candidates that she has her eyes on, the young miss of the Xian family is among them. This old man thinks that Ning Wang must have promised the Xian family something. That Xianya dared to pretend to be a fool and stab the Shui family in the imperial court today." Shui Rui's eyes flashed. Only now did he understand why Xian's Wasi had made a mistake. He opened the memorials that Shui Lingnan handed to him, and quickly flipped through them. He saw that they were all articles praising Lu Tan. Some of them were exaggerated, and even he frowned when he read them. It could be imagined that when the emperor saw these memorials, he wasn't happy that his son had surpassed his father, but he was angry that someone was coveting the position he was sitting on. "Grandfather, these memorials." After the court session ended, the Holy Emperor sent me to the imperial study and threw them in front of me. Shui Lingnan's face was expressionless. He didn't say more about the emperor's anger at the time and brushed it over. He looked at Shui Rui and waited for him to continue. Shui Rui thought for a bit and said, "There is no lack of people watching outside right now. It is not convenient for grandfather to invite Jing Wang over to the fu to prevent any unpleasant rumors from reaching the Holy Emperor's ears. I will go to Jing Wang now. Is there anything you want me to bring?" Shui Lingnan nodded. Jing Wang is still young and can't control his temper. After this matter, the emperor will definitely find an excuse to reprimand him in a few days to suppress his limelight. You don't need to tell him in advance. It's a good thing to let him suffer a little. In addition, tell him about Xianya's scheme, so that he will be more careful in the future. Grandson will remember. I will change my clothes and go out now. Shui Rui placed a few memorials on the tea table and touched the teapot in passing. He realized that the water inside the teapot had turned cold. When he turned his head and saw Shui Lingnan's white hair and sunken and thin cheeks, he instantly felt as if something was stuck in his throat. Grandfather, the tea is cold. I will get someone to change it before I leave. Shui Lingnan, who was deep in thought, slowly raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him. His cloudy eyes revealed a complicated expression. He swallowed his cough and said in a low voice, "Your mother's illness acted up again during dinner. Don't disturb her rest for the next 2 days in case she sees you and causes trouble again." Shui Rui's arm that was holding the teapot stiffened. He tried his best to suppress the chill that crept up his spine. His nose wrinkled and half of his face turned away from the light. He said in a low voice, "I know. I won't go to the rear courtyard for the next few days." Shui Lingnan sighed faintly and leaned on the recliner. He pulled the blanket to his waist and waved at him. Shui Rui silently left with the teapot until he retreated to the door. He closed the door of the small study with a backhand and instantly clenched his fists. The lantern hanging high under the eaves shone on his handsome face. At this moment, it was full of darkness and sarcasm. Shui Rui went to the guest house that night to see Lu Tan. He said something and brought Minister Shui's words to him. After the 4th watch, he left through the side door of the guest house. He did not return to the mansion but went to the Wangji Tower. The next day, Yushu deleted and added several paragraphs of the 8 characters of marriage that Xia Jiangmin had annotated last night. She copied it again and sent it to the assistant minister's mansion today. Mrs. Chiu took it in her hand and looked at it carefully. She saw that her annotations were accurate. Some of the words of good or bad luck matched with what she had heard before. For example, the mother of young Master Li was not kind. This annotation said that the elders were against each other, and that it was not good for the family business. Moreover, the son of young Master Zhao had several maidservants. This annotation said that the peach blossoms were rotten, and that it was not good for the children. Mrs. Chiu also noticed that the annotations were all aimed at the men, not the women. Finally, Yushu stamped her 2 seals at the end of the annotation. One was the Yishur seal, and the other was the Swansea seal. Mrs. Chiu was secretly surprised but also convinced. She closed the annotation with great satisfaction. She gave a look to the maidservant beside her. When the maidservant went behind the gauze cabinet, she thanked Yushu. "Thank you for your trouble. The day before yesterday, I got a pair of toys. I want to give them to you to play with." After a while, she saw the maidservant come out with a square plate. On it were 2 fist-sized golden pichio squatting. They raised their heads and raised their feet. They were shining with golden light and looked like living creatures. Yushu looked at the 2 lumps of pure gold. Regardless of the workmanship, they were worth 100 or 200 taels of silver. She was very surprised by Mrs. Chiu's heavy thanks and declined. "It's nothing. How can I let Madam spend more money?" Mrs. Chiu didn't mind. She said with a smile, "Lady, don't regard me as an outsider. This is what I should do. You should know that people like us go to the Dai exchange hall to ask for a fortune stick. Not to mention the cost, we can't ask for it once or twice. How can you be so detailed and considerate?" Yushu saw that she didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. She also knew that Qiu Jiming, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, was very rich and didn't care about this little bit. So she didn't refuse again. She took the 2 lumps of gold and chatted with Mrs. Chiu for a while before getting up to leave. Chapter 490. The hegemon is here again. Thank you for having a new hegemon. C_N. ***** hug. When Shui Rui woke up, he was in the courtyard. The blanket on his body slipped to his feet. There was a wine pot next to his pillow and an open wine jar on the ground, reminding him how much he drank last night. He groaned and sat up, rubbing his forehead. He combed his messy long hair and squinted at the dazzling sunlight outside the courtyard. He called out, "Come in." Gui Ba, who was guarding outside the curtain, came in with a basin of water and a white cotton towel. Shui Rui wiped his face with cold water and felt more refreshed. He smelled the strong smell of alcohol on his body and thought that Yushu would come later. He frowned and said, "Prepare warm soup." Gueba said, "Why don't you have breakfast first? The kitchen is ready. I will serve it to you." Shui Rui waved his hand. "What time is it? Leave it for lunch." Gueba looked at his face and took the towel. He reported, "An hour ago, Prince Xiang's heir sent someone to book a table. He said that young Lord Rui and second young Master Qi would come at noon. What do you think?" Shui Rui raised his eyebrows. He put on his coat and asked, "How many?" If Lu Jiong and the others came for a banquet, it must be a first-class banquet. The dishes and wine cups must be carefully arranged. They must first agree on the number of people to avoid a mess. I said to prepare 8 bowls and chopsticks. Shui Rui calculated that if they brought a few female guests, Shiwen would be missing. He suddenly had a headache. It wasn't that he didn't know how his cousin felt about him. At first, he just thought that she was young and insensible, so he didn't care. But the last time she heard from somewhere that his grandfather intended to marry the Rui family, she came to Wang Jilu and said those words. It was hard not to take it to heart. What's more, he almost met Yushu that time. He really couldn't stop worrying. Fortunately, Yushu would come in the afternoon, so he could send this group of people away as soon as possible, lest Shiwen was crafty and targeted her again. Shui Rui wasn't afraid that Yushu would be at a disadvantage, but he was afraid that Shiwen would blabber and cause a misunderstanding. Shui Rui washed away the smell of alcohol and smoked a pot of sandalwood. He sat in the study tidily and flipped through an account book that Yushu had corrected a while ago, waiting for Lu Jiong and the others to come. It was less than 1:45 p.m. The front building was full of customers, but the back building was still quiet. Guiqi jogged to Shui Rui's room through the drooping flower gate that led to the backyard. Shui Rui put away the account book and walked out of the door. Lu Jiong and the others entered the backyard, talking and laughing. "Brother Rui!" Feng Zhaomiao shouted first and jumped in front of Shui Rui in 2 steps. "I thought you were cooped up in the Supreme Court and wouldn't come out. Are you done with your work?" Shui Rui nodded, patted his shoulder, and looked over there. He glanced over and noticed the 3 or 4 little girls in men's clothing following behind Lu Jiong, Rui and Rui Lin. Their hair and faces were powdered. When he looked again, he noticed the person Shiwen was holding intimately. His gaze paused, and the smile at the corner of his mouth faded. "Brother Rui, today's meal is on you. Rui Lin got the official position in the Ministry of Justice yesterday. Now he is also a 5th-rank official like you." Lu Jiong smiled and pushed young Lord Rui, who was proud of his success, and said, "In the future, one of you will investigate cases in the Supreme Court, and the other in the Ministry of Justice. Zhao no longer needs to worry about getting caught to see the officials if he gets into trouble. Haha. I'm not that troublesome. Didn't the young lord hear that I'm also in the military? Now I'm also a person who does big things." Feng Zhaomiao retorted angrily and shyly, causing everyone to laugh. Shui Rui congratulated Rui Lin and led the crowd upstairs. A few ladies who were dressed as men lagged behind him. Shiwen was wearing a fiery red riding outfit. Her hair was tied up in a high braid, and she was holding on to a delicate girl dressed like a scholar. She whispered, "Little sister Zhu, I told you to come. Are you happy to see me?" Rui Zizhu heard her words and looked at the tall figure in front of her. Her face was red, and she hung her head helplessly and said, "Princess, don't make fun of me. I'm here to accompany my brother." Hee hee, Shiwen curled the corner of her mouth, and her eyes flashed with ridicule, but her hand was affectionately holding Rui Zizhu upstairs. At the wine table, everyone was enjoying themselves. The table was full of delicacies, but they didn't eat much. Instead, 2 jars of wine went back and forth. Feng Zhaomiao had one foot on a stool and was gesticulating as he talked about the strange things he encountered in the military camp. When he talked about a centurion who woke up in the middle of the night to urinate, he met a ghost and was strangled. The girls at the table were frightened. Although they were scared, they still listened to him with trepidation. Shiwen drank the wine in the cup in front of her in one gulp, stood up, and said, "I'm going outside to get some fresh air. You guys continue to listen to his nonsense. Feng Xiaomiao smiled sinisterly and said to her, "If you don't believe me, be careful. You'll bump into it later." Shiwen spat at him and said, "The sun is clear, how can there be ghosts? I'm not afraid." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly glanced at Xue Rui before turning around and leaving. Xue Rui was secretly pouring the wine in his hand into the spittoon under the table, so he didn't notice her look. After Shiwen left the table, she didn't go far. She stood in the corridor for a while, and saw a waiter passing by with a dish. She stopped him and handed him a rolled-up note with a golden bean on it. She whispered, "Give it to eldest young master secretly. Don't let others see it." The waiter was none other than Gui Ba. He looked at the thing in Shiwen's hand and took it. He nodded and carried the dishes into the room in front of him. In the private room, Xue Rui had just stopped Lu Jiong from drinking a cup of wine. He put down the wine pot, and saw the waiter bringing the dishes to his side. In a flash, a small paper ball appeared in his hand. He whispered in his ear, "Master, it's the princess." Xue Rui held the paper in his hand, as if nothing had happened. He opened it and looked at it. The next moment his face turned cold. 3 years ago, in the Seaview Tower I saw it. Clenching his fist, Xue Rui straightened the corner of his mouth. There was a storm in his eyes. When he looked up again, there was a gentle smile on his face. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of lung slice. His hand trembled and it fell on his clothes, attracting the attention of several people. "I'm going to wash up, you guys drink first." He put down the chopsticks, got up and walked out. No one at the table noticed his strange behavior just now. Only one person shyly peeked at his back. Xue Rui went outside and glanced at the empty corridor. He took a few steps forward and went up to the 3rd floor. When he turned the corner of the stairs, he saw Shiwen, who was dressed in fiery red clothes, pacing back and forth outside the patio. When she saw him coming, she smiled sweetly at him. Xue Rui expressionlessly pushed open the door of a nearby room and walked in. Shiwen followed him and didn't forget to close the door. When she turned around, she saw a pair of dark and threatening eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. She was clearly aware of the danger of the man in front of her at this time, but there was no turning back. She couldn't take half a step back. "Brother Rui, you read the note, right? Let me tell you, 3 years ago in the palace, the 10th princess was killed by cousin Jin Xuan. I saw what happened with my own eyes. Don't you want to know the truth?" Xue Rui stared at her face and asked in a deep voice, "What did you see?" 3 years ago, the 10th princess, who was born by the empress, was greatly favored in the palace. The emperor favored the young and promising eldest young master of the Shang Shufu. Who would have thought that before the 10th princess could be betrothed, she slipped and fell from Guanhai Lu and fell into the lake. Afterwards she died of a cold. At that time, a little eunuch in the palace identified that it was the young lady of the Xue family, who entered the palace to accompany the 10th princess. Because she had a quarrel with the 10th princess, she accidentally pushed the 10th princess down the stairs. In a rage, the emperor asked the 7 members of the Xue family, including noble consort Xue, to kneel in front of Sulu Palace for a whole night to admit their guilt for the death of the 10th princess. The emperor almost confiscated their whole family. Later, the emperor's anger subsided, so the Supreme Court intervened. However, the little eunuch committed suicide by jumping into a well. After all, there was no evidence and it became a headless case. Xue Lingnan was the backbone of the court, and had served 3 generations of emperors. After the emperor's anger subsided, he only thought that the 10th princess slipped and fell from the building, so he didn't pursue the responsibility of the Xue family. The Xue family didn't decline from then on, and kept the prosperity of the Xue family. However, first Madame Xue, who was originally blind, became seriously ill and almost died because of this. Xue Jinxuan's temperament changed greatly because of excessive shock. He was timid all day, hiding in his room and didn't dare to go out. He became half-mute. As soon as Xue Rui thought of what happened that year, a chill began to rise from the soles of his feet, and slowly climbed up his spine to his neck. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands strangling his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. When he opened and closed his eyes, He saw his gentle and kind mother madly slapping him and biting his arm. It was as if she couldn't wait to eat his bones and eat his flesh. You asked me what I saw? I can tell you. Not only can I tell you, but I can also help you testify to prove Jinxuan's cousin's innocence. But you have to promise me one thing. Shiwen's eyes flickered. She was thinking about how to take this opportunity to negotiate with Shui Rui. She didn't notice that his whole body gradually became gloomy and his dark eyes were frighteningly deep. Since you saw it, why didn't you say anything that year? Shiwen's face stiffened and she lowered her head. I was still young at that time. I saw the 10th princess fall from the building. I was scared. Later, when I mentioned it to my father, he asked me to keep my mouth shut and not to mention it to anyone. What do you want me to promise you? Shiwen's 10 fingers intertwined in front of her chest. She bit her lips and resisted telling him her plan. Instead, she said, I can't tell you now. When I think of something, I'll tell you. Shui Rui was silent for a moment. Then he said in a low voice, Then when you think of something, you can tell me. Hearing his words, Shiwen secretly let out a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Only now did she feel that the stuffy atmosphere in the room was uncomfortable. Then I'll go down first. Shiwen was afraid Shui Rui would go back on his word, so she opened the door and walked out with quick strides. And when she breathed in the fresh air outside, her mood abruptly eased up, causing her to stride briskly. When she arrived at the second floor, she just happened to encounter Yushu, who was walking up from the first floor. When the two met, they were both stunned. Shiwen was the first to react. She sneered and snorted. Without even saying goodbye, she walked down the corridor with her hands clasped behind her back. Yushu had heard from Lin Fu that this group of people came to drink, so she didn't find it strange to see Shiwen here. It was just that she looked up and felt suspicious. She didn't return to the room to wait for Shui Rui, like she originally planned. Instead, she used the handrail to go up to the third floor. She easily found the second room that was half open. She pushed the door open and entered. When she saw Shui Rui sitting on the chair in the hall, she felt that there was something wrong with him. Thinking about Shiwen, who she had just met downstairs, she frowned. She guessed that something had happened between the two of them and walked forward. Big brother, why are you sitting here? When Shui Rui heard Yushu's voice, he slowly raised his head and watched her approaching. When Yushu walked 2 steps in front of him, she could clearly see that his eyes were bloodshot. His lower jaw was stretched into a straight line, as if he was trying his best to endure something. His tall body was actually trembling slightly, and his lips were purplish, without a trace of blood. She was startled. She couldn't care less and stepped forward to hold his face. What's wrong? Don't scare me, hey. As she spoke, she patted his shoulder to soothe his chest. After a moment of fluster, she was about to go out and call for help in a moment of desperation. Her hands had just left him, and before she could turn around, he suddenly hugged her. Shui Rui's arms were tightly wrapped around Yushu's waist and back. His arms were so tight that they almost broke her. He hugged her like that, and felt the warmth from her body. He finally took a breath from his chest, like a survivor struggling to swim to the surface of the water. Shu, don't go. Chapter 491. In Yushu's comforting voice, Shui Rui finally calmed down. He relaxed the strength of his arms, but he still hugged her. He sat motionless on the chair with his eyes closed and calmed his mood. As for the table downstairs, Feng Xiaomiao didn't see Shui Rui coming back for a long time, so he asked Feng Xiaomiao to go out and look for him. Shiwen met Yushu when she went downstairs. She thought that she and Shui Rui should be together at this time, so she was unhappy. She interrupted. I saw Brother Rui go up to the 3rd floor. You go and look for him. Feng Xiaomiao put down the wine glass and went out. Coincidentally, there was no one in the corridor at this time, so he went upstairs unimpeded. When he walked to the door of the 2nd room, he looked inside and saw Shui Rui and Yushu hugging each other. He was stunned on the spot. He stood there dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to go forward or retreat. Yushu quickly noticed Feng Xiaomiao outside the door. She didn't rush to push Shui Rui away, but she asked him casually, Is the stall downstairs closed? Feng Xiaomiao said in a daze, No. They asked me to find Brother Rui to go back for a drink. Yushu looked down at Shui Rui and said to him, "You go back and tell them that Brother Shui has something to do and left first. Tell them not to wait." Oh. Feng Xiaomiao turned around obediently. As soon as he lifted his foot, he felt something was wrong. He turned his head abruptly and almost sprained his neck. What happened to Brother Rui? Yushu patted Shui Rui's back and said, "Nothing. He drank too much." Oh. Feng Xiaomiao's eyes looked around and couldn't help but fall on the two of them. An idea flashed in his mind, and he recalled a scene. On the night when the restaurant just opened during the Lantern Festival, in this dark corridor, Brother Rui took the lotus servant's hand and went downstairs. Feng Xiaomiao slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. He was wondering what was strange. It turned out that the two of them were together. "Xiaomiao, after you go down, remember to help me call a fellow up here." Feng Xiaomiao scratched her head and stared at them a few more times before leaving in a daze. Yushu did not specifically remind him not to talk nonsense. She still trusted Feng Xiaomiao. On the surface he looked careless, but in fact he was very thorough. Moreover, he had always followed Shui Rui's lead. She believed that he would not cause any gossip for Shui Rui. Not long after, Guiqi went upstairs. Yushu ordered him to brew a pot of thick tea with ice spring water. She also fetched a basin of clear water and personally wiped Shui Rui's hands and face. She also untied his tightly coiled hair and tied it up loosely. Shui Rui, on the other hand, did not say a word from beginning to end. He let her arrange everything until she was done and brought a cup of warm tea to his hand. "Big brother, drink some tea to calm yourself down." Shui Rui took a deep breath as if he had woken up from a dream. His body was still a little stiff, but he still obediently took the cup, held it in his hand, and slowly took a sip. Yushu ordered Guiqi to guard the stairs and closed the door. She returned to Shui Rui and sat down next to him. She held the back of his other hand and looked at his face that had regained color. She said, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes." Shui Rui held her hand and looked at her deeply. He said apologetically, "I scared you." Yushu slightly curled her lips. "Yes, you scared me. I thought you drank too much and had a stroke." Hearing her deliberate teasing, Shui Rui couldn't help but laugh. "How can a stroke be like this?" Yushu glanced at him. "Then tell me, what happened to you? You don't want to say?" Yushu leaned closer to him and narrowed her eyes. "I met Commandery Princess. She went upstairs. Did you do something shameful with her behind my back?" Shui Rui held her hand tightly. He couldn't bear to scold her lightly. "Nonsense again. I only spoke a few words with her." "Speaking a few words made you so angry? Then I must ask the Commandery Princess for advice. Where did she learn this ability to anger people to death?" Yushu didn't want to interrogate him, but she was really frightened by Shui Rui's appearance earlier. She clearly knew that it was Shiwen who caused it, so how could she not be annoyed? If Shui Rui was really angered to the point that something bad happened to him, then she wouldn't spare that stinking little girl. Shui Rui gazed at her beautiful face that seemed arrogant because of her anger, and she was like a type of bird that he'd seen in the northern kingdom that was covered in ice and snow when he was traveling in his youth. It possessed soft and thick feathers and looked to be small and harmless, yet if anyone dared step on its territory, it would reveal its sharpest claws and attack its enemy head-on without the slightest hesitation. And it was ferocious and charming. His heart moved. He had an impulse to pour out the pain that had accumulated in his heart for 3 years to her. "Shu, didn't you want to hear about my past? Can I tell you about it?" Of course Yushu nodded. She knew that what Shui Rui wanted to talk about must have something to do with his previous gaffe. Shui Rui held the teacup in one hand and held her hand in the other as he leaned against the back of the chair. He hesitated for a moment in his heart, but in the end he couldn't restrain himself anymore, so he said slowly, "When I was 14, I passed the first subject examination and passed the imperial examination. 3 years later, I received the imperial examination of grace and entered 2 rankings with great splendor. You won't be able to find a master geneshir at my age in Anling City. Those who are ranked higher than me are either over 60 years old or have children. At that time, I was young and glorious. I was proud and arrogant. I didn't put anyone in my eyes. Even the princes had to call me brother and show me some respect. Yushu seriously listened to Shuirue recount this part of the past, and she could imagine how proud the young Shuirue was. His background, talent, and appearance were all top-notch candidates, and it was sufficient for him to look down upon all his peers in the entire capital. I've told you before, my mother lost her sight when I was young, and she couldn't manage the house. Moreover, my grandmother passed away early as well, so I didn't manage a proper marriage until I was 17 years old, Shuirue said in self-ridicule. It's probably because I looked down upon the young miss, and I felt that I was worthy of being the most outstanding woman in the world. When he was flashy and young, he went in and out of Chunseong House and stayed in fragrant grass garden. Even the most talented courtesan couldn't shake the obsession in his heart. That year, the Hibiscus Gentleman Banquet was hosted by the Empress herself. It was in Dingbua House. The 10th princess, who had been pampered in the palace, appeared for the first time and shocked me. She was skilled in the 4 arts, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She could play a tune with just one sound, and she could settle a game with just one piece. She was extraordinarily intelligent and beautiful. Compared to her, the ones I had seen before were all mediocre. When Yushu heard the sudden appearance of the 10th princess, she stilled unprepared. Then she looked at Shuirue's face. The jealousy in her heart hadn't come out before it was replaced by confusion. Because Shuirue's face was not filled with infatuation and reminiscence, but an indescribably complex expression. To be able to shock you, the 10th princess must have been a peerless beauty. Yushu's face was a little puzzled. She couldn't help but ask, how old was the 10th princess at that time? The 10th princess was ranked behind Lu Tan. Lu Tan was only 16 or 17 years old. Then 3 years ago, the 10th princess was only 13 years old. She was so young. What was there to see? Shuirue could roughly guess what she was thinking and told her. When the 10th princess was born, Jinshang was the crown prince. At that time, the great advisor personally divined and said that she was a beauty that the heavens were jealous of and had to hide her surname for 3 years. So she was only recorded in the Jade Archive when she was 3 years old. Even though she was ranked after Jing Wang, she was older than Jing Wang. That year she was 16 or 8 years old. Yushu could see that Shuirue didn't have any nostalgia for the dead princess, and couldn't be bothered to be jealous. She shook his hand and asked, and then? After the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, I tried my best to find out a lot about the 10th princess. The more I heard, the more love I felt for her. So I told my feelings to my grandfather, hoping that he would help me ask for a favor in front of the emperor. At this point he paid attention to Yushu. Seeing that there was no displeasure on her face, he continued, but grandfather reprimanded me and didn't agree. He was the eldest son and grandson of the Shui family. In the future, he would inherit the family business and protect the family name. If he were to become the prince's son-in-law, it would be equivalent to changing half of the imperial surname. In the future, he wouldn't even be able to become an official, and would have to bend his knees to a woman. How could Shui Lingnan bear to part with his grandson, whom he had high hopes for? Not only did he not agree, he even used the family discipline to teach Shuirue a lesson, trying to dispel his thoughts. At that time, I was young and full of vigor. I didn't have the heart to become an official. After studying for more than 10 years, I had long grown tired of it. So my grandfather's lesson not only didn't warn me, but it made me even more determined not to become a mediocre official. It's funny that I never thought that if it wasn't for my grandfather's position as an official, who would pay attention to me. If I was poor and had nothing, then what would I be? Shuirue laughed at himself and unceremoniously mocked himself. Yushu didn't feel good when she heard this. She could see that he was regretting his rebellious behavior in the past. However, he grew up like that. Without his mother by his side, he only had a strict elder to supervise him every day. How could he not feel depressed? With great difficulty, he finally had an opportunity to break free from his shackles. Of course, he wouldn't give it up. In the middle of the 10th month of that year, His Majesty went into disguise in the south of the city, and asked me to accompany him. I seized this opportunity to go into disguise in order to inspect the situation of the people. Shuirue purposely led the way to cause trouble, but he was also lucky. He happened to encounter a family crying on the street and blocking the road. It was an unsolved murder case. He solved the case on the spot and persuaded the 8th prince, who took advantage of every opportunity to expose his identity. His Majesty then sent people to capture the tyrant and murderer, causing the whole street to kneel and worship him. After the emperor returned to the palace, he was very happy and made a promise. I took the opportunity to show my admiration for the 10th princess. As I wished, the emperor promised me that after the new year, he would appoint a marriage for the 10th princess. At that time, there were many people present, so this matter was leaked. My grandfather was the first to hear the news, but he couldn't do anything about it. Yushu saw the guilt on his face. He seemed to be immersed in some kind of memory. After a long time of silence, she couldn't help but say, "I'll tell you the truth. Before I went to Huaxian Garden, I heard the story of you and the 10th princess. But in the end, I still couldn't understand how such a noble and wealthy person disappeared." Chapter 492. The little eunuch who came to summon said that the 10th princess was pushed down from the West Palace by Jin Xuan and drowned. Yushu looked at Xue Rui's cold face and recalled Xian Lu's evasive attitude when he mentioned Xue Jinxuan to her that day. Her intuition told her that the 10th princess's death was not simple. She was definitely not killed by Xue Sanmei as rumored. When the family heard the news, they were in a mess. I was even more at a loss. On one hand, I didn't believe that my sister would harm the princess. On the other hand, I was worried about the 10th princess. My grandfather took me to the palace to ask for forgiveness. At dusk, we arrived at the Qingyuan gate leading to the West Palace and saw Jin Xuan tied up and kneeling in front of the gate. Xue Rui's face was as dark as water. He couldn't forget his sister, who was not even as tall as his chest, shivering and crying in the snow. It was also at that time that he suddenly realized that no matter how bright his future was, when he was at the foot of the emperor, life and death were just a matter of a thought. After the 10th princess fell into the water, she fell into a coma. She had a fever at night and passed away in the middle of the night. Xue Rui took a breath and continued. The emperor was furious and didn't investigate carefully. He only listened to the testimony of a little eunuch and thought that it was Jin Xuan who killed the princess. So he issued an edict, angrily reprimanding my grandfather for not being strict in the family and for not teaching his daughter properly. He ordered the imperial concubine and the women of the Xue family to go to the 10th princess Sulu palace to apologize. At that time, he and his grandfather waited outside the palace in fear. When he first heard the bad news, he was completely stunned. When he was in a daze, he saw a heavy slap on his face and saw his grandfather's gloomy face. Since he was 5 years old, Xue Rui had always been by Xue Lingnan's side. Even though the old man was strict and serious in speech and manner, he still cared about everything in Xue Lingnan's life. Xue Rui had never thought that he would see resentment on the face of such a senior that he respected and loved. It was as if Xue Rui was not his grandson but his enemy. When Xue Rui recalled that scene, his eyes couldn't help but turn gloomy, hiding his emotions that no one knew. In these 3 years, he often thought that if he had not insisted on becoming the emperor's son-in-law, then the 10th princess would probably be living well. His younger sister would still be a clever and lively girl. His mother might not have gone mad, and he would never know the secret that had consigned him to eternal damnation. Yushu was shocked when she heard this. This time, the emperor not only slapped the Xue family's face, but also old Minister Xue, who was in a high position, had never been scolded like this before. As an official, he was most afraid of the word disobedience. Thinking about it, it was like a knife was placed on his neck and could be chopped off at any time. The emperor's actions were too hasty. She couldn't help but feel injustice for Xue Rui and his sister. She wasn't afraid to complain about the emperor and voiced her suspicions. How old was Jin Sun at that time? Was he even 12? Was the princess someone that a gust of wind could blow over? Would she be pushed down from a building by a half-grown child like Jin Sun? I don't believe it. The little eunuch who testified must have something wrong. Who else was there at that time? Was he the only witness? Didn't several Junju and young misses go to the palace to celebrate Guifei Nyangyang's birthday? Why did the two of them go to that sea viewing tower? Didn't you ask Jin-sun? Shui Rui had a trace of disdain on the corner of his mouth. Jin-sun was very frightened and couldn't say anything. When the 10th princess had an accident, she was tied up. The little eunuch testified that he was cleaning the sea-viewing tower and saw Jin-sun and the 10th princess quarreling on the balcony that had just been repaired. Jin-sun pushed her, and she fell from the building. 3 days after the princess passed away, Xiang Wang and several officials who were on good terms with grandfather entered the palace one after another to persuade him. After His Majesty's anger subsided, he ordered an investigation of the matter. That little eunuch drowned in the imperial garden for no reason. And because Jin-sun was agitated, whenever she mentioned what happened at Sea Viewing Tower that day, she would only cry and talk nonsense. Even now, she can't remember what happened at that time. Because there was no evidence, that little eunuch also died. Xiang Wang tried his best to persuade him. His Majesty also felt that there was something fishy about the matter. It probably involved the dark secrets of the palace, and didn't want to investigate further. So he withdrew the blame on Jin-sun, and ordered the palace to seal it. After appeasing grandfather, it was considered to have been left unsettled. Yushu's brows were knotted. Now she was even more certain that the 10th princess' death was unusual. Thinking about it carefully, there were only a few people in the palace who had the ability to harm a princess under the emperor's nose and did it so covertly. Once the 10th princess died, firstly, you can't be the son-in-law. Secondly, the emperor will vent his anger on you. Thirdly, the empress will lose her beloved daughter, and will probably be at odds with Guifei Nyang, who will benefit from this. Shui Rui turned his head and saw that she was seriously thinking about his words. She was calm and sharp, not like the hypocritical and pointless comforting people around him in the past. She also didn't look down on him because of the mistakes he made when he was young and frivolous. His dark eyes couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope. If one day she found out about his secret, would someone as sentimental as her laugh it off and not care about it at all? Thinking of this, the heaviness in his heart lessened. He turned her soft palm over. Their palms were pressed against each other. The warm sweat made him feel at ease. He told her in a low voice, "The concubines in the inner palace have never stopped fighting. The current empress doesn't have an heir, which is a drawback. However, Count Zhongyong's family has been loyal for generations, and is a great power in court. If I was still the 10th princess, the empress and aunt would have an extra layer of intimacy. When the day comes to choose the heir apparent, it is hard to guarantee that I won't be obstructed by some people." Yushu raised her head to look at him. It was the first time she heard the words "choose the heir apparent" from his mouth. Because she had already mentally prepared herself when she met the tiger in Huajian Garden. Her heart didn't waver. Since she had the intention to be a couple with Shui Rui, then no matter how difficult the path ahead was, she had to work hard and give it a try. It's funny that I couldn't see clearly in the past and only thought about myself. Shui Rui didn't know how many times he had mocked himself. In terms of shrewdness, how could he compare to his grandfather Shui Lingnan in the past? The old man was able to keep his composure. There was a grandson of an imperial prince who was sent to the mountains to learn, but he was told to get close to the 7th prince under Xu Fei's name. In the beginning, he had opposed him to marry a mistress because he was cautious. Who would have thought that because of his own initiative, it was almost destroyed in a day? 3 years ago, the emperor had the intention of summoning the 9th prince from Longhu Mountain. It was because of this matter that it was delayed. As a result, the 9th prince delayed his return to Jing for a few years. He grew up smoothly until he was 17. However, he stumbled and implicated many people around him. This lesson was harsh enough that when he did things now, no matter how big or small, he would be careful. The empress and Guifei are harmonious. The biggest threat is Xu Fei and Ning Wang. Yushu remembered hearing someone say that 3 years ago, Shui Rui and Lu Hao were so close they could wear the same pants. But because of a certain reason, the two had a falling out. Was it because of the matter of the 10th princess? Lu Hao was involved? There is no proof. Shui Rui did not hide anything from Yushu and said truthfully. But I do suspect that Xu Fei did something, and because of this, I alienated Ning Wang. Yushu said. Last year at Dingbo Hall, Xiang Wang Shitzi was gambling. Ning Wang came uninvited. I remember that he was entangled with you, but what happened 3 years ago? When the 10th princess passed away, the Holy One punished me. I was afraid that Jin Sun would suffer, and sent a letter to the prince's Fu outside the palace to ask for Ningguang's help, hoping that he could say a few good words when he entered the palace. But he did not appear from beginning to end, that is all. Shui Rui calmly narrated the reason why he and Lu Hao had parted ways. He did not seem to be dissatisfied because of Lu Hao's inaction, but only he knew. What happened 3 years ago had caused him to be filled with regret and self-blame. But the more he blamed himself, the more he resented the culprit behind the scenes who caused the 10th princess' death and shifted the blame to his younger sister. It was originally my fault, but the innocent had to bear it. I have wronged them all my life, especially the 10th princess. If I did not have wishful thinking, she would not have lost her life in vain. Shui Rui was sad. He still could not let go of the 10th princess' death. Even though he did not love her, he was filled with regret. I once swore, he narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep, that in my lifetime, I will find the culprit who caused her death. At this time, Yushu's mood was somewhat subtle. At the beginning, she thought that Shui Rui did not have much longing for the 10th princess. In addition, the 10th princess was already dead, so there was nothing to be jealous of. But now it seemed that Shui Rui had clearly engraved that fairy-like princess in his heart, and it became a knot in his heart. Yushu knew that it was not interesting to bother about a dead person, not to mention that the 10th princess was indeed innocent and pitiful. She not only sympathized, but also admired a responsible man like Shui Rui. But when she thought of how fragile and out of control Shui Rui had been previously, it could have been for another woman, she could not remain calm. You still haven't told me what Princess Shiwen said to you before I came here that would make you so angry. Shui Rui's breathing became heavy, and a small storm gathered in his eyes that had calmed down not long ago. She said that she personally witnessed the truth of the 10th princess falling from the building 3 years ago, and that it was not Jin Sun's doing. Yushu's almond-shaped eyes widened. She was surprised at first, but after a moment she sneered. Since she knew the truth, why didn't she stand out to testify back then? Why did she mention it today? I'm afraid that she has other intentions. If I'm not wrong, she must have used this as a reason to raise some conditions to you. Shui Rui also knew that she was so shrewd that he could not hide it from her. She wanted me to do something, but said that it was not the right time yet, so she could not tell me for the time being. Yushu gritted her teeth, feeling extremely unhappy in her heart. She could not think of what Shiwen wanted, but as a person who had been through it, she certainly could see what that girl was thinking about Shui Rui. Of course, a man who dared to think about her really needed to be taught a lesson. You promised her? Yushu held her breath, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at Shui Rui. Shui Rui noticed her unhappiness, and hesitantly nodded. When he was about to explain again, his palms, which were clasped together, were firmly squeezed by her. The force was so fierce that even he felt a little pain. Why don't you ask me instead of her? Yushu gritted her teeth and said. She wanted to bite the man in front of her who was too serious and responsible. Shui Rui was stunned for a moment. Looking at her heroic and arrogant eyes, an idea flashed in his mind, and his eyes brightened. You mean, with your divination skill? But didn't you say that it would take 1.5 years to master it? Can it work now? Yushu was angry in her heart. Her wrist twitched, and she pushed his hand away. She stood up and looked at his handsome facial features condescendingly, especially that pair of warm and attractive peach blossom eyes, and said domineeringly, "It has to work even if it can't." Chapter 493. One chapter. Yushu was full of confidence in Shui Rui's words to deduce the cause of the 10th princess's death using the law of calamity. However, it was a little difficult to actually do it. First of all, he needed to know the 10th princess's birthday. Just this requirement alone was enough to give Shui Rui a headache. It was not difficult to know the birthday of an imperial princess, but it would take a lot of effort to find out the exact time. Especially after the 10th princess was born, she hid her surname for 3 years. Her birthday was only recorded in the Imperial Jade Archive. Not many people knew about it. Although His Majesty had appointed a marriage, he had not issued an imperial edict. Hence, he did not take our birthday to marry. Otherwise, we could have used it, said Shuirui. Hearing his tone of pity, Yushu blinked and echoed, yes, it's a pity that you didn't even get to be the emperor's son-in-law. At best, you're just a reserve. Only then did Shuirui realize that he had misspoken. He vaguely smelled a hint of jealousy in Yushu's words. His heart skipped a beat, but he did not avoid her gaze. He smiled and said, I'm not even a reserve now. He was implying that Yushu had not even thought about marrying him. He, as her lover, was still far from being a reserve. His gaze was burning. Yushu looked away guiltily and changed the topic. Besides knowing the princess's birthday, you also need to know the day of her death. How long will it take for you to find out? Give me 3 days. Yushu nodded. Shuirui had always been efficient in his work. She was not worried that he would be helpless. 3 days was not a long time. She could use this time to prepare in advance and organize all the cases that could be used to calculate the value so that she could deduce when the time came. Don't worry, big brother. She changed her mind and reassured Shuirui. Although my time of calamity law is not complete, the cases that I have at hand to speculate on are ready-made. The death of the 10th princess cannot escape from man-made disaster. I will start from this point, and will definitely help you solve your doubts. Shuirui didn't know much about Yushu's divination, but he believed that Yushu wouldn't make empty promises. If she said she was confident, then she was confident. The mystery that had been bothering him for 3 years was about to surface, and he could finally have someone to talk to. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body, and he felt indescribably light. The way he looked at Yushu also became more and more persistent. 3 years ago, he was arrogant and thought that only a stunning beauty like the 10th princess could match him. 3 years later, he had washed away his arrogance, but he had already seen through it. Talent and beauty were all foolishness, but it was difficult to pursue one's heart. In the past, when he saw Yushu advancing forward indomitably for the sake of Jing Chun, he was also envious and jealous, and coveted her. He admitted that he took advantage of the situation and put in a lot of effort, but he fell deeper and deeper. Now that he had finally snatched her away, he must hold on to her this time no matter what. By the way, how are you going to deal with Princess Shiwan? Yushu raised her eyebrows and asked him. A cold light flashed in Shuirui's eyes. I'm not in a hurry to refuse her. I want to see what she is planning. The death of the 10th princess was a disease in his heart. No matter what Shiwan knew, she dared to use this to threaten him. So she had to bear the consequences. At this moment, Shiwan, who was full of calculations, would never have thought that after she proposed the conditions to Shuirui, in Shuirui's heart, she was no longer the innocent and harmless little cousin of the past. Yushu narrowed her eyes, looked at Shuirui, and slowly grinned. She reached out and patted his shoulder heavily. Since you want to deal with her, then I will be magnanimous and spare her. She has evil intentions towards you. Haha. Shuirui couldn't help but laugh. He pressed her hand down, stood up from the chair, and firmly held her hand as they walked out. Yushu curled up the corner of her mouth and let him hold her hand, not afraid of those people who were secretly watching her. This was the Wangji Tower. Don't think that she wouldn't find out if Shuirui didn't mention it. This place was very expensive. Even Ah Ping and Ah Xiang, who were sweeping the floor, were trained. How could they let those shady spies sneak in? It was precisely because of this that she dared to come and meet privately with Shuirui. Ever since she returned from Huajian Garden, she ought to have been targeted by someone. Presumably, those people had long since known that her relationship with Shuirui was extraordinary. If she suddenly became estranged from Shuirui at this time and refused to leave the house, it would instead arouse suspicion. Fortunately, Shuirui had always been very considerate towards her, and he had never acted out of line when they were outside. Moreover, they addressed each other as brother and sister, so it was difficult to see the big picture. The two of them had been intimate for so many days, and it was only today that Feng Xiaomiao came across them. Yushu found joy in bitterness and muttered in her heart. How did it become like an affair? It was already afternoon when she left the room. The sun shone into the corridor from the west, and the hot sunshine was burning on her body. Yushu was dazzled. She turned her head and looked at Shui Rui. His handsome face seemed to be plated with a layer of golden light. He was so sincere. She was slightly absent-minded, and suddenly a thought came to her mind. He was willing to confess his sad past to her, so he should be willing to believe her. Then could she also believe him? Why not? Wait until she figured out the cause of the 10th princess's death, and then tell him about the life-breaker. With such a thought, Yushu suddenly felt that her breathing was much smoother. She didn't even hesitate much. She walked down from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, and she had already made up her mind. When she figured out the cause of the 10th princess's death, she would tell him. After Shui Rui confessed to Yushu, he didn't pretend. He quickly left Wangji Tower and went to inquire about the 10th princess's life and death. And Yushu didn't idle. She picked up a few beautiful crystal pendants from the feng shui pool and 2 bracelets, one white and one yellow. Then she went to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce to find Pei Jing. Today, she bumped into him again. In the second half of every month, Pei Jing, the manager of the Chamber of Commerce, spent more time in the building than outside. After coming to the capital, he worked much harder than he did in Yang City. It's such a hot day, why did you come here? Pei Jing came out of the accounting room in the backyard, sweating profusely. His collar was wet with sweat. Yushu quickly poured the herbal tea on the table for him to drink, and said with a smile, I came out to buy something, so I came to see you on the way. I'll leave after a few words. You still have to go. Pei Jing wiped his sweat and drank the tea. He saw her take off a new green silk pouch and handed it to him, saying, This is the crystal I raised. I've asked someone to carve it. Uncle, give it to aunt and little sister to play with. At first, Pei Jing didn't care. He put down the teacup, pinched the pouch, and poured the contents into his palm. Then his eyes were blinded. This is the water essence you bought from the sea merchant I introduced? Pei Jing held the colorful crystal in his palm. He couldn't believe it. Yushu explained with a smile. This is what I raised in the Feng Qi pond. It's not a water essence anymore. It should be called a crystal. Look, aren't they ice crystals and clear water? Don't just look beautiful. If you wear it, it can also attract good luck and avoid bad luck. I've tried the white and yellow ones. The white crystal can calm the nerves and nourish the brain. The yellow crystal is good for wealth. I haven't seen any difference in the pink one, but it's good to wear it. If you don't believe me, you can try wearing it. Yushu wasn't stingy with her family. Considering that Pei Jing's family didn't have many people, she took a yellow crystal bracelet for Madame Qin, a pair of pink crystal gourd pendants, which could be inlaid into earrings, and a big white crystal pair with a few jade beads to make a waist pendant, which was also very beautiful. She spoke clearly and logically. Pei Jing's fingers rubbed the items in his hand. He was secretly shocked. As a shrewd and far-sighted merchant, he thought more than Yushu. The water essence you bought from me last time can be raised to this level? Yes, but it will take some time and effort. Yushu took a sip of herbal tea and looked at the quiet outside the door. She lowered her voice and told him her idea. To tell you the truth, I didn't expect to raise it to this level. I was hoping to make a fortune with this thing. Pei Jing didn't hide anything from her. As long as it is done properly, it is indeed a windfall. Isn't it? I tell you, this thing has been raised for half a month. Other than the one you have, I have only given out 2 pieces. There are already people asking about it, but I haven't touched it. I'm waiting for a while. It will be a rare commodity. Pei Jing raised his head and looked at her. He asked uncertainly, You said that it can attract good luck and avoid bad luck. Can it be guaranteed to work? Of course. I've tried it. Some people don't even dream at night after wearing the white crystal. But after a few days, they feel much better. I wear this yellow crystal myself. The first day I took it out to roll the dice. Guess what? I rolled 10 leopards in a row. It scared me. Yushu answered readily at first. Then she added a little embarrassedly. However, the effect of this crystal comes and goes quickly. It's not as effective as the day before. At most, after a few months, it won't be as effective as it was at the beginning. It needs to be put back into the furnace for a while to recuperate. How could she not know the pros and cons of the things she made herself? Even if it was a little unsatisfactory, It still made Pei Jing's eyelids twitch. He asked again, "Will this look change?" "How can that be?" Yushu smiled. Seeing that he was still worried, she rolled up her wrist and showed him the string of yellow crystals. "Look, I've been wearing this for half a month. Isn't it the same? After a long time, at most it will be stained with some skin cream. It will be clean after washing." Pei Jing asked her a few more questions. After he figured it out, he couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up holding the cold and slippery crystals and walked back and forth in front of Yushu, making her dizzy. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Pei Jing didn't pay attention to her. After hesitating for half a cup of tea, he suddenly stopped and stared at Yushu. He said with a faint excitement, "Xiaoyu, do you trust Uncle?" Under his stare, Yushu quivered. She sat up straight and said, "I do, of course I trust." What kind of character Pei Jing had, it didn't need to be said. It was said that merchants valued profits, but he was the rare one among 100 unscrupulous merchants. "Good. With your words, you only need to carefully take care of the crystals in your hands. You don't need to worry about anything else. Leave it all to Uncle to take care of. Let's not talk about the future. Once the crystals in your hands are sold, I guarantee that you will gain both fame and fortune. You will earn a lot of money." Pei Jing hadn't been this excited in many years. In Yiyang City, he was the respected chief steward Pei, but when he came to the precious land of Jing, he couldn't even be ranked. If he hadn't been in dire straits when he was young, he wouldn't have been able to endure such a difference. But now there was an opportunity in front of him. Feng shui objects. This had always been a good business for the Dai Exchange Hall. It wasn't that ordinary merchants didn't covet them, but they couldn't get involved. At most, they would make a small fuss and lose more than they would earn. "Xiaoyu, Uncle will say something to you. This time, I won't be greedy for a single cent of your money. I just want to borrow your east wind." Chapter 494. Updated. Yushu walked out of the Tihan Business Association and stood in the sunset. Her head was still a little hazy. Pei Jing had spent an hour to instill his ideas into her. Unfortunately, she was not good at business. From beginning to end, she only understood one thing. Uncle Pei wanted to bundle her with the crystal and sell it together. To put it bluntly, he wanted to use her name and use her reputation to increase the value of the crystals through the channels of the Tihan Business Association. Then he would use the value of the crystals to help her earn money and reputation. Alright, Yushu understood, but if she really wanted to operate it, she definitely had to rely on Pei Jing, the expert. Thus, the uncle and nephew decided to work together to do this business. Pei Jing insisted on not taking a single cent of the profits. Yushu had no choice but to give him full authority. Even old Su's place was allowed to be visited by him. She only needed to provide the crystals for the feng shui cultivation. Back home, Yushu first went to Zhao Hui's room to show off the few bracelets that she had grown the first time. Because she had other uses, she did not keep them for her family. This second batch, she had to give them to her own people first. A string of white crystal beads, a string of pink crystal beads, a pair of topaz pendants, and a pair of peach pendants made of white crystal. It was truly a jewel. When Yushu took them out from her purse, Zhao Hui was mesmerized. When she was a daughter, her family was rich, but she had never seen such rare gems. "This is a feng shui object that I raised. It didn't cost much money. Mother, don't worry and keep it," Yushu said with a smile. "See if you want to make it into a pendant or inlay it into jewelry. You don't have to keep it for me. I have a few more." Although there was still old Madame He at home, Yushu was the closest to Zhao Hui. If she wanted to show off to the old lady, Zhao Hui would have to send it to her mother-in-law to please her mother-in-law. Zhao Hui was also a woman. How could she not like jewelry? Although she was curious about where Yushu got it, she did not like to inquire about it. She would not suspect that Yushu had done something bad. Hearing Yushu's words, she happily accepted it. Zhao Hui asked the little maidservant Lu Fu to go to the dressing table in the bedroom to find a more exquisite box. She fondled the string of pink crystals and tried it on her wrist. Although it was a little tight, it served as a foil to the round and smooth skin of her hand. Even at her age, it didn't look the least bit pretentious when she wore it. Does it look good? How many years had it been since Zhao Hui's body had such a tender color? Her most fragrant years were all ruined by that cruel and unscrupulous marriage. Although she had found a husband now, it was a pity that her youth had passed. Yushu moved over to hold her hand and praised generously. It looks good. Mother's skin is white and light colors are the most suitable. When we go back, we'll take apart the white beads and make a few beads to wear. It'll look simple and elegant. When Godfather sees it, he'll probably go home early every day and guard you. He won't even want to go to the clinic anymore. Zhao Hui was happy. Being teased by a little girl, her old face blushed. She nagged. A girl doesn't have a proper appearance. If your father hears it, he'll definitely scold you again. With He Xiaochuan, this precious son, He Fangji became a father and became more and more presentable. He was no longer polite to Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu in the past. Now, whenever he saw the siblings in the wrong, he would scold them with a fierce face, looking very much like a strict father. If Yu Shu was supporting him and never talked back to him, then Yu Xiaoxiu liked to be scolded. Yu Shu saw several times that He Fangji talked to Yu Xiaoxiu with a straight face. That child raised his face and looked like he was enjoying it. He didn't feel like he was being scolded at all. Instead, he became more and more admiring. This made Yu Shu couldn't help but think of Yu Xiaoxiu's background. She secretly thought about having her younger brother recognize Zhao Hui and her husband as his parents. Originally, when Yu Shu recognized his family, she considered that Yu Xiaoxiu was the only descendant of the Yu family, and that Aunt Cui was still alive. She asked Yu Xiaoxiu for his opinion, so she didn't let him call them father and mother like her. However, her thoughts were different now. Yu Xiaoxiu would definitely learn her skills in the future. When she perfected the time of calamity, she would slowly teach him. Han Wenguang was able to teach the three predictors, so how could Yu Shu's younger brother, learn badly? Thinking about the long term, Yu Xiaoxiu only had a dishonorable birth mother, Aunt Cui, which was obviously not enough. Just based on his background, he was far inferior to others. Yu Shu thought about it again and didn't reveal it to Zhao Hui. She planned to ask Yu Xiaoxiu first to see what he thought. Therefore, in the evening, Yu Xiaoxiu came back from the medical center with He Fangji. Yu Shu didn't mention it at the dinner table. She waited until he finished his homework before she found him in the room. Xiaoxiu, come sit here. Yu Shu lit the lamp at the bedside and patted the seat next to her. She let Yu Xiaoxiu sit by her bed. The brother and sister were only 4 years apart in age. They had lived together since they were young and slept in the same bed. Usually they didn't care about trifles and didn't have the broken rules of a rich family. Yu Xiaoxiu sat beside Yu Shu obediently. These days he had grown a lot taller. He was not as thin as he was at the beginning of the year. His facial features were regular and delicate. Like Yu Shu, he had a pair of almond-shaped eyes with light eyebrows, big eyes and a small mouth. At first glance, it was obvious that they were born from the same pair. Sister, I have finished my homework on time. The headmaster praised my calligraphy today. I am not lazy or naughty. The day before yesterday, I tore my pants while riding a horse. I also told Aunt Hui about it. She said that I grow fast. In a few days she will hire a tailor to measure my length. Sister, do you think I can grow as tall as Brother Shui in the future? Yu Shu would check Yu Xiaoxiu's homework every once in a while and talk to him. Yu Xiaoxiu was used to it, so he confessed frankly first. Then you should eat more, sleep early and wake up early. Yu Shu rubbed his head. She sighed inwardly at the ease with which this child was worry-free. At the same time she probed, Little Xiao, do you miss your father? Father? Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes showed a little confusion. Then he looked at Yu Shu strangely. Sister, you are confused. How old was I when our father was alive? How could I remember him? Yu Shu coughed. She almost forgot that Father Yu died early. She quickly covered it up and said, I mean, do you want to have a father? But Yu Xiaoxiu was shocked by her words. He straightened his body and widened his eyes. Mother is going to remarry again? No, what are you thinking? Yu Shu rolled her eyes at him. She felt that it was difficult to talk in a roundabout way with him. So she said straightforwardly, let me put it this way. Do you want to formally recognize a godfather and godmother and be their son? When Yu Xiaoxiu heard that it was not Zhao Hui remarrying, he was relieved. When he heard what Yu Shu said next, his eyes obviously brightened. But he still asked doubtfully, "Will mother agree?" Yu Xiaoxiu was different from Yu Shu. He was the heir of the Yu family. His biological mother was still alive. If he wanted to recognize a godfather, his biological mother had to agree. Otherwise, it would be unfilial. As long as you are happy and willing, mother will definitely agree. Yu Shu saw that he was tempted, so she guaranteed. As for whether Aunt Cui was willing or not, it was not a problem. Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head and thought for a long time. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of having a father and mother. He nodded shyly. Aunt Hui is very good to me. Uncle he also treats me like his own son, and is willing to teach me everything. If I can call them father and mother, I will be happy. That's good. I will tell them tomorrow. Yu Shu wrapped her arms around Yu Xiaoxiu's neck and pinched his face. Yu Xiaoxiu frowned and pushed her away. The sister and brother played together. Chapter 495. The next day, Yu Shu went to the Taisher library. When she saw Sita Qinglan, she took out her purse and gave her a white crystal gourd pendant the day before. Sita Qinglan was surprised. For me? Yes, I saw that you liked it last time, so I left one for you after I raised it. Sita Qinglan played with it for a while. After hesitating, she handed it back to her. I can't accept such an expensive thing. Yu Shu saw that Sita Qinglan didn't accept it even though she liked it. She thought that Sita Qinglan didn't know that Mr. Fong had asked her for it, so she pushed her hand back with a smile and said, I'm willing to give it to you, not to please you. I just treat you as a friend. If you don't accept it, it means that you look down on me. Hearing this, Sita Qinglan knew that she couldn't refuse anymore. She accepted it with a little embarrassment, but she felt very happy in her heart. One had to know that although Yu Shu was 2 years younger than her, she was very famous in Taisher Shiyuan. It was not that no one wanted to get close to her, but she did not like to talk to others. To be able to be on good terms with her and be seen as a friend by her, who could say that it was not something to be proud of? By the way, have you heard? Sita Qinglan pulled Yu Shu to sit down on the mat and whispered to her. Zhan Shuiyuan has passed the level 7 assessment. She can go to the Taisher library at the beginning of next month. Hearing this, Yu Shu's eyes flashed. She remembered Zhan Shuiyuan's identity as a target. Since she is working for the Celestial Commissioner, does she still have to study in the Taisher library in the future? Of course. She is a new student this year. She has to stay here for at least 3 years before she can leave, unless she wants to stay in the level 7 position for the rest of her life. Yu Shu nodded and said nothing. Sita Qinglan was puzzled. She thought that Yu Shu and Zhan Shuiyuan didn't like each other. Even if she wasn't angry after hearing this news, she wouldn't be so cold. What she didn't know was that Yu Shu felt sorry for Zhan Shuiyuan for being her substitute, so she didn't want to bother about what had happened before. After Fang Zijing's morning class, Yu Shu declined Sita Qinglan's proposal to go to Tibet with her. There was an astrology class a few days ago, and I had a few questions that I wanted to ask Academician Jing. Yu Shu wasn't joking. She was really going to Jing Chen's place. However, it wasn't to ask questions, but to gather information. As one of the 18 academicians, Jing Chen had a dedicated lecture room. It was a tea house on a rockery at the corner of the garden. Yu Shu didn't know if Jing Chen had classes today, but she knew that he would most likely stay in the study if she had classes. As expected, when she was halfway up the stone stairs, she heard voices in the tea house. If it wasn't for Academician Jing's care these days, I wouldn't have been able to pass the assessment smoothly. You must accept this gift of thanks, otherwise I won't be able to trouble you in the future. Put it there. Academician Jing, I'm going to invite you to a banquet in a restaurant the night after tomorrow. I've also put the invitation here. You must come. It was a man and a woman talking in the tea house. Yu Shu knew who they were the moment she heard them. She walked over unhurriedly and looked inside. She saw Jing Chen sitting there, and Zhan Shuiyuan standing there. There was a vertical brocade box on the table in the middle. There was a red piece of paper on the box, which was probably an invitation. It was a familiar scene, but Yu Shu didn't even frown. She didn't care what they were talking about. She stood outside the tea house and said, "I'm Yushu. Nice to meet you." 2 pairs of eyes looked at her at the same time. Jingchen was stunned at first, but then a faint smile appeared on his fair face. He looked a little nervous. When Zhang Xiuyuan saw Yushu, she was filled with hatred and fear. The blush on her face faded in the blink of an eye. She thought of the 2 slaps she had hidden. In the end, she didn't dare to confront Yushu face to face. She turned around and said goodbye to Jingchen, then walked out. When she passed by Yushu, she bluffed and glared at her. Yushu did not pay attention to her. She waited until her footsteps were far away, before she entered the tea house. "Xiuyu, I knew you'd come today." Jingchenbu didn't move from his seat just now. He stood up from behind the desk, his feet wearing silk stockings and stepping on the ginger mat. He looked at Yushu, looking as if he wanted to go forward but was hesitant to do so. "From your tone, can you predict whether I'll come or not?" There were only 2 of them in the room. Yushu sneered. She carried her book box and found a clean cushion on the ground. "I burned 3 turtle shells last night. The divination said that I could see you today. I was thinking that if you don't come today, I'll go to see you tomorrow." Jing Chen's tone was as clear as ever, without a single trace of impurity. His words were always so sincere, straightforward. It was very easy for people to let go of their worries. If Yushu hadn't given up on him at the observatory that night, she would have been soft-hearted. "I'm here today because I have something to ask. Jingchen, let's have a good talk about the Fate Breaker. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Ayanor. Your support is my greatest motivation. P.S. Thank you for the gifts and tickets. Who wants Kim Bao to appear? Come and claim it. It's beside Yushu's pillow. Go get it yourself." During the month that Yushu stayed at the Building of Forgetfulness, she copied down all the key information about the deaths that the Supreme Court had accumulated over the decades. She sorted them according to the cause of death, and bound them together into a book. She also gave this book an exaggerated and vivid name, Book of Life and Death. Because the law of time of disaster was still being completed, even if she got the time of life and death, it was impossible to apply the formula directly. If Yushu wanted to find the cause of death of the 10th princess, she would have to think hard. The cause of death of the 10th princess was strange and complicated. Although she fell from a building, drowned on a cold winter day, and died of typhoid, the whole thing was not an accident. Therefore, it should be attributed to a man-made disaster, not an illness. Yushu preliminarily judged that there was a real murderer in addition to the 10th princess and Xue Jinxuan in the sea viewing tower that day. He used some means to make the 10th princess fall from the building in front of Xue Jinxuan, but Xue Jinxuan didn't see it. After making assumptions, she listed all the similar cases in Book of Life and Death for backup. After doing this, Yushu didn't plan to sleep. She found the half box of ambergris from the small bookshelf near the bed, and added it to the small copper stove. After burning the incense, Yushu sat down quietly, stretched the paper, hung up the brush, and replaced it with her willow charcoal. She wrote a line of words on the top of the paper. It was Shuerue's 4 birthdays. The last time she predicted the time of misfortune for Shuerue was half a month ago. Using the law of the time of misfortune to predict what had happened in the past and what would happen in the future were very different. As long as she was given the time of her birth, no matter if it was a year or 2, or even 10 years ago, she could predict what would happen. However, there was a certain limit to the future disasters. For example, the closer the date, the more realistic it would be, and the further the date, the more illusory it would be. Therefore, she could only predict the future for half a month at a time to ensure accuracy. Today, Shuerue was threatened by Princess Xiwen with the past, which confirmed her prediction that he was going to recruit villains. Moreover, it seemed that Xiwen had other tricks up her sleeves. Everything in this world was either a blessing or a curse, and no blessing or disaster was peace. Her law of the time of misfortune seemed to only be used for disasters, but in fact, it had already taken half of everything. She predicted a disaster, so no disaster was a blessing. Whether the conditions Xiwen proposed to Shuerue were good or bad, she could tell with a single calculation. "Let me see what you have in your mind." Yushu sneered. and the charcoal pen in her hand calculated quickly. Strings of numbers and symbols that only she could distinguish appeared on the paper, and the simple or complicated conversion was getting further and further away day by day. Originally, it was aimed at Shi-1, but now that she calculated, Shui-Rui had more than one trouble. Quarrel, losing money, hiss. Yushu felt strange. It should be known that Shui-Rui's fate was extremely good. It was difficult for him to get a minor illness in half a year, and he did not even lose a penny for 2 months. Why did he suddenly have so many troubles recently? She remembered that last month, she predicted a bloody disaster for him. Yushu pondered for a while, and still felt that the problem was with Shui-Rui's current position. What kind of place was the Supreme Court? It was in charge of the harshest prison in the whole of Da'an. If he often went in and out of the prison, he could still rely on his own luck to suppress it, but after a long time, it was inevitable that he would be disturbed by evil spirits. Fortunately, I noticed it early and thought of a way to solve it once and for all. The fan made of century-old peachwood root, and her crystal should be enough to restrain the evil spirits around him. On one hand, Yushu was making plans for Shui-Rui. On the other hand, she did not stop writing. When she had calculated to a certain day, she suddenly stopped because she had discovered another disaster. Well, this is one. She quickly took out her handbook of calamities from the drawer, flipped through it twice, and found a value on it. The number she had just calculated was within the range of values. Yushu looked at the date she circled on the paper with a strange expression, and frowned. June 6th, peach disaster. June 6th, wasn't it the gentleman hibiscus banquet? Yushu's brain moved, and intuitively linked Shui-Rui's peach disaster with Princess Shi-1. There were good and bad things to do with peach blossoms, but the peach disaster specifically referred to those rotten peach blossoms. Because of a certain unsuitable relationship with the opposite sex, it caused disputes or disasters, which was a very bad thing. Princess Shi-1 used the cause of the 10th princess's death as an exchange to ask Big Brother to agree to her condition, but said that it was not time yet. Could it be? Snap. Yushu used force in her hand and broke the 3-inch-long charcoal strip. Her face was full of anger. Shi-1, you actually have such a crooked idea. With a golden jade hibiscus at the gentleman hibiscus banquet, she could choose her own marriage, and it was a heaven-sent marriage. If Shi-1 got the golden jade hibiscus, she would give it to Shui-Rui, and then take advantage of the situation to propose a condition. Was she sure that Shui-Rui would not refuse her because of the 10th princess? When she imagined that scene, Yushu was actually unable to be sure for a time. If it wasn't for Shui-Rui being frank with her today, and knowing that she was able to deduce the cause of death of the 10th princess, then would he be forced to submit on that day? The more Yushu thought about it, the more upset she became. She rubbed her sore eyebrows, annoyed, and simply threw away the broken willow charcoal strip, hastily cleaned up the paper and ink on the table, washed her hands, and went to rest. It was late at night, and the sky was about to brighten. Cicadas chirped outside the window, and a little yellow hair slipped along the bed curtain to the side of the pillow, its black eyes flashing. The figure on the bed turned over and murmured in a low voice. Chapter 496. I'm here today because I have something to ask. Jing Chun, let's have a good talk about the fate breaker. Jing Chun could predict that Yushu would come to him today, but he did not expect that Yushu would calmly propose to talk to him. That night at the observatory, they had parted on bad terms. He knew that Xiaoyu would not treat him the way he used to. In order to salvage the situation, he had been thinking hard for the past few days. He had read the biography of Lu Yi many times before he finally found an answer. The dragon lady was deeply in love with Lu Yi because he had done many things for her. If Xiaoyu liked her too, he would have to learn from Lu Yi and help her solve her problems and protect her. Therefore, he would not refuse her request. Whatever you want to ask, I'll tell you. Jing Chen's face was filled with a careful expression as he looked at Yushu, who was sitting in front of him. It wasn't that he had forgotten Zhu Muzhao's instructions, but he thought that since he had already confessed to Yushu, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Saying one or two things was the same, not to mention that he wouldn't lie. Yushu looked up at Jing Chun, who was standing there like a stick of bamboo. She did not like him and pointed at the mat. Sit down. Jingchen readily accepted his advice and sat down obediently. He crossed his knees and placed his hands straight. When Yushu saw how obedient he was, she could not help but think of Jingchen, who had lost his memory and could not speak. Her eyes darkened as she suddenly thought of Jingchen, who had cut ties with her and treated her like a stranger. What you said to me in the small building that day, after I went back, I carefully thought about it and found it strange. Since you said that I was the one who destroyed your life and needed my help, then you should let me know. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to coax me into marrying you and having children with just a few words. Jingchen did not hesitate and nodded. If being honest with Yushu could be exchanged for her understanding, then there was nothing he could not tell her. Yushu narrowed her eyes and went straight to the point. Tell me, where did you, the great calamity, come from? Why is it that your fate alone can decide the rise and fall of Dawn? Was there a great calamity before? You are not the only one, right? Her series of questions caught Jingchen somewhat unprepared. He was stunned for a moment before he slowly considered his words and told her everything he knew. That's right, I'm not the first calamity. Just 100 years ago, another person appeared. As for the origin of the term Great Calamity, I believe it came from an ancient scroll in the imperial family's collection. It recorded the signs of the appearance of a calamity, as well as the signs of the appearance of a fate breaker, as well as the method to break one's fate. There was one person who appeared 100 years ago? Yushu grasped the key point and asked, was that great calamity also fated to offend planet K2 like you? How did he break his fate? Was it the same as yours? Jingchen had asked the same question before, so he didn't need to think too much when he answered. That's right, the great peace calamity. Great fortune brings disaster. This great fortune refers to the rise and fall of a nation, and disaster refers to my fate offending the star of misfortune. As for the great calamity 100 years ago, although he was also affected by the star of K2, he was different from me. The person who broke his fate was a man, not a woman. Yushu's eyes flickered. Why is there a difference between a man and a woman? There is a difference. If the person who broke his fate is a woman, then she has to marry the great calamity and have children with him to break his fate. If the person who broke his fate is a man, then, Jingchen paused, as if he wanted to say something. Then what? Then the great calamity has to kill this person with her own hands. Jingchen had been taught not to kill since he was young, so he felt somewhat uncomfortable when he mentioned such a disregarded matter. Yushu frowned. On one hand, she was secretly alarmed, rejoicing that the person who broke her fate was a woman. On the other hand, she noticed Jingchen's expression and could not help but sneer. What? Do you still think that person is pitiful? Daozi is really kind-hearted. He can't bear to see others kill, but he doesn't know how many lives are tied to his own. Chao Yuling died unjustly, and Zhang Shuiyuan was used as a substitute. Who knows when he will follow in Chao Yuling's footsteps? Hearing this, Jingchen met Yushu's mocking gaze. He lowered his head and said guiltily, I won't kill Boren. Boren died because of me. Miss Chao's death was an accident, and I was powerless to reverse it. But as for Miss Zhang, I will do my best to look after her. I won't let her lose her life. Yushu saw his downcast expression, and was not in the mood to hit him when he was down. She returned to the main topic and continued to ask, these things you know, were they all told to you by the great Tiandao himself? Jingchen nodded. He said it himself. Yushu asked again, what about His Majesty? Did you ask His Majesty for confirmation? Jingchen raised his head to look at her. That suspicious expression on his face in Yushu's eyes could be summed up in 4 words. This person was so stupid that he was tricked. Yushu gave a humph and said in a bad mood, what? Do you think that the great Tiandao won't lie to you? Even the sect elders who raised you for so many years, for the sake of their own lives, made up a lie and hid it from you for more than 10 years, causing you to live in fear for more than 10 years. Why would the great Tiandao dig out their hearts and lungs for you? Do you think that everyone is like me, who only hopes for the best for you? Yushu swallowed the second half of her sentence, and didn't say it out loud. It was all in the past, so there was no meaning in bringing it up again. She had already vented her anger that night at the observatory. Moreover, it was impossible for her to make plans for Jing Chen like she did in the past. The friendship of life and death had long been worn away by his repeated betrayals. After listening to Yu Shu's words, Jing Chen's originally pale face became a little more transparent. The only bit of color was on his lips. He turned his head, subconsciously not wanting to let Yu Shu see his embarrassment. The use and deception of the sect elders was something that even he couldn't let go of. Now that it was mentioned by Yu Shu, it made him even more ashamed. It was as if she was blaming him for cutting off the life and death relationship between the two of them because of a selfish lie. Yu Shu looked at Jing Chen. She could roughly guess what he was thinking in his heart, but she didn't soften her heart. She deliberately brought up this matter to sow discord, to make Jing Chen suspicious of the royal family, so that she could make arrangements in the future. After a moment of silence, Jing Chen said again, "I didn't ask the emperor for confirmation, but you can rest assured that the emperor also told me what the emperor had said. He shouldn't lie to me." Yu Shu pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were so sharp that she could see that Jing Chen was thinking about it. It was time to stop. After thinking about it, she finally asked a question curiously. "You said that the ancient book collected by the royal family, who left it? Could it be Empress Ningxin?" If it was Empress Ningxin, it would make sense. This was a very legendary woman, who was said to have become an immortal and a sage by later generations. Maybe the royal family of Dan followed her will. Chapter 497. After Yu Shu fell asleep, Shui Rui quietly left. He boarded a sedan in the back street and returned to the Shui estate. Hataku, who was chatting with a few manservants at the second gate, saw someone enter the courtyard. He hurriedly threw the melon seeds in his hand back onto the plate, dusted off his hands, and trotted forward. He pulled out a large fan from behind his waist and fanned Shui Rui as he said, "Young master, why did you come back in the middle of the afternoon? It's so hot outside." Shui Rui glanced at him, not minding that he had come out to play instead of staying in the inner courtyard. Has grandfather returned? As Shui Rui's personal manservant, Hataku had an extremely good relationship with the servants of the Shui estate. He also loved to run around, so he knew all the big and small matters of the minister's estate even without going out. Hataku even knew Shui Lingnan's whereabouts. Great Scholar Song invited the master to Lu Feng restaurant for tea. He's not in the estate right now. Shui Rui nodded, then casually asked, "Did Dr. Zhou come to my mother's place today?" Shui Lingnan had never advocated for Shui Rui to go to the West Court. Thus, while Madame Shui had been ill, he hadn't even gone to the inner courtyard to see her. "Madame seems to be better these days. I haven't seen Dr. Zhou come to see her." Hataku cautiously observed Shui Rui's complexion. Seeing that there was no one around, he ingratiatingly said, "Great Scholar is not in the estate. Young master, why don't you go see Madame? I'll keep watch for you." Meddlesome. Shui Rui patted the back of his head. His eyes were unruffled, as if unmoved. He passed through the east corridor and returned to his residence. An hour later, outside the small courtyard next to the West Court's ancestral hall, Shui Rui was dressed in the pine green gown he had just changed into. His hair was neatly wrapped in a square scarf, revealing his handsome and scholarly features. His refined appearance caused the maid guarding the courtyard to blush. By the time she recovered, he was already inside. Madame Shui had lived next to the ancestral hall for more than 10 years. The wutong tree in the courtyard had grown from a sapling to a height above the walls. Shui Rui still remembered that whenever he had the chance to visit his mother, Madame Shui would take him to the courtyard to water the tree. She had coaxed him that when the tree grew, he could see her every day. Now the tree had grown to the point where he had to look up. But his mother's promise had been destroyed 3 years ago. He had personally destroyed it. "Young master." The maidservant that was dozing off in the hall woke up with a start when she heard the sound of the curtains moving, and she exclaimed in surprise when she saw the person that arrived with Shui Rui. "Mother is awake." "This, young master, please wait a moment." The maid hurriedly tugged on her skirt, stood up and tiptoed into the inner room. Shui Rui stood at the door, listening to the faint sounds of conversation coming from within. In a few moments, the The maid retreated and pursed her lips into a smile. Young master, come in. Madam is awake. Saying this, she walked to the door. This servant will stand guard outside. Shui Rui nodded and entered the room. The room was not large. There was a bed, a couch, a dressing table, and a cabinet. It was so simple that it did not seem at all like the living quarters of the lady of the first branch of the Shui estate. Madame Shui was sitting up on the couch, a thin blanket covering her knees. Her eyes were slightly open, unfocused as they gazed in the direction of the door. A smile hung on her sickly face as she slowly extended her hand. Ruer. Shui Rui's footsteps paused. His gaze swept over her face and he inwardly sighed in relief. He then quickly walked to her side, tightly grasped her hand, and sat down next to her. A bright smile appeared on his face, not caring that Madame Shui could not see it. Mother, your son has been busy with official business these past few days, and was unable to visit Mother. I've missed Mother. It's not a problem. It's good that you were able to come. Madame Shui patted the back of his hand, and then pinched his arm. Her brow slightly creased, she said. You've gotten thinner again. You've worked hard, but you still have to obediently eat your meals. Don't think that just because I can't see you, I don't know. Shui Rui made a sound of assent, but he did not say that the last time he came to visit her, the weather had been cold and he had been wearing thick clothes. Now that the weather was hot and he had taken off his clothes, he naturally felt thinner. Madame Shui was just like any other mother. She pulled him over and chattered for a while, mostly about Father Shui. At the time, your father was the prefectural magistrate of Yang. He was also busy from day to night, as if there was no end to his work. In the first year he lost a great deal of weight, but he was quite spirited. When he returned to the capital after his term was over, he found it hard to sleep. Every day he would go to the morning court at the 5 o'clock and wake up at the 4 o'clock. Shui Rui seemed to carelessly interject. Father returned to the capital when I was 2 years old. Mother, did you hear about the matter of Yin Hua Yizi and Crown Princess Liue? Madame Shui tilted her head, closed her eyes and thought back. I did hear about it, but by the time we returned to the capital, those two had already passed away, so I had no chance to meet them. That year, Shui Rui's father, Shui Zhao, was still alive. The two of them were loving and harmonious, and Madame Shui's health had not yet collapsed. Old Minister Shui did not confine her to the West Court like he did now. Counting the years, Shui Rui knew that his parents had never met Yin Hua, but he did not feel disappointed. Instead, he asked, Then, Mother, have you ever heard that this Yin Hua Yi's son had a first wife in his hometown? Madame Shui did not seem to remember the events of 10-odd years ago. She furrowed her brow in thought for a long time, then forcefully grabbed Shui Rui's hand and said, Yes, when I was young, I faintly heard a few rumors. They said that this Ez had once publicly defied His Majesty's decree and refused to become the Emperor's son-in-law. It seemed like they said that he already had a wife. Shui Rui's spirit rose, thinking that his mother had a very good memory when she was sober. There was no mistake. Then the story told by the storyteller in the tea house was most likely true. Then what happened later? Why did he marry a princess? Who knows? Perhaps he coveted royal power and riches, or perhaps he changed his mind after seeing someone else. Isn't there a saying in the books? Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman? Madame Shui smiled coldly. One could vaguely make out the elegance of her youth on her pale face, but she was blind, so she could not see just what sort of grace those eyes had held 10 years ago. Seeing the sadness on her face, Shui Rui did not dare to ask any more questions, afraid that he would bring up her sad past and cause her to fall into hysteria again. As a result, he changed the topic. Mother, your son has someone he admires. Madame Shui froze, then joy and curiosity appeared on her face. Pushing his hand, she urged. When did this happen? Which family's young lady? Did she tell your grandfather to send someone to propose marriage? After living in seclusion for 10-some years, Madame Shui had long since lost the authority and self-awareness of a mother. She did not even dare to think that she could make the decision on her son's marriage. Shui Rui's eyes flashed as he chuckled. She is a person from Yiyang, not a female master of disguise from a noble clan. Last year, She took the Dian exam and is a famous female fortune teller. She is intelligent and knows how to handle affairs. She also has a younger brother at home, and she is a person who cares about the old and cherishes the young. I still haven't mentioned it to my grandfather, so I'll talk to mother first. Hearing this, Madame Shue's face alternated between smiling and worried. As a girl, it's best for her to be educated and reasonable. I don't have any ideas. If you like it, tell your grandfather as soon as possible, so that you don't miss out on a good marriage. And your son is attentive. Madame Shue patted the back of his hand and sighed. Your father and I were husband and wife for several years, but in the end, we only have one child. Your father is gone, but even if I have a single breath left, I still want to see you start a family and hold a grandson. Only then can I close my eyes in peace. Hearing these words, Shuerue's face darkened. He tightly pursed his lips and carefully grasped Madame Shue's ice-cold hand. Pressing it against his forehead, he softly said, "It was your son who was unfilial." Madame Shue seemed not to hear his words. Blinking her empty eyes, she continued to warmly smile at him. As Shuerue gazed at her, he felt a wave of pain in his heart. 3 years ago, she had gone crazy. When she awoke, she no longer remembered Jin Sun. All she knew was that he was her son, so she could not see Jin Sun, or else her illness would relapse. He could still come here a few times a year, but Jin Sun had not been able to see his birth mother since 3 years ago. This was a sin he had committed, but he didn't know whether or not he would be able to repay it while they were still alive. By the time Yushu woke up, it was already dusk. She lay alone in the cool and ventilated courtyard. Opening her eyes several times, she still felt that it was somewhat unreal. She had actually told Shuerue everything in one breath. Rubbing her swollen head, she sat up cross-legged and slowly recalled the details. Suddenly she giggled. "Ha, I've been vexed for several days for nothing. It's much easier to say it out loud." She stretched and stepped on her shoes. Just as she got off the bed, Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai, who had been standing guard outside, heard the noise and entered. "Miss, you're awake. Drink some tea and wash your face." Yushu felt refreshed. Returning to her room on the second floor, she changed out of her wrinkled clothes and asked, "Did my eldest brother say that he would be back tonight?" Xiao Qing squatted in front of her and smoothed out her belt, replying, "Young master said that he wouldn't be coming tonight. He told Miss to eat first before leaving." Yushu was not a clingy person. Hearing these words, she was only disappointed for a moment before continuing to do what she had to do. After dinner, Yushu returned home and asked the concierge. Knowing that He Fangji had returned early today, she remembered what she had promised Yu Xiaoxiu the day before, so she didn't even return to the house and went straight to Zhao Hui's courtyard. He Fangji and Zhao Hui were playing with their son in the room. Yushu came in and sat down. She hugged He Xiaochuan and mentioned that she wanted Yu Xiaoxiu to recognize them as his godparents. The first to nod and agree was He Fangji. "Even if you didn't say it, I was going to mention this to you. You two siblings, one calls me father, and the other calls me uncle. Not to mention that it's hard to pronounce, you two have drifted apart for no reason. Parents were biased. If Zhao Hui doted on Yushu more, then He Fangji undoubtedly liked to bring Yu Xiaoxiu more." Zhao Hui hesitated and said, "It's a good thing, but have you asked your mother about this?" "Of course I've asked before I came to tell my parents. Xiaoxiu is also happy to be your godson. My mother is not a good person. In the future, when Xiaoxiu grows up, there will be no elders to teach him. Even marriage will be difficult. My mother understands this." Chapter 498. I don't know about that. I only know that the ancient book is called the Book of Mystic Fairy Lu Run. Yushu was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, she blurted out, "Book of Mystic Fairy Lu Ren?" Jingchen saw her surprised expression, nodded and asked doubtfully, "Is there something wrong?" "No." Yushu quickly restrained her expression, but frowned and said to him, "Didn't the Lu Ren divine lesson disappear 100 years ago? Isn't this Book of Mystic Fairy Lu Ren about Lu Ren?" There were many schools of Yishui, and they were first derived from the 3 styles. These 3 styles were Qimen Duanjia, Tai Divine Number, and Lu Ren Divine Lesson. Among the three styles, Chimen Duanjia was the most extensive, Tai Divine Number was the most mysterious, and the Great Lu Run revealed the most secrets of heaven, and even threatened the rule of the emperor. Therefore, as early as 100 years ago, the imperial court banned the Yishui families from learning or using the Lu Ren divine lesson for divination, and destroyed a large number of secret books and articles. As a result, 100 years later, the three styles became two styles, and the Great Lu Run was lost. Yushu didn't know what was recorded in the book of mystic fairy Lu Ren, but Taoist Qingzheng solemnly entrusted her to find and destroy it. Now that she knew that the book Qingzheng asked her to find turned out to be the origin of the great calamity and the life-breaker, and played a decisive role in the whole thing that happened to her, how could she not be surprised? I'm not very sure about that. Jingchen couldn't continue to answer Yushu's doubts, because he had only heard Zhu Muzhao mention it twice, and had never seen this ancient book with his own eyes. Not sure. Yushu narrowed her eyes and suddenly asked, "If that's the case, you haven't seen what's written on it?" "No." Yushu sneered and said aggressively. "Then why do you want me to believe that everything you say is true? The great calamity, the method of breaking one's life, it sounds true, but in the end, everyone has their own mouth, whatever they say is true. You're easy to fool, but I'm not easy to fool." Jingchen opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He wanted to convince Yushu that what he said was true, but even he couldn't help but have some doubts at this moment. What was written in the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens? When Yushu saw that Jingchen had lost his confidence, her eyes flashed. She stood up from the ground and mocked. "Wait until you've read the book with your own eyes, then tell me about it." After saying that, she turned around and left. Jingchen snapped back to his senses and hurriedly stepped on his shoes, catching up with her at the entrance of the tea house. "I'll see you off." Yushu glanced back at him and walked down the stone steps. Her mind was now filled with thoughts on how to get the Book of Mysterious Fairy 6 Rens into her hands. She did not have any extra thoughts to be mean to Jingchen. If he wanted to give it to her, then let him give it to her. Anyway, she did not need to care about him. Therefore, Jingchen walked beside Yushu, half a step behind her. The two of them walked out of the garden one after another. It was almost noon, and they did not meet anyone along the way. Jingchen did not take the initiative to talk to Yushu. He just turned his head to look at her from time to time, thinking about Yushu's last words. They walked all the way to the entrance of the library before Jingchen called out to her again. "Xiaoyu." Yushu stopped and turned her head to see what he was going to say. "Don't worry." Jingchen looked up at the corner of the street and lowered his voice. "I'll figure it out first." Yushu raised her eyebrows. When she saw the details on his face, she remembered that there would be people following her when she left the library. She guessed that Jingchen had told her so many secrets without permission. He was also afraid that the person above would find out and harm her. His mood was a little complicated. "I'm leaving." In the end, she said goodbye faintly and walked to the shady place under the tea house across the street, waiting for Lu Zhong's carriage to pick her up. However, Jingchen did not turn back. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the library, motionless under the scorching sun, until he saw her get on the carriage and leave. And this scene was seen by a figure in the tea house. Yushu went to the Wangji Tower. She had gained a lot from meeting Jingchen today. She needed a quiet and undisturbed place to properly reflect on what she had learned today. However, she did not expect that Shui Rui would also be there. "Hey, why do you still have time to come here?" Shui Rui had just changed his clothes and came out of the bedroom. He saw Yushu and heard her doubts, so he smiled at her. "Why not? I don't have any official duties with me. I only need to go to the yamen for a few days. There's nothing else." Yushu blinked and asked him, "Have you found out about the 10th princess's horoscope?" Shui Rui shook his head. "Then why don't you go and find out? What are you doing here?" Shui Rui couldn't help but laugh, and now he understood what she was bewildered about. So he walked forward and casually closed the 2 doors behind her, and then he held her warm little hand, and brought her to sit on the old yellow pearwood couch that was newly changed. And then he placed a bowl of longan plum soup that had been poured on the tea table into her hand. "One thing is another. I can ask others to do the task of inquiring about the news, but I can't ask others to do it for you." The weather was scorching hot, and Yushu was drinking the warm and cool plum soup. When she heard him speak like this, it was as if a pot of perfectly cold icy spring had been poured into her heart, and it was extremely comfortable. She was still worried about Shui Rui's romantic calamity last night, and she actually wasn't overly suspicious now. She looked up at Shui Rui's clear eyebrows, and the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. She snorted. Just pick something nice to listen to. I have nothing to do with you, but you and someone else will have something to do soon. Shui Rui heard that there was a hidden meaning in her words, so he sat up straight and put on an appearance of listening attentively. Oh, why do you say this? Yushu drank a mouthful of sweet and sour plum soup and sucked a cord longan in her mouth. As she chewed, she said, Guess what Princess Xuan wants from you? You mean Xiwan? Frowning his brows, Shui Rui replied, It's not that I haven't thought about it, but she's been pampered since she was born, and everything goes according to her wishes. I really can't think of anything that she would ask of me that I can help her with, but no one else can. Yushu glanced at his face with a faint smile. You really can't think of it? I don't believe that you don't know what she has in mind for you. Think about it again. Shui Rui's eyelids twitched, as if he had grasped something. His eyes flickered a few times, and he slowly tightened his face. It's the gentleman's banquet of hibiscus? Yushu couldn't help but praise him for his intelligence. As a teacher, she had her own methods of seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. Shui Rui was just a scholar, and he could rely on his brain to deduce all kinds of things. In terms of scheming, she didn't think she was any worse than him, but in terms of brains, she was slightly inferior. Yesterday, I divined for you, and on the 6th of June, there will be a disaster of love on you. After thinking about it, only Princess Xiwan is the cause of this disaster. The so-called disaster of love refers to an undesirable marriage. There is a rule at the gentleman's banquet of hibiscus. She is 80% sure that she will get the golden jade hibiscus, so she will threaten you first, and then she will take the opportunity to propose conditions for you to accept. It all depends on whether you fall into the trap or not. Shui Rui's face darkened. He didn't think about this before because he didn't think that Xiwan would be so daring. You don't know, but a few months ago, Prince of Dongjing, who is guarding the north, sent a letter to the capital to ask for a noble girl. His Majesty has the intention of marrying Xiwan far away to appease the northeast. He also leaked this information to the Prince of Xiang, so Xiwan must have heard about it. This marriage is most likely set. The more Shui Rui thought about it, the more certain he became. Xiwan had this idea to avoid marrying far away, so his expression became worse. Yushu was stunned when she heard this. She didn't think that there would be such a plot. That Xiwan was really daring. She clearly knew the emperor's intentions, but still dared to scheme. Wasn't this indirectly defying the imperial edict? After a short moment of surprise, she thought of herself and couldn't help but laugh at herself. What she was doing now, wasn't it the same as going against the emperor? And compared to Xiwan's rebellion, the situation was much more serious. Her thoughts changed, and she looked at Shui Rui. With a bit of a tentative mood, she asked him, She implicated you like this, are you angry with her? Shui Rui also didn't notice Yushu's strange expression at this time. He frowned and said, She dared to do this because she wanted to drag me into the water. I used to accommodate her like Jin Sun. I really don't know when she became so selfish and hateful. His words were originally directed at Xiwan, but in Yushu's ears, it somehow had a different meaning. It seemed like he was blaming her for dragging him into this storm, because she was unwilling to submit to her fate. I'm sorry. An apology came out from her mouth. What? Shui Rui turned his head to look at her. He didn't hear what she said just now. Yushu squeezed out a smile at him and said, I also feel that she is hateful. She doesn't want to follow other people's arrangements, but wants to make things difficult for you. But Shui Rui wasn't so easy to fool. He stared at her for a moment, and no one knew what he was thinking in his dark eyes. He suddenly said, Then do you think I'm hateful? 3 years ago, I also schemed against His Majesty for my own selfishness. In order to become the princess's son-in-law and also to get rid of my official career, I dared to plot against His Majesty's arranged marriage. In the end, 10th princess died and Jinshuan was also implicated. At that time, I didn't think that 10th princess would be in any trouble. Yushu didn't expect him to change to this topic. But seeing the strong self-mockery on his face, it was clear that he couldn't let go of the past. After a short silence, she took the initiative to press the back of his hand and said, "To be honest, you were a little selfish at that time, but you are different from Shiwon." She clearly knew how much trouble it would bring you, but she still did it knowingly. But you didn't expect that someone would dare to harm the princess, so the ignorant are not guilty. I don't think you are hateful, because she was also a selfish person. She would only think for herself first. Shuirui's eyes softened because her words warmed his heart. The next moment, he turned his wrist and wrapped his big hand around her slender palm. He put it on his knee and asked in a low voice, "Ashu, tell me honestly, are you hiding something from me?" Chapter 499. Ashu, tell me honestly, are you hiding something from me? Yushu looked at Shuirui's worried eyes and knew that he had seen something. She moved her lips and subconsciously wanted to play dumb with him. "It's nothing. Why should I hide it from you?" "Really?" Shuirui didn't believe it. He raised his hand and his slender index finger gently stroked her soft eyebrows and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Do you know that when you lie, here and here will not move at all? You look serious on the surface, but I don't know what you are thinking in your heart. You don't want to tell me. Do you want me to guess?" Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head and avoided his hand. She laughed and said, "No, don't guess randomly." Shuirui put down his hand with a smile and held his chin. He stared at her with twinkling eyes and said slowly, "When you came to the Supreme Judiciary to find me that time, there was something wrong. Later I thought about it. You should have something to say to me that day, but I was so busy that I didn't mention it. 2 days later, I was free and went to see you at home at night. You were even more wrong. You were obviously in trouble, but you deliberately pretended to be fine in front of me for fear that I would notice something. If I'm not wrong, you were worried that something would implicate me." Yushu listened to his logical analysis and guessed that he was almost right. Her scalp tightened. "You don't go to many places on weekdays. In addition to Wangji Tower, there is Taisher Shuyuan. I know the things in Wangji Tower like the back of my hand. You are in trouble, but I don't know, so it must be in Taisher Shuyuan. I have 2 guesses about what happened in Taisher Shuyuan, and who could make things difficult for you and make you worry about me and dare not tell me. One is Han Wenguang, and the other is Jingchen." And Shuirui looked at her slightly changed expression. He paused and sighed softly. "Looks like it's the latter." At this point, Yushu realized that she couldn't hide it from him anymore. She looked at Shuirui with complicated feelings and bit her lips. "Why do you have to be so smart? Since you know that I didn't tell you because I was afraid of implicating you, why do you still keep asking?" Shuirui narrowed his eyes and sneered. "You're the one who's afraid, not me." He didn't know when he had become a coward. In the end, it was because she didn't believe him. Yushu's heart was beating fast again. She lowered her head under his intense gaze. After a moment of silence, she said helplessly, "Yes, I'm afraid. Jingchen's matter involves a lot. If I'm not careful, I might even lose my life. I have to get involved in this mess, but you don't have to be involved because of me. Just like you regret that you made the 10th princess be murdered that year, I'm also afraid that you will regret it in the future." Shuirui frowned when he heard this. It was obvious that the matter was even more serious than he'd imagined. Yet he didn't have the slightest intention of shrinking back. Instead, he took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to hold her chin. And then he turned her faintly sorrowful face towards him and said to her with a serious expression, "Since it's so dangerous, you should tell me. It's fine if I don't know, but I guessed it. How can I pretend that I don't know and let you deal with it alone? Shu, let me ask you, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think that I got along with you just for a moment of pleasure? Didn't I tell you that I want to marry you and that I'm willing to grow old with you?" These questions caused Yushu's heartstrings to be in disorder. And how could she not be moved when she heard every single word of his that touched on her heart and revealed the truth? She suddenly noticed that the problem that troubled her earlier wasn't a problem at all. Whether Shuirue was willing to advance and retreat with her or not, it was something that should be decided by him, and it wasn't something that she could decide for him. Thinking about this, she felt a burst of shame in her heart. Her love for Shuirue was not as good as his love for her. Brother, her throat was choked and she could only say, "I'm sorry." Seeing her bitter look, Shuirue's heart softened a little. He let go of her chin and raised his hand to flick her forehead gently. "What are you apologizing for? Hurry up and tell me what exactly happened." Yushu rarely wavered. Since she wanted to tell him, she had to make it clear to him. As for where to start, she lowered her eyes and thought for a while before she said, "Do you still remember the time when I broke up with Jingchen?" Shuirue thought for a moment. "Is it the day I confessed to you?" He still remembered that 2 months ago, Yushu held a banquet in Wangji Tower for the nomination of Dian. She went back first in the evening, and he went later. He saw her and Jingchen separated at the door. It was Yushu's sad look at that time that stimulated his nerves, and he confessed his feelings to her impulsively. However, until now he still did not know what happened between Yushu and Jingchen that night, so that they became strangers and no longer contacted each other. Yushu nodded, smiled at him first, and then said coldly, "That night, I left Wangji Tower alone and was stopped by Jingchen. On a bridge in the south of the city, he broke up with me and said that we would have nothing to do with each other from now on." Shuirue was slightly stunned. He could not imagine that Jingchen would do such a treacherous thing. He had seen how good Yushu was to Jingchen from the beginning to the end. He was not afraid to say some sour words. Even if she treated him now, it was not half as good as she treated Jingchen at the beginning. "You said that he broke up with you on his own initiative? Why did he do that?" Yushu was silent for a moment. She had known Jingchen's secret for a long time, but she did not reveal it to others. Even Yu Xiaoxiu, who was like a brother and sister, did not know anything about it. That was because she sympathized with Jingchen's life experience and was afraid that he would be schemed against by others, so she thought about him wholeheartedly. But what about Jingchen? When he told others that she was the person who lost her life, did he care about her safety? It had always been you being heartless and I being unjust. Since he did not care about her life and death, why should she keep the secret for him? That is because Jingchen's life experience hides a big secret. At this time, Shuirue's curiosity was completely aroused. He pondered and said, "The murder case in Taisher Library shows that someone is secretly scheming against Jingchen. Is it related to his secret?" Yushu admitted and said, "That's right. If there is no conspiracy, why would there be a need to go through so much trouble to target him? And Jingchen is the only son left behind by Yin Huayi and the eldest princess. The emperor really favors him. Will he send him to the deep mountains to cultivate for more than 10 years? Shuirue nodded and said, "This matter is puzzling. Although the imperial edict claims that Jingchen followed his mother's instructions and went to the Taoist sect to fulfill his vows, I don't think that is the case. How can a baby who is not even a year old be sent to the mountains?" Then he changed the topic and asked in confusion, "What secret do you think he has that he has to break up with you and put you in prison now?" Yushu laughed at herself. Chapter 500. The so-called Great Calamity is a person who is tied to the rise and fall of a dynasty. His fate is presented to the fate of the country. This person was born to face disaster, and his fate is the star of calamity. There must be a righteous person who will use his life to pay for his fate. Otherwise, he will die young. However, just living his life is not enough for peace. There must be a person who can break his fate to break his life. Jingchen is the great calamity of this generation. When Shuirue first heard about this secret, his first thought was that it was absurd. However, he knew that Yushu would not speak without evidence, so it must be true. This time he was shocked. After a long silence, he asked Yushu, "When did you know about it?" In fact, he wanted to ask how long she had been hiding such a heavy matter. The great calamity. This was probably a shocking secret that would bring about the calamity of being beheaded just by hearing it. Yushu curled her lips slightly and said self-deprecatingly, "In the beginning, I only knew that Jingchen's fate would bring disaster to the people around him. It was not until Shui Yun came to me during the Double Suns meeting that I heard about Jing Chen's shocking life experience for the first time. After that, I was skeptical. It was not until not long ago when Jing Chen personally confessed to me that I knew it was true. Shui Rui had a bad feeling. He frowned slightly and asked, "Why did he explain it to you?" It's funny that the reason he confessed to me was the same reason why he cut ties with me that day. Yushu held the armrest and looked at Shui Rui. She said without avoiding his gaze, "He cut ties with me because he was taught since he was a child that before he found the person who broke his fate, he could not act rashly. He could not have love or hatred. Otherwise, he would endanger the lives of the Taoist masters who saved his life more than 10 years ago. You also know that I used to like Jing Chen. It was fine when he lost his memory, but when he recovered it and remembered everything, he could no longer fall in love with me. Do you remember when he was missing? I went to the suburbs to look for him. I lied to you at that time. In fact, not only did I see him, but I also made a promise with him that I would not think about love and only be a close friend. However, when I was nominated by Diane and was in the top 3, he came to me and said that he wanted to break off our relationship. To be honest, after I calmed down, I didn't blame him and could understand his difficulties. If he didn't care about the kindness of raising me, I would look down on him. But she was just disappointed. No matter if it was Ji Xingxuan who had been full of malice towards her and had been framed by her, or Shui Yun who had wholeheartedly tried to kill her and ended up becoming a cripple, Jing Chen always sympathized with those who ended up in a pitiful state, but he did not care about a person like her who had a strong will to win. She did not know if he had ever thought that she was also a woman. No matter how ruthless she was still a woman. Shui Rui finally knew the reason why Jing Chen and Yushu suddenly became strangers 2 months ago, but he did not feel relaxed at all. Facing Yushu's gloomy eyes, he only felt his heart inexplicably tightened. He could not judge how ruthless Jing Chen was because he was not Jing Chen and did not understand his difficulties. But if there was a person in this world who didn't care whether his background was good or bad, who wouldn't sleep for his safety, who would put his life and death in his hands, who would be happy for him, who would grieve for him, who would suffer for him, then even if he had to face universal condemnation, he wouldn't disappoint this person's heart. He envied Jing Chen for meeting such a person, and was glad that he did not miss such a person. Since he cut ties with you, why did he confess to you not long ago? You said it was the same reason. What is the reason? Shui Rui was sensitive that this was the key to the whole thing. I am the person Jing Chen is looking for. Yushu said coldly, turned to look at Shui Rui's face and asked, "Don't you think it's funny?" Shui Rui's eyes flashed with a thick black light, and said with a straight face, "It's not funny at all. There is something more funny. Do you want to hear it?" Yushu's palms, which were holding the armrest, were sweating. She looked calm on the surface, but only she knew that she was nervous now. She really did not know how Shui Rui would react when he heard what happened next. Would he choose to bear the burden with her? Or would he be like Jing Chen, weighing the pros and cons, and decisively choose to give her up? Say it. Yushu calmed her breath and tried to finish the whole paragraph calmly. If you want to break the destiny of Jing Chen, you need to marry me, the person who broke the destiny, and have children with me. Otherwise, it will endanger the peace of the world, which is not allowed by the imperial order. Shui Rui's face suddenly changed. In an instant, he clenched his fists, widened his eyes, and blurted out in disbelief, "It's ridiculous. The righteousness of the country and the rise and fall of the imperial court need to be fulfilled by a woman's life. Isn't this ridiculous?" "Yes, it's ridiculous," Yushu sneered. "I don't want to believe it is true, but it's useless for me to not believe it. As long as the emperor believes it, I can't make the decision, and Jing Chen can't make the decision either. Those who can make the decision will not consider for me, a mere commoner." Even Jing Chen, the son of the princess, has to stay in the deep mountains for more than 10 years. It was unknown how much of the record in the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 Wrens was true. But even if there was only a small possibility, as long as it endangered the fate of the country, the emperor would not take this risk. Not to mention deciding the fate of 1 or 2 people. Even if 10 or 100 people died, it would just be a sentence. After the initial injustice, Shuirui now thought deeply and understood the pros and cons. He could not help but have a cold sweat on his back. After a long time, he thought about it a few times, then raised his head and looked deeply at Yushu. There was a faint gloominess in his eyes. Then did you promise him? Promise him. A certain nerve of Yushu's was touched. Her eyelids twitched and she asked softly, do you think I should promise him? Shuirui pursed his lips and said in a low voice, if you don't promise, are you going to go against the emperor's order? In this situation, it's not up to you. It's a matter of life and death. Ashu, you really should promise him. Hearing this, Yushu's face immediately stiffened. Her 10 fingers gripped the armrest tightly, almost digging into the wood. She choked on her breath until her eyes were sore. She felt that everyone in the world wanted to betray her, but no one was willing to think for her and pity her innocence. She suddenly stood up, gritted her teeth, and ruthlessly looked back at him and sneered. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I didn't promise him, and I won't promise him. I, Yushu, may be greedy for life and afraid of death, and cherish life like gold. But if I can't live according to my wishes in this world, I'd rather die. What great calamity, what broken life, I only know. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Shuirui looked up at her arrogant and unchanging heart. His eyes blurred, his heart beat like a drum, and his mind flashed and emerged. It was the figure of her under the bridge of Yang City that was beaten to a pulp, but she gritted her teeth and did not make a sound. It was the figure of her beating the drum and crying out her grievances, and climbing up to the court under the stick. It was the figure of her kneeling in front of the Celestial Commissioner, even if she broke her fingers. It was the figure of her standing in the banquet and coldly facing the people who looked up to her. Suddenly, the scene changed, and it returned to the person before him. He saw her glare fiercely at him before carrying a resolute expression. And then she turned around with the intention of leaving. Shuirui shuddered with fear, and he practically leaped up from his chair to hug her from behind. Feeling the body in his arms stiffen, he sighed softly and coaxed her in a gentle voice. What are you angry about? It should be me who is angry. What are you angry about? Yushu angrily pulled his hand, but Shuirui did not let go. He held his hand tightly and buried his head in her shoulder, lightly smelling the fragrance of soap on her clothes. His heart had never felt so secure before. You refused him, wasn't it because of me? You didn't want to be with him. Wasn't it because you wanted to be with me? If you don't care about me, why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Even if you were so fierce to me just now, it was because you wanted to get rid of me so that I could stay out of this matter. Ashu, I understand your thoughts. How can I not know what's good for me? Even if Yushu was really angry just now, after listening to his words, it was extinguished without a trace. Her arm, which was hanging by her side, moved. She slowly lifted it, as if she was lifting 1,000 pounds. She pressed it against his hand and gripped it tightly. She turned her head and stared at him with her bright eyes. Chapter 501. This is what you said. Don't regret it in the future. Hearing her cold voice, Shuirui chuckles, tightens his arms to hold her thin body in his arms, and says seriously, if you get married and have children with someone else, I will regret it. It is partly because of him that she doesn't want to be the one who breaks her life and stays with Jing Chun. Facing such a woman who dares to love and hate, how can he give her up? As for the risks in the future, she is not afraid, so why should he be afraid? There will always be a way out. Now he only knows that if he lets her go, he will definitely regret it. Shu, don't be afraid. I will think of a way with you. Yushu told Shuirui about the secret of Calamity Inn, and when she saw Shuirui's clear attitude, the heavy burden in her heart seemed as if half of it had been lifted off her shoulders, and she instantly felt relaxed. What followed after was a sweet feeling of peace in her heart. At least he didn't disappoint her. Looking at Shuirui's handsome face in front of her, an idea comes to her mind. She climbs his arm, raises her head, and gently bites his thin and moderate lips. Shuirui's eyes flicker. He only feels that his lips are bitten by her sharp tiger teeth. There is a little flattery in the intimacy. It is indescribably itchy, as if he is holding a wild cat with its claws in his arms. He can't help but feel pity. The next moment, he takes the initiative. He holds Yushu's slender nape and lowers his head to bite her mouth. His flexible tongue sweeps over her two sharp teeth and caresses her soft and fragrant mouth. He is not impatient but does not allow her to retreat. Feeling that she is breathing nervously, he gently rubs her neck with his thumb, one by one, to make her relax. After the long kiss ended, Yushu buried her head on Shuerue's shoulder and wrapped her hands around his lean waist as she lightly panted for breath. She licked her lips that were sore from being kissed and bitten by him, and she didn't have the time to think about where he'd learned such teasing methods. Shuerue caresses her back, calms down the restlessness in his body, clears his throat, and says, "Let's have lunch first, and then we will discuss how to deal with it." Well, okay. In the afternoon, the two of them went to the courtyard on the third floor. Shuerue stood at the edge of the feng shui pool at the corner of the balcony, looking down at the colorful lights at the bottom of the pool. Even though he had seen thousands of treasures, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "This move of yours is really amazing." Yushu shook her head. "This is also my first time building this wind pond, so I boldly changed a lot of places. Who would have thought that I would hit the mark by a stroke of luck? Just a few days ago, I was discussing with Uncle Pei about selling these crystals, and he bought them all." Shuerue walked over and sat down on the couch beside her. He straightened the hem of his clothes and returned to the topic at hand. "According to what you said, His Majesty and the great teacher do not intend to expose you. So they found a substitute in the Taisher library with the intention of luring the snake out of its hole and capturing the group of people who were secretly targeting Jing Chun." Yushu nodded and sneered. "I'm afraid that Qiao Yuling did the same thing before. The people who tried to kill Jing Chun on the river and the people who committed the murder in the Taisher library are the same group. I don't know how they found out about the existence of the Great Calamity, but they want to destroy the fate of this country. They have evil intentions and deserve to be punished. If His Majesty can't uproot this group of people today, how would he dare to expose me, the true master?" She was not Jing Chun, who was skilled in martial arts and had a profound cultivation. She lived in the impenetrable princess mansion and was not afraid of being plotted against. In the eyes of the emperor and the great teacher, she was now a weak woman who did not know anything. In other words, before you kill that group of people, no one can do anything to you. Shuerue understood the crux of the matter and quickly discovered that Yushu was safe for the time being. "That's right. During this period, no one will force me to risk my life for Jing Chun, and no one can touch me. After all, I have a name in the eyes of the current emperor." Yushu turned her head to look at Shuerue and said hesitantly, "Actually, I don't intend to keep it from you. Actually, I don't plan to keep it a secret from you. I'll have to inform you sooner or later. After all, the relationship between us can't be passed to the higher-ups. If we don't pay more attention, both of us will be in trouble." As a person who had lost her life, she had to marry the calamity and have children. This was the right way in the eyes of the current emperor. How could she be entangled with another man in her heart? If Shuerue insisted on facing it together with her, then the relationship between the two could not be known by outsiders. To put it bluntly, she wanted Shuerue and her to be a pair of lovers secretly. Shuerue's face was gloomy for a moment. However, when he saw the guilt and helplessness on Yushu's face, his heart softened. He took her hand and put it on his lap. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I still say the same thing. I want to marry you, not just talk. You will be mine sooner or later. I will not be in a hurry." After falling from the clouds to the bottom of the valley for 3 years, he did not lack patience. The worries in Yushu's heart were eased by a single sentence from him, and she felt that she owed Shuerue even more in her heart. She felt that she hadn't done much for Shuerue, and since they'd known each other until now, the kindness he'd shown her could be counted in detail. Yet she'd always suspected that he came from a wealthy background, so he couldn't be devoted to her. However, Shuerue always exceeded her expectations. It made her look like a fool who worried about nothing. She had wronged him for no reason. Next, Yushu told Shuerue everything about her plan, including how she got information from Jing Chun, aroused his suspicion, and asked him to inquire about the Book of Mystic Fairies' 6 Wrens. "I think the key is still in that book. There is something fishy about the calamity of Dawn. Why can a person's fate shake the world's peace? If we understand the meaning behind it, there might be a solution. Yushu said. The Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, huh? Shui Rui muttered to himself as he linked the few things he knew together. He didn't want to let go of even the slightest clue. He seemed to be lost in thought for a while before a bright light suddenly flashed in his eyes. I think we can also investigate the matter of Princess Royal and Yunhua's son dying for love. Ha! Yushu looked at him in confusion. Do you remember when Ji Xingxuan was in prison? You told me that you met a storyteller? When Shui Rui mentioned it, Yushu remembered that she heard a storyteller in a tea house on North Street last month. He told a story about Yunhua's son and Princess Liyue meeting. She still remembered clearly that the storyteller talked about a little-known matter. Before Princess Liyue, Yun Mufeng had a wife. This inevitably made people think that Yunhua's son was a Chun Shimi who abandoned his wife and chose riches and honor. It was a great slander. The people of Yunhua had been dead for so many years, but now there was someone who brought up this old matter. Whether it was true or false, it was suspicious. Shui Rui said. I sent someone to the tea house at the end of the street to ask. The shopkeeper said that the storyteller who called himself Old Gu would occasionally come to his tea house to tell stories. But after telling the story about Yunhua's son, I never saw him again. What do you mean? I mean, Yunhua's death that year was strange. Yushu was stunned. Everyone in Anling City knew that Yunhua died for Princess Royal after she died of illness. But Shui Rui said it wasn't so? Think about it. The question about the astrology in the Grand Yin examination 20 years ago is the same as this year. Among the 3,000 IQ, only Yunhua's son can solve it. And this big trouble is his biological son. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Jing Chun is a trouble, this can't be changed. Then the one with the problem is Yunhua's son. The more Shui Rui analyzed, the clearer some of the ideas in his mind became. The layers of confusion in front of him aroused his curiosity. Do you think that he knew about the big trouble long ago, but for some unspeakable purpose, he came to the capital to participate in the Grand Yin examination, and to get close to Princess Royal? He planned so carefully, but in the end, the matter was exposed, so he had to die for Princess Royal. Hearing Shui Rui's speculation, Yushu's eyelids suddenly twitched. There was an inexplicable strange feeling in her heart. She couldn't help but think, if Shui Rui's speculation was true, then why did Yunhua come to the capital, and why did he abandon his wife to become the princess's son-in-law? Could he be the same as her? Was he also aiming for the Book of Fairy Maiden's 6 Rens? Shui Rui didn't know that Yushu was entrusted to destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy 6 Rens, so when he saw her eyes flickering, he only thought that she was surprised. In any case, the great calamity of calamity is definitely not as simple as what Jingchen told you. We'll split up. You continue to get more information from him. I'll go investigate what happened 20 years ago, and see if I can find anything. Yushu nodded but still said worriedly. Then you must inquire carefully. This is a serious matter, and there are many spies in the dark. Don't let someone with ulterior motives target you. The two of them discussed and decided on a plan. Because Yushu's current situation was delicate, and it hadn't reached the point of a life-and-death struggle, so they subconsciously didn't plan for the worst-case scenario. For example, one day in the future, they would have to go against the high and mighty imperial power. Ever since Yushu found out that she confronted Jing Chun at the observatory that night, and was troubled by her identity as the person who broke her life, she hadn't been able to sleep well for the past few days. With Shui Rui sharing some of the burden, she felt tired, and in front of him, she yawned a few times. You don't have to go anywhere in the afternoon. Just sleep here. Shui Rui arranged the pillows on the couch, got up, and made space for her to lie down. Yushu was indeed sleepy. She rubbed her forehead and fell down. When she saw him turn around to leave, she didn't think twice and grabbed his clothes. Big brother, stay with me for a while. Shui Rui looked down at her. I'll go get a blanket, and I'll be back soon. Only then did Yushu let go of him. She covered her mouth and yawned again, and her eyes were watery. Not long after, Shui Rui came up from downstairs. Before he got close, he heard her soft snoring. He walked to the side of the couch and saw that her mouth was slightly open, and her sleeping posture was not elegant. He couldn't help but smile, bent down to take off her shoes, and shook out the thin blanket to cover her stomach. Then he quietly sat on the side of the couch, clasped his fingers, and turned his head to focus on her sleeping face. His eyes were calm and contemplative. Chapter 502. After Yushu fell asleep, Shuerue left quietly. He boarded a sedan in the back street and returned to the Shui mansion. Hataku, who was chatting with a few servants at the second gate, saw them enter the courtyard. He hurriedly threw the half a handful of melon seeds in his hand back onto the plate, dusted his hands, and trotted forward. He took out the big fan at the back of his waist and fanned Shuerue as he said with a shy face, "Young master, why did you come back in the middle of the afternoon? It's so sunny outside." Shuerue glanced at him. He didn't mind that he had come out to play instead of staying in the inner courtyard. Is grandfather back? As the personal servant of Shuerue, Hataku was very popular among the servants of the Shui residence. He loved to run around, so he knew all the big and small things that happened in the minister's residence even without going out. Hataku even knew Shuelingnan's whereabouts. Grand Scholar Song invited me to the Glazed Wind restaurant to drink tea. He's not in the manor right now. Shuerue nodded and casually asked, "Did Dr. Zhou come to my mother's place today?" Shuelingnan had always discouraged Shuerue from going to the west courtyard, so while Madame Shui had been ill, he hadn't even gone to the rear courtyard to see her. "Madame seems to be better these 2 days. I don't see Dr. Zhou visiting to check on her." Baode carefully looked at Shuerue's expression. When he saw that there was no one around, he moved closer to Shuerue and said in a fawning tone, "Master isn't in the mansion. Young master, why don't you go see Madame? I'll keep watch for you." Meddlesome. Shuerue patted the back of his head. His eyes were calm as if he was unmoved. He went straight through the east corridor and returned to his residence. An hour later, Shuerue was standing outside the small courtyard next to the west courtyard's ancestral hall. He was wearing the pine green gown he had just changed into. His hair was neatly wrapped in a square scarf, revealing his handsome facial features. His refined appearance made the maid guarding the courtyard blush. When she came back to her senses, he had already entered the courtyard. Madame Shui had lived by the side of the ancestral hall for 10 some years. The wutong tree in the courtyard had grown from a sapling to a height that surpassed the walls. Shuerue still remembered that whenever he had the chance to visit his mother when he was a child, Madame Shui would bring him to the courtyard to water this tree, coaxing him that once the tree grew up, he would be able to see her every day. Now the tree had grown to the point where he had to look up at it. But his mother's promise had been broken 3 years ago. He destroyed it with his own hands. "Young master." The maid, who was dozing off in the hall, was startled awake when she heard the sound of the curtain moving. She raised her head and saw that the person who came was Shuerue. She exclaimed in surprise, "Is mother awake?" "This, young master, please wait a moment." The maid hurriedly tugged on her skirt and stood up, then quietly entered the inner room. Shuerue stood at the door, vaguely hearing voices from within. In a few moments, the maid retreated and pursed her lips into a smile. "Young master, come in. Madame is awake." Saying so, she walked to the door. "This servant will stand guard outside." Shuerue nodded and entered the room. The room was not large. There was a bed, a couch, a dressing table, and a cabinet. It was so simple that it did not seem at all like the living quarters of the stately madam of the first branch of the Shui estate. Madame Shui was sitting up on the couch, a thin blanket covering her knees. Her eyes were slightly open, unfocused as they gazed in the direction of the door. A faint smile hung on her sickly face as she slowly extended her hand. "Rui." Shuerue's steps paused. His gaze swept over her face, and he inwardly sighed in relief. He then quickly walked to her side, tightly grasped her hand, and sat down next to her. A bright smile rose on his face, not caring that Madame Shui couldn't see it. "Mother, your son has been busy with official business these past few days, and was unable to visit mother. I've missed mother." "It's not a problem. It's good that you were able to come." Madame Shui patted the back of his hand, then pinched his arm. Her brow slightly creased, she said. You've gotten thinner again. You've worked hard, but you still have to obediently eat your meals. Don't think that just because I can't see you I don't know. Shui Rui made a sound of assent, but he did not say that the last time he came to visit her, the weather had been cold and he had been wearing thick clothes. Now that the weather was hot and he had taken off his clothes, he naturally felt thinner. Madame Shui was just like any other mother. She pulled him over and chattered for a while, mostly about Father Shui. At the time, your father was the prefectural magistrate of Yang. He was also busy from day to night, as if there was no end to his work. In the first year, he lost a great deal of weight, but he was quite spirited. When he returned to the capital, he found it hard to sleep. Every day he would go to the morning court at the 5 o'clock hour, and wake up at the 4 o'clock hour. Shui Rui casually interrupted. Father returned to the capital when I was 2 years old. Mother, did you hear about the matter of Yin Hua changing his son and Princess Liyue? Madame Shui tilted her head, closed her eyes and thought back. I did hear about it, but by the time we returned to the capital, those two had already passed away, so I had no chance to meet them. That year Shui Rui's father, Shui Zhao, was still alive. The two of them were loving and harmonious, and Madame Shui's health had not yet collapsed. Old Minister Shui did not confine her to the West Court like he did now. Counting the years, Shui Rui knew that his parents had never met Yin Hua, but he did not feel disappointed. Instead he asked, Then mother, have you ever heard that this Yin Hua Yi's son had a first wife in his hometown? Madame Shui did not seem to remember matters from 10 odd years ago. She frowned and thought for a long time, then forcefully grabbed Shui Rui's hand and said, Yes, when I was young, I faintly heard a few rumors. They said that this EZ had once publicly defied His Majesty's decree and refused to become the Emperor's son-in-law. It was said that he already had a wife. Shui Rui's spirits rose. He thought to himself that his mother's memory was very good when she was sober, so there was no way she would be mistaken. In that case, the story told by the storyteller in the tea house was most likely true. Then what happened later? Why did he marry a princess? Who knows? Perhaps he coveted royal power and riches, or perhaps he had a change of heart. Isn't there a saying in the books? Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman? Madame Shui smiled coldly. One could vaguely make out the elegance of her youth on her pale face, but she was blind, so she could not see just what sort of grace those eyes had held 10 years ago. Seeing the sadness on her face, Shui Rui did not dare to ask any more questions, afraid that he would bring up her sad past and cause her to fall into hysteria again. As a result, he changed the topic. Mother, your son has someone he admires. Madame Shui froze, then joy and curiosity appeared on her face. Pushing his hand, she urged. When did this happen? Which family's young lady? Did she tell your grandfather to send someone to propose marriage? After living in seclusion for 10-some years, Madame Shui had long since lost the authority and self-awareness of a mother. She didn't even dare to think that she could make the decision on her son's marriage. Shui Rui's eyes flashed as he lightly laughed. She's from Yang, not a female teacher of disguise from a noble clan. Last year, she took the Dian exam and is a famous female fortune teller. She's intelligent and knows how to handle matters. She also has a younger brother at home, and she's the type of person who cares about the old and cherishes the young. I still haven't mentioned it to my grandfather, so I'll talk to mother first. Hearing this, Madame Shui's face alternated between smiling and worried. As a girl, it's best for her to be educated and reasonable. I don't have any ideas. If you find her suitable, tell your grandfather as soon as possible, so that you don't miss out on a good marriage. And your son is attentive. Madame Shui patted the back of his hand and sighed. Your father and I were husband and wife for several years, but in the end, we only have one child. Your father is gone, but even if I have one breath left, I still want to see you start a family and hold a grandson. Only then can I close my eyes in peace. Hearing these words, Shui Rui's complexion darkened. He tightly pursed his lips and carefully grasped Madame Shui's ice-cold hand. Pressing it against his forehead, he softly said, It's your son who is unfilial. Madame Shui seemed not to hear his words. Blinking her empty eyes, She continued to warmly smile at him. As Shui Rui gazed at her, he felt his heart ache. 3 years ago she had gone crazy. When she awoke she no longer remembered Jin Sun. All she knew was that he was her son, so she could not see Jin Sun, or else her illness would relapse. He could still come here a few times a year, but Jin Sun had not been able to see his birth mother since 3 years ago. This was a sin he had committed, but he didn't know whether or not he would be able to repay it while they were still alive. By the time Yushu woke up, it was already dusk. She lay alone in the cool and ventilated courtyard. Opening her eyes several times, she still felt that it was somewhat unreal. She had actually told Shui Rui everything in one breath. Rubbing her swollen head, she sat up cross-legged and slowly recalled the details. Suddenly she giggled. Ha, I've been vexed for several days for nothing. It's much easier to say it out loud. She stretched and stepped on her shoes. Just as she got off the bed, Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai, who had been guarding outside, heard the noise and entered. Miss, you've woken up. Drink some tea and wash your face. Yushu felt refreshed. Returning to her room on the second floor, she changed out of her wrinkled clothes and asked, "Did my eldest brother say that he would be back tonight?" Xiao Qing squatted in front of her and smoothed out her belt, answering, "Young master said that he wouldn't be coming tonight. He told Miss to eat first before leaving." Yushu was not a clingy person. Hearing these words, she was only disappointed for a moment before continuing to do what she had to do. After dinner, Yushu returned home and asked the concierge. Knowing that He Fangji had come back early today, she remembered what she had promised Yu Xiaoxiu the day before, so she didn't even go back to the house and went straight to Zhao Hui's courtyard. He Fangji and Zhao Hui were playing with their son in the room. Yushu came in and sat down. She hugged He Xiaochuan and mentioned that she wanted Yu Xiaoxiu to recognize them as his godparents. The first to nod was He Fangji. "I was going to mention this to you even if you didn't say it. You two siblings, one calls me father, and the other calls me uncle. Not to mention that it's hard to say, you've drifted apart for no reason. Parents were biased. If Zhao Hui doted on Yushu more, then He Fangji undoubtedly liked to bring Yu Xiaoxiu more." Zhao Hui hesitated and said, "It's a good thing, but have you asked your mother about this?" "Of course I've asked before I came to tell my parents. Xiaoxiu is also happy to be your godson. My mother is not a good person. In the future, when Xiaoxiu grows up, there will be no elders to teach him. Even marriage will be difficult. My mother understands this." Chapter 503. The rain didn't stop until it was dark. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu squatted in the yard to wash the dishes. Yushu washed her hair, tied her hair behind her ear, and left the house with it draped over her shoulders. Facing the alley, Qing Zheng was lying leisurely on a rattan chair. His 2 calves were crossed over the edge of the chair, showing the clean soles. He heard the sound of the door being pushed open, but his eyes were still on the sky. He just raised his hand and waved. "Disciple, come here." "Master." Yushu closed the door, walked to his side, squatted down, and looked up at the sky. The clean night sky was black and shiny, and the star map was unfolded. This was the most suitable night to watch the stars. "What do you see?" After a while, Qing Zheng asked. "Well, there is a closed star in the East Kong constellation. There may be a noble in the royal family who is sick. There is a bright star in the West Ginseng constellation, which corresponds to the northwest. In summer, there is a drought in the northwest this year. There is a shining star in the South Ghost constellation. The big star is shining, and it is facing the Neodymium Palace. There is a woman who is wronged. Well, there is a mother and child star in the sky, and there is a woman who is about to give birth." Yushu listed everything she could understand. After listening, Qing Zheng stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Master taught me well." Yushu took the opportunity to flatter him. Although her stingy master had a bad temper, his teaching ability was first class. Because he never talked nonsense when he taught, and she was not a person who liked to be distracted, what she remembered were all useful things. "Have you memorized the Luyao formula I taught you?" "I have memorized it. Do you want me to recite it for you?" This was what Qing Zheng checked most frequently in recent days. Yushu could recite it as soon as she opened her mouth. No need. Qingzheng waved his left hand and rubbed the tip of his beard with his right hand. How many books have you memorized? The things you ask me every day. There are 4 books, and I am memorizing the 5th one. Speaking of this, Yushu was proud. In order to memorize more things during the day, she would ask Qingzheng for a bunch of miscellaneous things before she left at night. She would go back and sort them out before reading them. There were already 5 books bound with hemp paper and thick thread. Don't just write it down on paper. You have to remember it in your head. You can only look at the things on paper, but you can't use them. Only the things in your head are alive. I understand. Yushu stood up and patted her butt. Master, please sit down. I'll go grab the chess pieces. You don't have to catch them today, said Qingzheng. You don't have to catch them in the future. When Yushu heard this, she turned her head and looked suspiciously at the old man on the rattan chair. She said, Master, do you mean that I've mastered the 6 lines? So fast. She had been preparing for the 6 lines breaking spell for 2 months, but she had only learned it for 5 or 6 days. What? Do you think it'll take you 8 to 10 years to master it? Once you've passed the threshold and memorized the incantation, all that's left is the maturity. In the future, if you have nothing better to do, practice more. Qingzheng turned around and looked at his disciple, who was barely satisfactory. And your handwriting, it's really ugly. You need to practice more, or you won't be able to help others with their divination in the future. And your temper, don't always do whatever you want. You will only learn when you suffer losses. And your dressing, don't always dress like a brat. You are obviously a pretty little girl. If you have money, buy a few more jewelry and clothes. Don't spend it all on food. Qingzheng was long-winded, saying and one after another. The more Yushu listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. She couldn't help but interrupt him. Master, are you sick? Why do I feel like you are making arrangements for your funeral? Qingzheng's face darkened. He straightened his back and stretched out his hand to point at her nose. He scolded. And your mouth. Don't try to anger me to death as soon as you open your mouth. I can still live for 80 years. If he lived for 80 years, he would become a tortoise. Yushu didn't say this out loud. She moved her feet to the side and avoided the hand pointing at her nose. She smiled and said, Master, don't be angry. I was wrong. Can't you live to 100 years old? By the way, I don't want to play chess today. What should I do now? Should I look at the stars first or do the divination first? Qingzheng lay back angrily. No need. There is wine in the room. You go in and get it. Yushu entered the room and lit the lamp. Sure enough, she saw a jar of wine on the table and 2 empty bowls. She took the wine jar and a bowl and put it on the stone table in the yard next to Qingzheng. She poured half a bowl and handed it to Qingzheng. Master, there is another bowl. Go and get it too. You can drink with me. I also want to drink. Yushu twisted her fingers and said embarrassedly, It's not good for a girl to drink. I'm still young. Seeing that Qingzheng was about to explode again, Yushu quickly turned around and ran back into the room. She took out the bowl that was left behind and poured half a bowl for herself. She didn't know how strong the ancient wine was. She wasn't afraid of getting drunk, but she was afraid that if she drank too much, she would smell like alcohol, and it would be hard to explain when she got back. Qingzheng was not satisfied with the small sip she poured, so he grabbed the jar and filled it for her. Master. Qingzheng held the bowl without drinking. He took a deep breath and stared at Yushu. Do you remember when I accepted you as my disciple that day? I asked you to help me find something? Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She thought that the key point had finally come. She said seriously, I remember that you said you wanted me to help you find something, but you didn't say what it was. Qingzheng's eyes suddenly became sharp. He didn't have his usual laziness. Jingdu, Celestial Commissioner, Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren. Yushu's eyebrows twitched. She whispered, Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren? What is that? Qingzheng said, The Book of Changes has been passed down to this day and formed many schools. The first 3 are Qimen Duanjia, Tai Divine Number, and the long-lost Divine Lesson of Lu Ren. Among these three, Lu Run is the leader. The first two are especially popular, and there are many miscellaneous studies. As for Lu Run, it was collected by the Daoan royal family 100 years ago because it revealed too much of the mysteries of heaven. This book of mystery fairy Lu Run is the only scroll that recorded the true teachings of Lu Run. It is now in the hands of the Celestial Commissioner. It has always been in the hands of every great teacher. The thing that you want is in the hands of the Celestial Commissioner's great teacher? Yushu couldn't help but stutter. She secretly cursed. The great teacher of the Celestial Commissioner was known as the leader of the hundreds of exchanges in the world. The high and mighty boss of the Celestial Commissioner. The book of mystery fairy Lu Run sounded like a treasure that was not shown to outsiders. How was she going to get it? Did she have to find him and ask if he was willing to let her read it for a few days? She would probably be stripped naked and hung at the city gate. Well, Qingzheng closed his eyes. Many years ago, I swore that I would never step into the capital in my life. Since you are my disciple, you should go on my behalf. Naturally, she could not go back on the promise she made when she became his disciple. During this period of time, she had indeed learned a lot from Taoist Qingzheng. Remembering their relationship as master and disciple, she calmed herself down and cast aside all distracting thoughts. She seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. It was not that she had no way at all. Then I will go to the capital, Yushu said. But it seems that it will take a lot of time to find this book. Master, you are not in a hurry, are you? Qingzheng's eyes were bright. You just need to find it in your lifetime, and then destroy it. Destroy? Yushu was dumbfounded. It was so difficult to get the treasure in his hands, and he wanted her to destroy it after she found it. Yes, and you have to swear to me that you will not learn the things in the book. Qingzheng's voice became cold. He stared at Yushu as if he would eat her if she did not swear. Yushu took a deep breath and swore gloomily. Okay, I swear to the three pure ones that if I can find the book of Fairy Maiden in my lifetime, I will never learn the skills in the book. If I go against this, let me. Qingzheng interrupted her coldly. I will let you be a mangy dog in your next life. You will wander the streets without enough food and suffer from the supercilious looks of others. Now Yushu rolled her eyes at him. Although she was not happy that the old man cursed her with the mangy dog, she still said obediently, If I go against this, let me be a mangy dog in my next life. I will wander the streets without enough food and suffer from the supercilious looks of others. Okay. Qingzheng nodded with satisfaction. His gloomy face finally showed a smile. He picked up the bowl and said to her, Come on, drink this bowl of wine with me. After that, he took the initiative to touch her with the bowl. Yushu hurriedly lowered her body, but some wine still spilled out. My dear disciple, I wish you good luck. I wish you good fortune, master. Neither the master nor the disciple would say anything pretentious. After 2 words of blessing, Qingzheng raised his head and drank up. Yushu lowered her head and took a sip. She felt it was not spicy, so she licked her lips disappointedly. Then she raised her head and drank it down. Haha, good wine. Qingzheng drank happily. Yushu curled her lips. What's so good about it? It doesn't taste good at all. Qingzheng took out a cushion from under his body and threw it at his feet. Sit down. Today is a happy day. Master wants to talk to you. Yushu sat down on the ground next to the rattan chair. She rested her arm on the edge of the chair and rested her chin on one hand. She was ready to listen to Qingzheng's long-winded talk. So far, I have only accepted 2 disciples. The last one was 30 years ago. Oh, in terms of seniority, you should call him senior brother. But in terms of aptitude, you are not even a hair on his head. Your senior brother is also filial. After marrying a wife and having children, he still listens to me. Her ears were full of senior brother this and senior brother that. As Yushu listened, her head became a little dizzy. Her stomach began to heat up. Her eyelids gradually became heavy and drooped uncontrollably. Qingzheng suddenly stopped talking. He looked down at the little disciple lying on his knees. His eyes softened. Finally, he sighed softly and said in a low voice, My dear disciple, go to the Kong family's barter shop on my behalf tomorrow and buy 2 red ropes. Oh. Yushu answered vaguely. She did not know if she would still remember this sentence when she woke up tomorrow. Qingzheng raised his hand and hesitantly placed it on top of her head. He touched her soft hair and gently rubbed it. He raised his head and looked at the flickering stars in the sky. In his eyes, which had experienced the vicissitudes of life, was an open-minded understanding of the world. Chapter 504. Yinhua Ez, who was famous in the capital 20 years ago, was Yushu's senior fellow apprentice. This knowledge was so shocking that it took Shui Rui a while to accept it. Yushu was not as calm as him. They were silent for a while, and Shui Rui asked first, "How can you be sure that it is him? Your master has never mentioned your senior fellow apprentice's name. Did you make a mistake?" Yushu asked. "Do you know why I left my hometown and took Xiaoxiu from Jiangnan to the capital? To get rid of the Ji family and to stand out? At that time, the Ji family was very powerful in Yiyang. In order to redress Zhao Hui's grievances, Yushu went to court and exposed that the Ji family used fake life slips in the Dai exchange house to murder others. Therefore, she completely offended the Ji family. As an insider, Shui Rui knew that Yushu left Yang City after that and came to Anling to seek a way out. Not necessarily. Another reason why I came to the capital was that I was entrusted by my master. I suspect that Yinhua also came to the capital for the imperial examination. Because of this entrustment, he deliberately approached Princess Luyue. Shui Rui's expression turned serious, and he sat up straight before he asked, "What's the request?" Ever since Yushu came to this dynasty, there were two things that she had hidden the most, and they were things that she planned to let rot in her stomach. The first was that she had reincarnated in another person's body, and the second was Daoist Qingzheng's request that day. She once swore in front of Qingzheng that she would help him find the Book of Fantasy Goddesses and destroy it in her lifetime, and she would not learn the skills in that book. Qingzheng had told her that the book was in the hands of the Great Advisor. She only knew who the Great Advisor of the Celestial Commissioner was after she stayed in Anling City. He was one of the most important ministers under the Emperor's command. He was a big shot that she couldn't even reach. If she wanted to obtain the Mystic Maiden's 6 Ren's book from his hands, without absolute certainty, Yushu did not dare to act rashly. Now that she understood the secrets of Yinhua Yi's son in the past, Yushu felt as if she could see how she would walk down his old path. She could not help but be vigilant, and she became even more determined in her thoughts. He couldn't let anyone know about Qingzheng's request. Even Shui Rui couldn't do it because she couldn't trust him completely, unless... "Big brother, I will only tell you this secret if you swear not to reveal it to a third person." Being stared at by Yushu without blinking, Shui Rui's mood was a little strange. He could feel the distrust that she was revealing at this moment. Normally, he should feel unhappy, but in fact he felt a little happy, because she was planning to share her secret with him, and he was the first person she had ever told about it. Even though she said that she didn't trust him, it was clear that she trusted him. The girl that he loved most of the time was so cunning that it made people's teeth itch, but sometimes she was simple and straightforward, making people love her. I, Shui Qingbi, swear here today, with my life as a guarantee, if I mention the secret of Yushu to anyone else, I will die a horrible death and become a dog in the 6 realms of reincarnation. It was a true oath. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yushu's tense face and suddenly smiled. He reached out his hand and gently pinched her cheek, saying, "Can you say it now?" Yushu looked at him deeply and slowly said, "Master wants me to find the Mystic Maiden's 6 Ren's book and destroy it." Shui Rui was shocked speechless for a moment. He didn't know much about the Mystic Maiden's 6 Ren's book, but he also heard from Yushu that it was from this book that the Great in Calamity was mentioned. One could imagine how many secrets related to national affairs were hidden in this book, and it could easily take people's lives. Yushu wanted to destroy this book. Just this act alone was tantamount to a traitor. Now Shui Rui knew why Yushu solemnly asked him to swear. If he dared to reveal such a purpose, he would be dead. So I think that Yinhua was also commissioned to destroy the Mystic Maiden's 6 Ren's book, like me, but he was seen through in the end, so he died here. In addition to his age, And you told me that he already had a wife in his hometown. All these circumstances made me think that he was the big brother that my master mentioned. Yu Shu told Shui Rui everything about her conjecture, and she wasn't vigilant at all. It's very possible, Shui Rui said hesitantly. But based on these few things, I can't be very sure that it's him. Did your master mention any other characteristics of your senior brother? Yu Shu shook her head. No, my master never told me much about him. He only revealed a few words after drinking, and I remembered it. Although there was no conclusive evidence, Yu Shu's intuition told her that Yin Hua was Qing Zheng's big disciple. It couldn't be wrong. If he is really your senior brother, why don't you use your strange skill of predicting the fate of people to trace back and see if he died because of the Mystic Maiden's 6 Ren's book? Shui Rui suggested. Yu Shu frowned and said, Big brother, you don't know. My rule of the time of calamity can indeed predict the cause of death, but there are 3 conditions that cannot be omitted. First, I must know the person's birthday. Second, I must know the time of death. Third, there must be a similar disaster as a primer. The first 2 conditions are easy to satisfy, but the last one is difficult. If he really died because of that book, it would be unprecedented. I can't predict it. Shui Rui sighed regretfully. He felt that it was normal that Yu Shu couldn't predict it. If she could really know all the deaths in the world, she would be a living Yama king. Then what do you plan to do? Do you really want to follow your master's instructions and destroy that book? Shui Rui asked tentatively. There was a little confusion and hesitation on Yu Shu's face, but it soon disappeared. She said calmly. It's still too early to say anything. It's not too late to make a decision after I figure out what is hidden in the Mystic Maiden's 6 Ren's book. She did promise Qing Zheng to help him destroy that book, but before everything else, she had to live according to her own wishes. Shui Rui didn't say anything. He just looked at her resolute expression with an inexplicable look in his eyes. After the meal, Yu Shu took the 10th princess's horoscope and went upstairs alone. Shui Rui didn't go up to disturb her. He set up an incense table downstairs, boiled water and brewed tea, and waited quietly for the result. Upstairs, Yu Shu washed her hands and burned the incense. In order to be accurate, she used the dragon's saliva and even changed it into a soothing white crystal bracelet. Only Xiaoqing, a maid, was left in the room. She listed the deceased's birthday on the paper and compared it to the time of death. She traced it back to 3 years ago, the 11th year of Xiaoqing, the year of the Gingqian. The 10th princess's accident happened on the 13th day of the 1st month, and she died in the early morning of the 14th. An hour later, Yu Shu had finished calculating the disaster that had occurred during those 2 days. She put down her brush, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She opened the Book of Life and Death in disbelief and searched it. After several similar cases, she finally confirmed that it was the truth. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. The 10th princess actually died like this? She still couldn't believe it, so she simply laid out the paper again and calculated the days before the 10th princess's death day by day, in order to find the truth. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. It wasn't until Xiaoqing added a lamp under the window and the fragrance in the room was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes, that Yu Shu looked up from the table with red eyes. There was a thick stack of toilet paper in her hand, and the ink was drying. Her face was indescribably conflicted. She had thought about the 10th princess's death in the past few days, but she never expected it to end like this. How could she talk to Shui Rui? When Shui Rui found out that the truth that caused him to carry the guilt for 3 years was actually like this, how would he face it? Yu Shu sat quietly for a long time, looking at the densely packed numbers and symbols on the paper. She felt an indescribable anger towards the 10th princess, who had died before she even met her. Whoosh! Yu Shu grabbed a stack of paper on the table, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the empty basin beside her feet. She only grabbed the last piece in her hand and said coldly to Xiaoqing, "Take it to the back and burn it." Shui Rui had boiled a few pots of spring water in the afternoon. Seeing that the sky was dark and Yu Shu hadn't come down yet, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He was about to go upstairs to take a look when he saw the door in front of him open, and Yu Shu walked in. Shuirue immediately stood up, and there was a trace of urgency in his voice that he didn't notice. How is it? Have you calculated it? I've calculated it. Yushu's expression was indifferent. She walked over and sat down on the chair opposite him. She picked up the Yixing clay teapot on the tea table and drank a few mouthfuls of warm water, without using a cup. Seeing this, Shuirue also sat back down and stared at her with his black eyes. Although he didn't urge her to speak, his expression clearly showed that he was anxious to know the answer. Yushu drank the tea and felt a bitterness in her mouth. She poured half the pot of tea into her mouth in one go, and put down the teapot with a bang. The 10th princess wasn't pushed down by anyone. She jumped down from the sea view tower by herself. Shuirue blinked a few times, as if he didn't understand. Yushu felt uncomfortable seeing this, so she had to steel her heart and explain clearly. The 10th princess was courting death. She jumped down from the building and fell into the lake. She didn't fall to her death, but she died of a winter cold. I've calculated it 3 times, and there's no mistake. It wasn't Jinxuan who pushed her down, and no one pushed her. At this point, it was impossible for Shuirue to be unable to understand, and his handsome face gradually froze. Why? She didn't know if he was asking Yushu or himself. Why did the 10th princess commit suicide by jumping off a building on the day of the appointed marriage? And why did she frame the innocent Jinxuan? She didn't tell the truth even before she died. Why? Yushu shouldn't have known the answer, but she had calculated another bad account, and found out an embarrassing truth. Not long before the 10th princess's accident, she had a love affair. It was a man born in the year of Shinyo, and he looked like a chicken. It wasn't you, big brother. Shuirue was born in the year of Rinshu, and his name was Xiaogo. Not only that, 2 days before her accident, she committed a vile act. This vile act was also a man named Xiaogo. Love affair and committing a vile act were 2 disasters that could easily lead to death. Big brother, you don't have to feel guilty. The 10th princess was not framed because of you. Otherwise, I have calculated that the fatal love affair should be on you. It can be seen that you were originally a good match for her, but she had distracting thoughts and went astray. Yushu didn't want to make it too embarrassing, in case Shuirue found it hard to accept the truth. But in fact, she had also pondered over the whole matter several times before she finally pieced together the truth with the highest probability of being the truth. The 10th princess should have had an affair with a man named Xiaogo for a long time, and was unwilling to marry Shuirue. However, she didn't dare to openly defy the emperor's will, so she made such a bad plan. She took Shuirue's sister, Jinxuan, to the deserted Seaview Tower alone, and then jumped down from it, creating the illusion that Jinxuan was the murderer. The 10th princess probably didn't expect that she would really die. She might have thought that there was a lake downstairs, and falling down was just falling into the water. Someone would definitely save her in time. At most, she would get seriously ill, and then she could accuse Jinxuan of hurting her and escape from the marriage. Who would have thought that she had overestimated her own physique? After a night of catching a cold, she actually passed away. Therefore, the bitter fruit that Shuirue and his sister had tasted so far was that they had to bear all the blame for a woman's selfishness. Chapter 505. The room was quiet, and only the intermittent dripping sound of the tea could be heard. Shuirue did not know how long it took for him to return to his senses. It was as if he had woken up from a long nightmare, and his back was covered with a layer of sweat. Big brother. Yushu couldn't help but call out to him in a low voice. She didn't know when she had sat down beside him, but she held his cold hands. Shuirue turned his head and faced Yushu. He revealed a complicated smile, cold and indescribable bitterness. No one knew how he survived the days after the death of the 10th princess. Every day and night, he was immersed in the torment of remorse. He felt guilty to his mother, to his 3rd sister, and he was ashamed to face his grandfather. However, the person who made him feel the most guilty was the unparalleled beauty that he insisted on marrying. He had always thought that the most innocent victim in the whole matter was the 10th princess. For 3 years, he had never forgotten to find the murderer who killed her and avenge her. However, regarding this murderer, he had suspected the imperial concubines in the palace, suspected Lu Hao, and even suspected that Jin Sun had made a mistake. However, he had never thought that it would be a trap that she had set up herself. It was ridiculous that the person he had been hating and regretting all these years was the same person. Yushu looked at Shui Rui's expression and felt upset. She wanted to comfort him, but she couldn't help but say coldly, "The 10th princess really had no intention of marrying you. Even if she leaked some information to you, I believe that you wouldn't force her." At that time, the marriage had not been arranged, and everything could be salvaged. However, she chose such a method of harming the enemy and herself, harming others and herself. How old was Jin Sun at that time? She was still a child, yet she could bear to frame her. I really don't know whether to say that she was ruthless or stupid. Why are you sad for such a person? Hearing this, Shui Rui smiled bitterly, sighed softly, and said in a low voice, "Everything happened because of me. She is just a pitiful person." Yushu hated a person from head to toe. When she heard that Shui Rui wanted to take the blame and absolve the 10th princess, she couldn't help but be angry. This made her even more determined to uproot the thorn that was the 10th princess from Shui Rui's heart. Thus, she pushed his hand away and said confidently, "What's there to be pitiful about? She's a dignified princess. She's lived a life of luxury, but she doesn't know how to be a princess. She secretly has an affair with a man. If she really has guts, why doesn't she openly mention it to the emperor and empress, and ask them to be the matchmaker? I don't believe that anyone will force her to die. There must be something shameful about that Xiaoji man, so he wants her to hide her head and show her tail. It's lucky that you're here. If she's given to someone else, she'll still plot against you. Instead of feeling pity for her, it's better to pity yourself." The more Yushu spoke, the angrier she became. She knew that it was meaningless to argue with a dead person, but when she thought that Shui Rui was thinking about such a poisonous and stupid thing, she couldn't help but feel angry. "Let me ask you the truth. If you knew that the 10th princess had someone else in her heart, and was not willing to marry you, would you still stubbornly ask the emperor to arrange the marriage and force her?" Shui Rui was stunned when Yushu bellowed at him, and the coldness in his entire body actually disappeared in the blink of an eye. As he looked at her face that was slightly flushed from anger, he was suddenly enlightened in his heart, and he suddenly wanted to laugh. When he was young, he didn't know the world. He once thought that a beauty with unparalleled talent was the best person in the world. Now his eyes were like a torch, and he could see clearly that a beauty was not famous for her talent, but someone who understood her heart. It was hard to find one in 10,000. "I won't." Shui Rui shook his head and answered with certainty. At the same time, he took Yushu's hand back and held it in his palm. His eyes warmly looked at her, his gaze fixed. "You know this the best. When he liked Yushu, she was in love with someone else. He could use his heart to find her. He could wait for her to change her mind, but he would not force her to do something she was not willing to do." Yushu couldn't stand his gentle gaze. Thinking back to the twists and turns they went through to get together, the fire in her heart disappeared. She gave a light snort and pulled his hand that had warmed up. She lowered her head and bit down on his hand, not holding back. The teeth on his hand were sharp. Shui Rui had a smile on his lips, his brows not furrowed. His eyes were no longer dim and had brightened. Yushu let go and looked at the red mark on his hand with satisfaction. She raised her eyebrows and said to him, "Don't think about the past. Don't think about the past. I don't like you thinking about someone else. From now on, if you dare to think about her again, I'll bite you once." Since the 10th princess had caused her own death, then there was no need for Shui Rui to seek revenge from that so-called murderer, and this knot in his heart would be easily resolved. Hearing her autocratic request, Shui Rui's eyes sparkled. He held her hand in front of him, kissed her round fingertips and said, "She and I finally don't owe each other anything. There's no need to seek revenge for her. Don't worry, even if I think about her again, I won't feel sorry for her. Now I only have you in my heart." But Yushu was still proud of the first half of his words. Suddenly, he changed the topic and she curled her lips. "But what?" "I still think that even if the 10th princess was courting death, There must be someone behind the scenes who added fuel to the fire. I must find out who the man named Xiao Ji is. Even if I don't seek revenge for the 10th princess, I also want to seek peace of mind for myself. A cold light flashed across Xuerue's eyes. He had a good temper, but he was not a person to be trifled with. After 3 years, when he returned to the territory of Anling City, he did not only rely on his family background. No one in the capital city knew what he had experienced in the past 3 years. Seeing that his face was flushed again and he was no longer concerned about the death of the 10th princess, Yushu was relieved and said indifferently, "If you want to find out, then go ahead. I also want to see what kind of peerless man can charm the 10th princess so much. He is even worse than you." Xuerue pursed his lips and smiled. He was not angry when he heard her teasing. He was just a young and frivolous delusion towards the 10th princess. There was no mutual love between them. Those obsessions had been awakened as early as when she died, so he could pick them up and let them go. As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than zhuge liang. Yushu and Xuerue, the 2 smart people, got together and learned from each other's strengths. In just a few days, Yushu first discovered the secret of Yinhua Ez, and then untied the knot in Xuerue's heart for 3 years. After they confided in each other, the 2 of them felt that they were even closer than before. Especially Yushu, she'd even told Xuerue about Qing Zheng's request, and unknowingly, she'd become slightly more reliant on him. In this way, she was even more unwilling to resign herself to fate and be the person who broke her life. Speaking of which, ever since she had asked Jing Chun about the Book of Mystery Women's 6 Rens, she had returned to the Taisher library for the past 2 days, and did not look for him again. She was only waiting for him to take the initiative to look for her when he had news. The day at the end of May was a good day to worship. Hifangji asked the servants to clean the front and back courtyards early in the morning. She set up an incense table in the courtyard, served pork head, mutton and 4 fruit plates. Today they were going to formally adopt Yu Xiaoxiu as their son. In addition to Pei Jing and his wife, they also invited 2 of Hifangji's good friends in the capital city to be guests. When the auspicious hour arrived, Yu Xiaoxiu knelt to the sky and kowtowed 3 times to acknowledge his parents and old Madame He as his grandmother. At the same time, he also had Pei Jing and Madame Qin as his uncles. Yushu accompanied Yu Xiaoxiu by holding the tea tray. After he toasted the elders and finished the ceremony, she shouted towards the door of the courtyard, "Put the 1000-year red wine on, it must be loud." She pushed Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and returned to Hifangji and Zhaohui. She held a cup of tea in each hand, knelt down, raised it above her head, and said, "Xiaoxiu and I were born alone. Our father died early and our mother remarried. We depended on each other until now. There were times when we didn't have enough food and clothing, and also times when we lived under someone else's roof. My brother was more sensible than me since he was young. At a young age he had to wash and clean. He couldn't even wear new clothes all year round. He was used to living a hard life and didn't get much love from the elders. Fortunately, the heavens had eyes and he met godparents. Finally, there were a few people in this world who loved him. As the eldest sister, I didn't take good care of my brother in the past and let him suffer. It's my fault. Father and mother, please teach Xiaoxiu well in the future. If he doesn't listen, you can beat or scold him. But please love him more than you love me. My brother and I will definitely be filial." These heartfelt words made Zhao Hui's eyes brim with tears. Hifangji's eyes also reddened as she recalled the scene when she first met these 2 children. The spectators on both sides of the hall were all moved. Yu Xiaoxiu knelt beside Yushu, biting his lip. With one hand he tugged at the corner of Yushu's clothes. His stubborn little face was covered in tears. "Good child, get up quickly. Why are you telling the child to kneel?" Old Madam He wiped her tears and urged her son and daughter-in-law to pull him up. The scene was chaotic. The women were all wiping their tears. Zhao Hui hugged Yu Xiaoxiu with one hand, and Yushu with the other. Qin Shi hugged He Xiaochuan, and also choked with sobs. An hour later, the banquet was set up. He Fangji was in the dining room entertaining the guests. Yushu brought Yu Xiaoxiu back to the room to wash up. In the room, Yushu took over Yin Dou's position. She wrung out a towel from the water basin, and gently wiped Yu Xiaoxiu's face as she said to him, Let's forget about it today. In the future, you're not allowed to cry so casually. A man doesn't cry. And I won't cry anymore. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded obediently and raised his neck to look at Yu Shu, who was half a head taller than him. His eyes drifted a few times, and suddenly he became determined. There was a glimmer of dazzling courage on his young face. He gathered his spirit and told her in a nasal voice. Chapter 506. The He family's medical skills had been passed down from generation to generation, but it had declined to its peak in He Fengji's generation. 60 years ago, there was a genius among He Fengji's ancestors. This person adapted the He family's ancestral set of acupuncture techniques into a new chapter. His medical skills were superb, and he saved people's lives. It was said that when he moved 9 needles, he could bring the dead back to life. Therefore, people respectfully called him He Nine Needles, and he was known as a miracle-working doctor. Yu Shu only knew that He Fengji's family had a long history, but she didn't know that there was such a miracle-working doctor in the He family. She never thought that one day Yu Xiaoxiu would ask her to give up learning and study medicine. After the initial shock, she quickly calmed down and sent Yin Do to guard outside. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to sit at the head of the bed and asked carefully. Then she learned a lot. Did Godfather tell you this? Yes. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded and looked at Yu Shu cautiously. He also said that if I like medical skills, he would teach me his family's acupuncture techniques after I can identify hundreds of medicinal herbs. Sister, can I learn it? Yu Shu had seen Yu Xiaoxiu go to the medical center every day after class. She thought he liked to go to He Fengji, but now it seemed that he was going for those medicinal herbs. She looked at Yu Xiaoxiu's yearning and pleading eyes and twitched the corner of her mouth. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had planned from the beginning that when she completed the law of time of calamity, she would pass it on to her brother and pave a shortcut for him to take. But now her plan was messed up. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't want to learn anymore. Sister, I've been wanting to tell you for a long time. The teachers in the academy teach easy lessons, but I'm so bored listening to them. I can't do my homework well. I don't think those blessings and misfortunes are as useful as a prescription from my godfather. Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head. Seeing that Yu Shu wasn't angry, he felt reassured and continued. Sister, you don't know. Godfather said that I am very talented. If I study medicine, I will definitely have a better future. Yu Shu had a headache. He Fengji was trying to steal her man right under her nose. Sister? Alright, if you don't like to learn, I won't force you. However, I'll have to ask my godfather about the matter of learning medicine. Although Yu Shu was depressed, she did not struggle with it. She arranged a good path for Yu Xiaoxiu so that he could live freely in the future. Not to let him live according to her wishes. He knew this child well. For him to confess to her now, it was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He must have thought about it for a long time. She wouldn't stop him if he wanted medical skills, but she still had to worry about him. Who asked her to only have such a precious little brother? Sister, you are so nice. Seeing that Yu Shu did not object, Yu Xiaoxiu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, fell to the ground. He did not pay attention for a moment and blurted out. Don't worry and ask my godfather. We have discussed it. As long as you agree, I can learn medicine from him openly from tomorrow onwards. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She resisted the urge to pull his ears and only scolded in her heart. Brat, you are so bold. How dare you play tricks on me? That afternoon, after the guests left, Yu Shu found He Fengji. They closed the door and talked in the small study. Yu Xiaoxiu waited outside the door, scratching his ears and cheeks. After an hour, when he heard that he was asked to come in, he couldn't wait to push the door open and enter. In the room, Yu Shu was expressionless, while He Fengji was smiling. Looking at the situation, Yu Xiaoxiu also knew that the matter had been resolved, and he was immediately delighted. Sure enough, Yu Shu turned to look at him and said with a straight face, Since you want to learn medicine from me, you can't give up halfway. Learning medicine is not as easy as learning If one day you can't bear the hardship, just tell me that you regret it. I can still teach you But don't think about medical skills in this life. Do you remember? She made it clear and gave Yu Xiaoxiu a way out. On the surface, it seemed that she was telling Yu Xiaoxiu not to give up halfway, but in fact, half of the words were said for He Fangji. You abducted my brother to be a doctor, so you have to teach him well. Otherwise, if he regrets it one day, he can still learn Yi from me. He Fangji could hear the hidden meaning in Yu Shu's words. He knew that he was in the wrong, so he was not angry and only smiled at the side. It was because he had taken a fancy to Yu Xiaoxiu's talent, so he had been hiding it from Yu Shu, the one who could make the decision. Your sister is right. Since you want to learn, you have to learn well. You are my son now, so I will definitely not hide anything. I will definitely teach you with all my heart. He Fangji actually had his own selfish motives. He had a son in his late 40s, and He Xiaochuan was still young. In the future, when he grew up, he and Zhao Hui would also be old. Whether or not they could inherit his legacy was a problem. He would first pass on his family's knowledge to Yu Xiaoxiu. In the future, with such an elder brother, it would only be beneficial to He Xiaochuan. Yu Xiaoxiu did not notice the thoughts of the two people in front of him at all. His eyes lit up as he promised, Godfather and sister, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to learn well. I won't let you down. The next day, the first day of June, there were no classes in the Taisher library. Yu Shu went out in the morning and went to the fan shop in the south of the city to find Xian Lishan to look at her fan. The mahogany root fan was not finished, and Xian Lishan refused to let her see the half-finished product. Instead, he pulled Yu Shu to show off a kite he had made a while ago. My kite is amazing. Do you see the red wheel on it? As long as I fly it high in the sky during the day, stay for a quarter of an hour, and pull it down, I can tell if there will be rain in a few days from the length of the scale on this end. How about it? Isn't it amazing? Yu Shu looked at the strange-looking white kite in his hand that was half the height of a person. She did not know whether it was good or bad, so she said perfunctorily, Yes, amazing. Xian Lishan winked at her and sent the kite forward. Here, do you want it? I'll exchange it with you for the crystal beads. I'll take 2. The corner of Yu Shu's mouth twitched. She rolled her eyes and said, No. She had the law of rain. She could know the weather by moving her pen. There was no need to waste time flying his kite. What was the use of it? Then I'll take 1. Don't say 1. I don't even have 1. Yu Shu spread out her hands at him and took 2 steps back to stay away from him. She did not want to damage his strange zither later. This profiteer could not guarantee that he would not blackmail her. Stingy. Xian Lishan muttered angrily. In the blink of an eye, he put on a smiling face and negotiated with Yu Shu. I know that your crystal beads are grown in a feng shui pool. Do you dare to put my baby in your pool and raise it for me for a while? She kept him in suspense and said directly, I can help you raise it, but what benefits will you give me? Xian Lishan sneered and said, If you help me raise that baby, it will be a great benefit. If you don't want to, forget it. Why should I beg you? Yu Shu knew that he was playing hard to get, but she could not help but be curious. She went forward and asked, Oh, what kind of baby is it? It's so delicate. Let me see it. Xian Lishan was probably pleased by Yu Shu's reaction. He smiled proudly and his eyes flickered. He covered his mouth with one hand and said to her in a low voice. Chapter 507. In the afternoon, she temporarily separated from Shui Rui. Yu Shu fished out the whole set of crystals from the foam pond one by one. She wiped them clean with a cotton cloth, put them in a mahogany box, and took them home. Pei Jing had been waiting for her at Zhao Hui's house with clothes, shoes, and socks that had been made in a hurry, as well as carefully selected rouge girls. Seeing that she came back at this time, he couldn't help urging her. Why are you still running around today? What time is it? Go back to your room to take a bath and freshen up, or I'll go out to look for you. Did you bring the things back? Pei Jing counted on Yu Shu to be a good living signboard, so that the crystals she had raised could be sold at a sky-high price. So compared with Yu Shu, he paid more attention to tonight's hibiscus gentleman's banquet. I brought them back. Yu Shu handed the heavy mahogany box to him. The longer the crystal was soaked in the foam pond, the brighter it became. Generally, it would take 7 days to finish the work, but the set in her hand had been raised in the foam pond for half a month. Pei Jing carefully took the box, put it on the table by the window, rubbed his fingers and slowly opened the box. In an instant he was dazzled. All kinds of crystals were piled up together, pink, yellow, purple and white, full of watery light. Even though Pei Jing had seen it once 2 days ago, he couldn't help but click his tongue at this time. His mind was shaken, and he held his breath. Pa. He closed the box again, still feeling a little dizzy. Originally, he was 80% confident, but now it became 10%. Okay, go in and get ready. This is Song Nyangzi, who is in charge of dressing and combing hair, and this is Huan Nyangzi, who is in charge of making perfume and rouge. They are all people I borrowed from the Hengwu restaurant in the north of the city. Pei Jing introduced them to Yushu, and then reminded the 2 ladies in the suitcases, take care of them. Ladies, please tidy up my niece. The clothes and jewelry are all ready-made. As for the makeup and face, make sure they match this set of jewelry. The 2 ladies had already sized up Yushu. They smiled at Pei Jing and said, Boss Pei, don't worry. This lady looks clean and elegant. She's the easiest to take care of. She also has such fine clothes and jewelry. We'll take care of her properly. Just wait. When we come out later, we'll give you a beautiful lady. Hearing this, Yushu curled her lips, thinking to herself, beauty? Beauty? Actually, it was just a mobile counter, specially made for hanging crystals. The curtain of night had just fallen, and the main street in front of the Dingbua Hall in the northern part of the city was already bustling with people and carriages. At the annual Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet, other than the young ladies who were yet to be betrothed and the young talents who were yet to be married, there were also many high-ranking officials and nobles in the capital who came to join in the fun and watch the excitement. The annual Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet was held. Other than the unmarried ladies and unmarried young talents, there were also many officials and nobles in the capital who came to join in the fun and watch. At the end of the street, a green palanquin, accompanied by a man and a horse, was approaching. The man on the horse was turning his head to talk to the man in the palanquin. It was not my turn to come tonight, but my mother got a favor card from Princess Xiang and sent me here. If it weren't for the fact that I was still drinking with the men in the camp at this moment, I would have come. Originally, it was not my turn to come tonight, but my mother forcefully asked for a favor from Imperial Consort Xiang and sent me here. If it wasn't for the fact that I was still drinking with the men in the barracks. Feng Xiaomiao was 3 to 5 years younger than Shui Rui, and had not passed the age where he liked to play around. It was not that he did not arrange for someone to accompany him in bed, but women were not as attractive to him as good wine and brothers. Shui Rui did not agree with his words and reprimanded him instead. You are not young anymore and should be sensible. Don't always let General Foreign worry for you. I heard that you fought with someone in the army 2 days ago, and General Feng came to apologize for you. I see that you are alive and kicking today. Could it be that you managed to get help from Old Foreign so that you did not get beaten up by your father? Feng Xiaomiao smiled embarrassedly and said guiltily, if it wasn't that boy asking for a beating. He is just a concubine son of the second branch of the Yin family, and he dared to strut around in the barracks and bully people as he pleased. He even pretended to be a big-tailed eagle in front of me. It was already a light punishment that I did not beat him until his teeth fell all over the floor. It was only a few drops of blood from his nose, and he was crying for his parents. He was afraid that Shui Rui would say that he was not a concubine again if he continued to ask, so he quickly changed the topic. Brother Rui, didn't the Lotus Branch also receive the banquet invitation? Why didn't I see her? Didn't she come with you? Feng Xiaomiao ran into Yushu and Shui Rui hugging each other in the restaurant that day, and guessed that the relationship between them was unusual. So he was a little puzzled that he did not see Yushu. Shui Rui was sensitive, and found out the meaning of Feng Xiaomiao's words. Thinking of Yushu's current situation, he said without thinking, tonight is the Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet. If she goes with me, won't it attract criticism? Feng Xiaomiao was stunned and wanted to say something. But he heard a whistling sound behind him. In the blink of an eye, 2 horses leaped past him, which startled the horse under him. But he heard a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, 11th Prince, you have to admit defeat. The snow-treading horse under you is now mine. Then there was an exasperated voice. Jouer! How dare you play tricks with me? Shui Rui's gaze flickered when he heard this voice, and he lifted the curtain of the palanquin with one hand, causing him to see that there were two horses that stood in opposition under the lanterns a few meters ahead of him. The 11th prince, Lu Yi, was flying into a rage out of humiliation as he raised his horsewhip and pointed it at the young man on the crimson-red horse before him. In an instant, everyone on the street turned around to look at him. The man on the red horse was in his 20s. He wore a green robe and had long arms and legs. His black hair was tied up and his forehead was full. He had thick eyebrows and long eyes. He sat high on the horse's back and glanced sideways. He held the reins with one arm and looked free and easy. Shui Rui recognized him at a glance. He was one of the 3 people he suspected had something to do with the 10th princess's suicide. He was the second young master of the Zhu family in the capital, Zhu Qingjue. Zhu Qingjue seemed to sense the gaze from afar. He turned around and met Shui Rui's probing eyes. For eyes met, and 2 pairs of sword-like eyebrows were raised. Under the night lights, it was like swords clashing and sparks flew. Shui Rui gently nodded and let down the curtain. Zhu Qingjue's lips curled up and he dismounted. He threw the reins to a servant and said to Lu Yi, 11th prince, lower your voice. I can see that you have a deficiency of qi and blood, and the deficiency of your kidneys and spleen. It should be caused by indulging in sensual pleasures. If you don't want to leave behind a hidden illness, I will give you a prescription. Come and find me after the banquet today. He did not care about Lu Yi's expression, and walked into the Dingbua hall with his hands behind his back. Feng Zhaomiao saw this scene and clicked her tongue. She bent down and said to Shui Rui, Brother Rui, do you see? In the entire capital, in terms of arrogance, second young master Zhu is probably number 1. Even the 11th prince is slightly inferior. Chapter 508. Xian Lishan hid the relic of Yinhua Ez. Yushu didn't care if he was telling the truth or not. She had to see it. So she went along with his tone and said, I'm not a talkative person. Why don't you take it out and let me see? Xian Lishan raised his eyebrows. He didn't rush to show off. Instead, he walked around the counter and closed the door of the shop. He bolted the door and returned to Yushu. He stretched his hand to the back of his neck and pulled out a thin rope from his collar. There was a touch of green on it. He took off his neck and spread it out in his palm. He handed it to Yushu for her to see. Here. Yushu moved closer to take a look. She saw a coin-sized jade ball in his hand. It was hollowed out and glowed. It didn't seem to be an ordinary item. What was even more strange was that there seemed to be something wrapped inside. It was dark. She couldn't tell what it was at first glance. What is this? She asked in confusion. You don't know, right? This treasure is called Zhugetong. Zhugetong? She couldn't deduce anything from the words. Yushu raised her head suspiciously. Then tell me, what's the use of this thing? It's very useful. Do you want to know? Xian Lishan's eyes shone with excitement. Yushu nodded and cooperated with him with an expectant look. I want to know. Xian Lishan grinned. I'm not telling you. What are you staring at? How can I tell you such an important thing so easily? What if you covet my treasure? Why are you curling your lips? Am I not right? You don't know how to use it. Even if you take it, it's a pile of trash. I don't need to worry about your greed. Alas, how about this? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. You take it back and put it in your feng shui pond. Let me raise it for 49 days. When I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you how it works. How about that? Yushu secretly despised Xian Lishan. Xian Lishan obviously had a favor to ask of her, but he was still putting on an act. She did not want to agree to it casually, but this was related to Yinhua, and she felt that this Zhugetong was very useful. So, after hesitating for a moment, she still nodded and agreed. All right, it's settled then. I'll help you take care of it, and you have to tell me what this thing is used for. After saying that, she reached out to grab the emerald ball in his hand, but Xian Lishan dodged it with a wave of his hand. He glared at her and said discontentedly, Are your hands clean? What if you break it? Wait, I'll find a box to put it in first. Bah, how could she be so delicate? Yushu criticized him in her heart. She looked at him coldly and bent down to search in the counter for a while. He took out a round box and carefully put the emerald ball in it before handing it to her. Xian Lishan warned her worriedly. Handle it with care, understand? Don't you dare to break it. If there's even the slightest mistake, I'll fight you to the death. Got it, Yushu answered perfunctorily. She put the box into her bosom and thought that she would take it out and study it carefully when she went back. Yushu left the fan shop and returned to Wangji Tower with Xian Lishan's treasure. As soon as she closed the door, she couldn't wait to take the thing out and take a closer look at it. After looking at it carefully, she finally managed to see clearly what was hidden in the hollow emerald ball. It was a small, black bead, like a pupil, embedded in the emerald eyeball. Yushu looked at the black bead of unknown material. She didn't know why, but she felt it was familiar at first, as if she had seen it somewhere before. She thought about it for a long time, and her spirit suddenly jolted. She hurriedly put down the emerald ball and reached out her left hand. On her index finger, there was an inconspicuous silver ring. If one didn't look closely, no one would be able to tell that there was something mysterious about the ring. Yushu twisted her finger twice and took off the silver ring. Below it, there was a jet black ring on the end of her finger. It was a gift from Qingzheng before he left. She didn't know what to do with it, but she was careful to cover it up in case she met someone who knew it. Yushu picked up the emerald ball again and raised it to the window. She squinted at the black bead hidden in it, and compared it with the black ring on her hand. The more she looked at it, the more similar it seemed to be made of the same material. This discovery made Yushu's heart skip a beat. Although she was sure that Yinhua and Qingzheng were related, there was no evidence to prove that they were master and disciple. This was great. If Xian Lishan didn't lie to her, and this emerald ball was really Yinhua's relic, then he would be the eldest senior in Qingzheng's words. What made Yushu even more excited was the use of this treasure called Zhuge Ai. Looking at Xian Lishan's mysterious look, it could be imagined that he had benefited a lot from this emerald ball. Unlike her, she just remembered to wear the black ring given by Qingzheng some time ago, and she was confused and didn't know what it was good for. Now that she thought about it, what Qingzheng took out would not be a simple ornament. The black bead in this emerald ball and the black ring on her hand must be treasures. Yushu wanted to turn around and find Xian Lishan to ask him about it, but she knew that Xian Laowu was a profiteer who wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. How could he easily explain it to her? So she suppressed her impulse and curiosity, put on the silver ring again, turned around and took the emerald ball to the balcony on the 3rd floor, and placed it in the Fengqi pond. After 49 days, she would find Xian Lishan and find out the truth. Yushu had a new discovery. In the morning, she came to Wangji Tower, but she didn't go home. She stayed upstairs to deduce her rule of the time of calamity, waiting for Shui Rui to come back and discuss it with him. As she waited, it was dark again. Yushu heard the maid talking and knew that Shui Rui had come back from outside. So she packed up her brush and ink, washed her hands, and went downstairs to see him. For the sake of investigating the young man who had an affair with the 10th princess when she was still alive, Shui Rui had been out for an entire day today. He couldn't be said to be tired, but he was absolutely worry-free. When he returned and saw Yushu waiting for him, he felt much more relaxed in his heart, and he felt slightly happy as well. "Were you in the restaurant today?" he asked. "I went to the south of the city." Yushu sat down opposite Shui Rui and talked about Xian Lishan. "Brother, do you know the 5th master who was expelled from the Xian family more than 10 years ago?" Yushu knew that the Shui family and the Xian family were related by marriage, so Shui Rui should have heard about the Xian family. As expected, Shui Rui nodded and said, "You mean Xian Lishan? I know. Why did you mention him?" Yushu omitted the part where she found someone to make a peachwood fan for her. She simply told Shui Rui about how she met Xian Lishan by chance in the south of the city. In the end, she said excitedly, "Big brother would never expect that Xian Lishan has Yinhua's relic in his possession. It's the same thing that my master gave me back then." Shui Rui was surprised for a moment. He saw Yushu take off 2 rings from her fingers and hand a black ring to him. Shuirui had long noticed the silver ring on Yushu's hand. He just thought that she was a simple person and did not like gold and jade. Today he found that there was something hidden under it. He took the black ring and looked at it under the light. He frowned and judged. This thing is neither copper nor iron. It is not jade. What is it? I don't know, Yushu said gloomily. When my master gave it to me, he only told me not to leave my hand. He didn't say what it was for. Not only that, she took off the black ring within a few days after she got it. Fortunately, she did not lose it. She had been hiding it in the corner. It was not until she suffered a few big losses that she remembered to wear it again. So far, she had not found any use for it. While talking, Yushu took Shuirui upstairs and showed him the emerald ball at the bottom of the feng shui pool. She pointed at the black bead hidden in it for him to identify. Chapter 509. While Princess Shiwen and Rui Zizhu were whispering to each other, Miss Ning and Xian Lu retreated and walked off the bridge. Not long after, they saw a group of young men walking over from the stone path of the garden. The man at the front saw Xian Lu and stopped to greet him. Xian Lu, I didn't expect you to be invited this year. Is there no one else in Anling? Isn't the gentleman's lotus banquet supposed to invite beauties who look like hibiscus flowers? You think you're a beauty? Feng Xiaomiao? Xian Lu was surprised for a moment before he reacted and retorted. That's right, is there no one else in Anling? The gentleman's lotus banquet only invites gentlemen. What kind of gentleman are you? Miss Ning recognized Feng Xiaomiao and knew that he was the young master of General Feng's family. She wasn't surprised to see the two bickering. Her gaze fell on the person behind, and her eyes lit up for the second time tonight. She saw that the handsome young man was wearing a green silk robe with a jade belt around his waist. His robe was buttoned with beads and a silk scarf was tied around his head. He held a fan in his hand, and his figure was tall and straight. He had the air of a scholar and was indescribably gentle and refined. This scholarly young man had a handsome face, especially his black eyes that were like stars under his thick black eyebrows. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be filled with love but were fickle. Looking at him made people fall in love with him and fear him. Who knew how many infatuated girls had fallen in love with him? Miss Ning only glanced up and down before hurriedly withdrawing her gaze. In her heart, she was already certain that this young scholar with a pair of peach blossom eyes was one of the three people she had wanted to see earlier. She had seen Taoist Jing Chun before, and he did not seem to be as arrogant as the rumors said. He must be the eldest son of the Xue family, Xue Qingbai, the junior minister of the Supreme Court who had solved many major cases. As expected, after arguing with Feng Xiaomiao, Xian Lu saw Shuirui and looked for him. Cousin Xue is here too. Can you say something fair? I'm not a beauty, but is Feng Xiaomiao a gentleman? Shuirui was sizing up the surroundings in search of Yushu's figure when he was called over by Xian Lu. He turned around and said to her, "Those who attend the gentleman's hibiscus banquet are not all beauties and gentlemen. I can't say for sure whether Zhao Miao is a gentleman or not, but he's definitely not a vile person." Feng Xiaomiao proudly raised his head. Yes, I am not a gentleman nor a villain." Although Lu was dissatisfied, he couldn't find fault and said, "Lu, he is not a gentleman or a villain." Xian Shuirui smiled and didn't argue. "Lord Xue, are you a gentleman or a vile person?" Everyone turned to see a man walk out from a corner of the flower pond. He wore green clothes and had a blue ribbon tied around his hair. As he walked, his sleeves fluttered in the wind and he wore white boots. Behind him was a crescent moon, illuminating the people in front of him. Seeing this person, Miss Ning's eyes brightened once more. That person had just stopped right before Shuirui. Two men of different appearances, yet similarly outstanding, stood together, and it instantly drew the attention of the young women that wandered in the vicinity. And there were even some people on the bridgehead that looked over. Shuirui was clearly aware that Zhu Qingjue was targeting him. He furrowed his eyebrows. It had to be known that the two of them had always minded their own business, and never provoked each other. Whether I am a gentleman or a villain, how can I judge for myself? In second young Master Zhu's opinion, am I a villain or a gentleman? Shuirui raised an eyebrow, asking Zhu Qingjue in response. Zhu Qingjue bluntly said, "In my opinion, you are not a villain, but you are far from being a gentleman." Hearing this, before Shui Rui could say anything, Feng Zhaomiao was the first to speak. "What do you mean by that? You say my brother Rui is not a gentleman, but are you?" Zhu Qingjue paid no attention to him, and he stared straight at Shui Rui as he said, "Shui Qingbi, do you dare compete with me at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet tonight? If I'm able to seize the gold jade hibiscus, then you have to admit that you're a vile person in public." Shui Rui's eyes widened. "And if I win? Then I will be the villain," Zhu Qingjue said without a care in the world. Shui Rui smiled coldly. He slapped the fan in his hand and said, "I don't need you to be a villain. I just want you to answer a few of my questions." Feng Zhaomiao was scratching his ears and cheeks. Seeing that Shui Rui was about to agree, he saw Zhu Qingjue raise his right hand. 5 strikes is the agreement. Whoever disobeys loses. Shui Rui raised his palm. Pa. 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 The two of them made a bet with 3 palms. The surrounding onlookers were shocked, and for a moment, there were many discussions. Lu Yi stood in the flower house. He was still angry because of Zhu Qingjue's teasing. He said to the person behind him, "I want to see them fight each other. You better perform well and ruin their plan." 11th Prince, don't worry. I know. Xiwen held Rui Ziju's arm as they stood at the bridgehead. When she heard Shui Rui and Zhu Qingjue's conversation from afar, she frowned and turned her head to ask Cui Xian behind her, "Second young master Zhu and cousin Rui, what's going on? Is there anything that I don't know about recently? When did they become enemies?" Cui Xian was also puzzled. "I didn't hear anything." Xiwen thought it was strange. She looked around and didn't see Zhang Shuiyuan. She asked, "Where is Miss Zhang?" Someone pointed angrily towards the shore. Xiwen looked in that direction and saw Zhang Shuiyuan standing in front of the white-robed Jing Chun, saying something with a shy expression. Disdain flashed in Xiwen's eyes. She didn't say anything else and turned to smile at Rui Ziju. "Cousin is over there. Don't you want to go talk to him?" "No need." Rui Ziju shook her head shyly. Xiwen pulled her close and whispered, "What are you afraid of? Sister is so beautiful tonight that even the gods would be moved. Cousin is just a mortal. Come, I'll go see him with you. I'll give you some courage." Rui Ziju was indeed a smart girl. She didn't pale in the slightest when she stood next to the beautiful Xiwen. The earl's mansion was full of gold and silver. A pampered daughter wouldn't lose out to the golden branches and jade leaves. The string of priceless purple jade tassels on Xiwen's neck was very eye-catching. But in fact, it couldn't compare to the origin of the hibiscus water droplet on Rui Ziju's forehead. This was the relic of Empress Ningxian, the founder of the Daoying Kingdom. In the capital city, there were several women who used it. Even the imperial concubines and princesses would be jealous. Rui Ziju reluctantly allowed Xiwen to bring her to Shui Rui, while Cui Xian followed behind them unhurriedly. "Brother Rui, second young master Zhu, I heard you two making a bet from afar. I wonder who will get the 2 gold and jade hibiscus flowers tonight." After the confrontation between Shui Rui and Zhu Qingjue, neither of them left. Seeing Xiwen and Zhu Qingjue, Shui Rui just nodded. Xiwen thought that he was still angry because of the dispute over the death of the 10th princess at Wangjilu last time. She didn't care about his cold attitude. She smiled and went to talk to Zhu Qingjue. "Second young master Zhu only talks about gentlemen. It's boring. Why don't you also evaluate the beauties at tonight's banquet?" Zhu Qingjue crossed his arms and looked back at her. He looked at the 2 beauties in front of him. There was no ripple in his eyes. He smiled and said, "I haven't seen many beauties. I can't tell if they are good or bad." As he said this, he turned to Shui Rui and raised his hand to signal. "I heard that Lord Shui has been a playboy since he was young. You know more about the word beauties than I do. I wonder how many beauties at this banquet caught your eye. I'd like to hear the details." Zhu Qingjue clearly wanted to make things difficult for Shui Rui tonight. How could he casually evaluate beauties? If he was right, he would have a reputation of being a playboy. If he was wrong, he would offend a group of narrow-minded women. The men and women at the banquet didn't know what was going on. When they heard that the eldest young master of the Shui family wanted to evaluate beauties, they couldn't help but come forward. Pairs of beautiful eyes looked at him, waiting to hear what he had to say. Okay, let cousin Rue be the judge. We're all ears. Xuan gently pushed Rue Zizhu and secretly winked at her. Rue Zizhu blushed, but she slowly straightened her back. Shui Rue swept a glance at Zhu Qingjue, who was looking for trouble, and then he unhurriedly opened his ink-folding fan. From near to far he saw that in the brightly lit flower garden, there were numerous beautiful faces in fragrant cosmetics and fresh silk clothes, all of them contending with each other for beauty, and it was a scene of great beauty. 3 years ago, when he was admiring Xiaoai, he was still in the mood to appreciate it. Later on, he was blinded by one of the flowers and suffered the consequences. 3 years later, when he attended the banquet again, he had already found a female confidant. Even if she was beautiful enough to captivate the birds and beasts, or even to obscure the moon and flowers, it had nothing to do with him. At this time, facing the expectant eyes of the crowd, he looked at the bridge in the distance and was lost in thought. When he reached the end of the Permitha bridge, a floating light entered his eyes. His heart suddenly moved, and his lips moved. The so-called beauty uses flowers as her appearance, birds as her voice, and the moon as her spirit. The crowd was so engrossed that no one noticed that there was a dazzling figure on the bridge. She was wearing a long silk dress that was whiter than snow. She was slim and slender, and she was strolling leisurely like a cloud, like a light smoke. Willow as her form, jade as her bones, and snow as her muscles. The person on the bridge had dark clouds hanging down her temples. Her head was full of silver pearls, and her black hair was covered in a net. There was a red dot on her forehead, and her eyebrows were slanted. With autumn water as her form, and poetry as her heart, I am inseparable. It was her dazzling and translucent body that was shining and moving. It was her cold star-like eyes that stood proudly above the crowd. It was not because of her beauty, but because of her unparalleled heart. However, beauty is not the person in the eyes, but the person in the heart. The corner of Shui Rue's mouth curled up into a smile. At this moment, there was only one figure in his eyes. At this time, the crowd also noticed that something was wrong, and they all turned around. With just a glance, their attention was captured by the woman who was walking under the bridge. For a moment, everyone's eyes flashed with amazement, and they were a little dazzled. They mistakenly thought that they had seen Shui Furong Fairy in her human form. It was really that the beauty was covered from head to toe with a layer of moonlight, and it was too unreal. The first to regain his senses was not Shui Rue, but Zhu Qingjue. He squinted his eyes and looked at the woman who was walking slowly under the bridge. He felt that she looked familiar, as if he had met her before, but he could not remember who she was. It was not until she walked closer to the crowd that he suddenly remembered, and he blurted out, "It's you." Yu Shu held a long silk shawl with one hand, and revealed a string of bright pink crystals on her wrist. She even had to straighten her neck, so that the string of pearls on her head would not fall off. Along the way, she was secretly complaining, but she did not forget Pei Jing's repeated warnings. She slowly moved towards the crowd. Chapter 510. You hide this ring well. Don't let anyone see it. Yu Shu put the black ring back on her left index finger, and covered it with the silver ring. She also knew what Shui Rue was worried about. There was something fishy about Yin Hua's death. If someone discovered the relationship between Yu Shu and him, it was very likely that it would bring about a fatal disaster to her. All the Zhugetong in Mount Xianli were Yin Hua's relics. Many people knew about this, so the ring on her hand had become a shameful thing. Apart from you, who else has seen you wearing it? Shui Rue asked worriedly. Yu Shu thought about it and scratched the tip of her nose in embarrassment. She said no one should have noticed. Master didn't tell me what this ring is used for. I took it off in Yang City and never wore it. I only remembered it not long ago. Shui Rue played with the emerald ball in his hand. Xian Li Shan put this thing in your hand without worry. I guess he didn't tell you its use. You're not a person who will suffer losses. Did you make an exchange? Yu Shu glanced at him and didn't hide it from him. Yes, I kept saying that he was afraid that I would be greedy. He refused to tell me the use of this treasure. He only said that he would tell me after I helped him take care of it for 49 days. 49 days. Then let's wait. Shui Rui put the emerald ball into the silver claw fence and put it back into the wind pool. He turned his head and said to Yushu, "If he dares to go back on his word, you can tell me again." Yushu didn't think much about the meaning of Shui Rui's words. She smiled at him. "I don't think he is a person who goes back on his word. It doesn't matter." Shui Rui shrugged non-committally. He put down the fence and pulled her to sit on the couch beside the corridor. He said, "Let's not worry about this first. Recently there are so many troubles. Let's go out and relax. What day is tomorrow? Is it convenient for you to go out? You said earlier that you wanted to go out and play. You didn't manage to go out a few times. You must have forgotten about teaching you how to ride a horse. Seeing that tomorrow's weather is good, there's no need to wait any longer. I'll go back and get someone to pack up. I won't bring anyone else. It's just you, me, Xiaoxiu, and Jinxuan. Let's go out of the forest to hunt Ma Xu and Chuan." Yushu's eyes brightened as she said, "What a coincidence. Tomorrow is a sunny day, so I don't have to go to the library. Will Jinxu and Mimi be able to go? That's fine too. We have fewer people, so it's more convenient." After knowing the story of Shui Rui and the 10th princess, Yushu's most sympathy is not for the woman who died for no reason, but for Sister Shui who suffered greatly. Although Shui Rui didn't say it clearly, she noticed that Shui Jinxuan had become stupid because of the shock. She was a 13-year-old girl, but she behaved like an 8 or 9-year-old child. Her brain seemed to have stopped at the age when the accident happened. It was really pitiful. Shui Rui patted the back of her hand and decided, "That's settled then. You go back early tonight, and I'll pick you up tomorrow." Yushu asked again, "What do I need to bring?" Shui Rui lowered his head and pecked her smooth cheek, and then he said, "Just bring them along." The next day, at dawn, Yushu was woken up by Yu Xiaoxiu's call at the door. She yawned and got up to wash up. After hearing that she had put on her clothes, Yu Xiaoxiu went into the room and kept urging her, "Sister, can you hurry up? Sister, can you hurry up? Brother Shui will be here soon." However, Yushu put on her boots calmly and said, "If he comes, he won't run away if we don't leave. Look at how anxious you are. If you keep urging me, I won't go. I'll go back to bed and continue sleeping." With that, she pretended to kick off her boots and lie back. Yu Xiaoxiu rushed forward to pull her and shouted bitterly, "Sister." Yushu flicked him on the forehead, glanced at the little yellow hair who was sleeping soundly beside her pillow, picked up Kim Bao and stuffed him into Yu Xiaoxiu's arms. "Ha!" Kim Bao, whose sleep was disturbed, screamed. "Go feed it something to eat and polish its fur. We'll take it with us today." Yushu glanced at Kim Bao, who was struggling to jump out of Yu Xiaoxiu's hands. She thought to herself, "Does Shui Jinxuan like small animals?" It was not even 7 in the morning when the siblings sat on Shui Rui's carriage. Yushu's Xiaohong and Shui Rui's Magatama were placed on the carriage at the back of the carriage and were brought to the outskirts of the city. In the carriage, Yushu sat next to Shui Jinxuan. She pointed at Yu Xiaoxiu with a smile and introduced him to her. "This is my younger brother. He's 1 or 2 years younger than you. Just call him Xiaoxiu." Shui Jinxuan was very reserved. He hadn't seen Yushu for a long time, so he was a lot more unfamiliar with her. When he heard her speak, he only looked up quickly at Yu Xiaoxiu, then lowered his head and said, Yu Xiaoxiu, on the other hand, was much more cheerful than her. Under Yushu's gaze, he obediently called out, "Sister Shui." He rummaged around in his sleeves and hesitantly took out Jin Bao, revealing half of his furry head for her to see. "This is Kim Bao. My sister and I raised him." In fact, Yu Xiaoxiu didn't think that bringing Kim Bao out was a good idea at all. He once brought Kim Bao to Baichuan Academy and accidentally scared a few girls to tears. Looking at the timid look of the Shui family's miss, he was really afraid that she would scream and jump up in the next moment. However, who knew that Shui Jinxuan didn't do as he thought? Her eyes fell on his hand and blinked twice. Her eyes were wide open, showing not fear but curiosity. Squeak. Although Kim Bao looked shifty-eyed, he was not afraid of people or light like a mouse. As soon as he showed his head and saw a new face in the car, he didn't jump up and down but squatted on Yu Xiaoxiu's palm. He was fat and crooked his neck, holding his tail with his 2 paws, and looked at Xue Jinxuan with his bright black beady eyes. His little appearance was indescribably pleasing. This time, Xue Jinxuan couldn't move her eyes away. Seeing this, Yushu took Xue Jinxuan's cold little hand and led her to touch Kim Bao. She also told her, "Don't worry. This little thing doesn't bite and eats with us. He just washed last night and is very clean." Xue Jinxuan shrank her shoulders, but she didn't refuse Yushu's action. When her fingers touched the fluffy ball, her heart couldn't help but soften. She looked at Kim Bao with her eyes and liked it even more. Therefore, in a short while, Kim Bao was in Xue Jinxuan's hand. Under the high-pressure threat of Yushu, it didn't dare to move or bite randomly. Its 2 small white whiskers trembled and licked its paws obediently. Sometimes it would snort a few times, so as not to be naughty and get hit on the head by Yushu later. Fortunately, Xue Rui's nerves were strong enough. He didn't frown when he saw Yushu and her brother playing with the mouse for his sister. They talked all the way, and the carriage soon arrived outside the city. There were fewer and fewer pedestrians around. They didn't get off the carriage until they walked into the wide forest and put down the horses. When they came here, they brought 3 horses. Xue Rui was very thoughtful. They didn't know where he got a yellow horse that was about to mature, but it was for Yu Xiaoxiu to use as a ride. The 3 of them changed horses. Xue Jinxuan and Kim Bao stayed in the carriage, and the group continued to walk into the forest. Gue-san and Hataku, who accompanied them, hung bows and arrows, in case they encountered beasts in the forest. Chapter 511. After returning from his outing yesterday, Xue Rui had a good night's sleep. He slept all the way until dawn. He woke up early at Wangji Tower, and went to the Yamen to take attendance. The Supreme Court of Justice was idle at the beginning of the month, so Xue Rui sat for a while with a few of his colleagues before leaving first, and he made a trip to Qianyuan Street. After an hour he returned once more, and there was a report in his hand. Xue Rui entered the study at the back of the hall where he usually rested. He closed the door and sat down by the window. He cut open the seal and shook out a thin piece of paper. After looking at it carefully he frowned. From Yushu's divination, she could only confirm that the man who had an affair with the 10th princess was Xiao Ji. From this clue, there were many young talents in the capital who had the qualifications. However, from the 10th princess's identity, there were only a few men who had the opportunity to enter the palace and get close to her. One was the left deputy commander of the Yulin Royal Guards, the nephew of Empress Xu, the 3rd young master of the Yin family, the first family of Anling Yin Yuanrong. Another was the assistant secretary of the Wenhua Hall, Kong Qi, who passed the imperial examinations at the age of 15. The last person was the medicine judge of the imperial hospital, the 2nd young master of the Zhu family, which was ranked number 1 among the 12 constabularies in the capital, Zhu Qingjue. He was also the only son of the current head teacher. These 3 people, like him, were the best of the younger generation in Anling City. In terms of character, Xue Rui felt that Yin San was the most suspicious. Yin Yuanrong was famous for being a playboy. In the brothel at the foot of the capital, there were some famous beauties who had hooked up with Yin San. It was not surprising that such a playboy would do something like seducing the princess. However, in terms of talent, Xue Rui felt that the 10th princess would not fall head over heels for a man like Yin Yuanrong. The possibility of it being Zhu Qingjue was higher. Speaking of the 2nd son of the Zhu family, even Xue Rui had to call him an extraordinary person. Since the appointment of the Celestial Commissioner more than 10 years ago, the Zhu family has become the number 1 among the 12 prefectures. To be able to be called an aristocratic family, they all have their own unique skills passed down in their family. For example, the Xian family's creation, the Lu family's fortune, the Sima family's star chart, and the Zhu family's secret art of reading people. Zhu Qingjue was the only son of the great Tiandi. Just when everyone had no doubt that he would inherit his father's legacy, he publicly refused to participate in the Great Yen examination. At a young age he caused a ruckus and ran away from home. When he returned, he had become the world-renowned disciple of the medicine king of southern Miao. Disregarding the Zhu family's reputation, he set up a stall on Qianyuan Street and practiced medicine for free. Along the way, he had cured many commoners. Because of this, he became famous. There were rumors among the people that if one consumed his prescription, regardless of whether it was a minor or major illness, they would all be cured. 3 years ago, Zhu Qingjue gained the nickname of the Young Medicine King. After the emperor made an exception and invited him to the imperial hospital, no one dared to gossip about him anymore. Zhu Qingjue's deeds were used as a model by the upper-class families. Often, the elders would say to the younger generation, "If you really have the ability, then learn from the second son of the Zhu family. Go out and wander the world alone. When you come back, we'll see if you're a hero or a coward." Thinking about Zhu Qingjue, Shui Rui had mixed feelings. 3 years ago, after the incident with the 10th princess, he bid farewell to his grandfather and left the capital. Shui Lingnan had also said something like this. "If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But once you leave, you have to change your appearance. Don't use the name of the Shui family. Let's see if you're not the eldest son of the Shui family anymore. Let's see if there are still people who think highly of you in this world. Let's see what you can achieve." Compared to Zhu Qingjue's high profile at that time, Shui Rui's departure from the capital was silent. He'd silently left and silently returned. And people who knew the truth only knew that he'd traveled far away, because he was sad about the death of the 10th princess. Yet no one knew exactly where he was during the period he left. Shui Rui and Zhu Qingjue, one was from a famous family, and the other was from an aristocratic family. They were both young and promising. In the eyes of the people, the former followed the rules, while the latter was rebellious. They were the two clearest examples of how the adults in the capital used to teach their children. These two were often compared by others. However, there was not much interaction between them. At most, they knew each other. In addition, no one knew that they had a small conflict. Therefore, Shui Rui didn't have any friendship with Zhu Qingjue, but he didn't have a good impression of him either. He thought about each of the 3 suspects. After he had a clear idea, he lit the candle and burned the report in his hand. Yin Yuanrong, Kang Qi, and Zhu Qingjue. Who was the man who made the 10th princess seek death and caused him to bear the crime? He must find out. In a few days, the gentleman's hibiscus banquet would be held. Other young ladies who received invitation to the banquet would have new clothes and jewelry. However, Yushu didn't spend any effort to prepare. She only let the kidney bean milk wash a summer dress to wear on that day. Most of her time was spent on repairing the law of the time of calamity. She didn't pay attention, but it didn't mean that others didn't. That morning, she had just eaten breakfast at home when Pei Jing came to visit. Yushu heard the gatekeeper's report and went to the living room in the front yard to see him. "Uncle, why are you free today? Did you sell the crystals?" When Yushu saw that he specially came to visit, she thought it was some good news. She was short of money recently and couldn't wait to sell some of the crystals. Pei Jing said, "What's the hurry? It's not the time yet. I came to ask you today. I heard that there is a gentleman's hibiscus banquet every year on the 6th day of the 6th month. Were you invited?" Yushu didn't understand and nodded. "I received the invitation." Pei Jing was happy and asked, "I heard that Master Su made a whole set of crystal objects for you. Have you taken care of them?" Speaking of this, Yushu couldn't help but feel a little depressed. According to her original intention, it was best to carve the crystals into small and exquisite objects. Who would have thought that the craftsman Master Su would be so excited that he would take the 4 colored crystals she had left over from last time and carve them out into a set of jewelry, including a hairpin with flowers and beads, a necklace with earrings and bracelets, and inlaid with gold and silver. It was exquisite, it was beautiful, it was beautiful, it was beautiful, but who would have the money to buy such a luxurious set of jewelry? And they're all taken care of. Pei Jing clapped his hands and said, "That's good. Listen to me. You can wear all of these crystals on the day of the gentleman's hibiscus banquet. Let's try to catch people's attention. After the banquet, I can start asking for a price." What did the gentleman's hibiscus banquet lack the least? Handsome men and beautiful women? Gifted scholars and beautiful women? No, they weren't. Most of the people at the banquet were rich and idle people. Yushu's crystals were unforgettable. It wasn't that people didn't go to several business associations to inquire about them. When Pei Jing heard the news, he held the items in his hands and didn't put them out. Only a few days ago at the merchants' gathering did he let Madame Qin wear 2 of them to show her face, letting people know that he had goods in his hands. In the past 2 days, people came to him one after another to bid for the crystals. Unfortunately, the price was not satisfactory. Pei Jing refused to budge, planning an opportunity to let more people see this rare object. Now that the opportunity had come, how could he let it go? Moreover, he had Yushu as his signature, so it would be a waste not to use it. Yushu understood the meaning of Pei Jing's words. Her eyes lit up. She also felt that this was a good idea. She immediately agreed, but soon after, she began to worry. To match that exquisite set of crystals, she couldn't wear the clothes she prepared before. Seeing that there were only a few days left until the banquet, where would she go to make suitable clothes? Pei Jing heard her worry and laughed, saying, "What are you afraid of? Uncle is in charge of half of the business of the Tihan Business Association. He doesn't lack good materials and good tailors. Let's go. I'll go with you to pick out a set of jewelry. Then we'll find someone to do the tailoring and embroidery for you. We'll ask your aunt to find a rouge girl with nimble hands. You must be in the limelight that day and people won't be able to take their eyes off you." Hearing this, Yushu imagined Pei Jing's colorful head at the banquet, so bright that it blinded people's eyes. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch as she looked at Pei Jing, who was rubbing his palms together. She regretted agreeing to this job, okay? On the 5th day of June, Yushu finished Fang Zijing's morning class and went out of Shushui Hall with Situ Qinglan. On the way, they talked about the pushing method of chess scripture. When they walked to the corridor in the east corner, they were stopped by someone. "You Swansea." Yushu stopped and looked at a young male student in front of her. She didn't know him either. "I'm Songming, a 9th grade E-master." The man saluted her and said, "Academician Jing invites you to the tea house." It turned out that he was a messenger. Hearing that Jing Chen was looking for her, Yushu secretly thought that there was news about the Book of Fantasy Goddesses. So she thanked the messenger. After he left, she turned to say hello to Situ Qinglan and lied casually. "A few days ago, I asked Academician Jing for a question. There should be an answer now. I'll go and have a look. You can go first." Situ Qinglan didn't doubt her and left with her. Yushu went to the garden alone. As soon as Yushu entered the tea house, she saw Jing Chen standing under the window. His back was still elegant and outstanding. She didn't know where he was looking. When Jing Chen heard the footsteps, he turned around and saw Yushu walking toward him with a cold expression. In a moment he came to his senses. His fingers shook slightly, and an acacia leaf in his palm fell from the window. "You're looking for me?" Yushu didn't ask about the Book of Fantasy Goddesses. She didn't want Jing Chen to notice her intention too early. Jing Chen raised his hand to close half of the window. He turned to face her and said, "I asked the great teacher about the origin of the Book of Fantasy Goddesses. Would you like to hear it?" Yushu's eyebrows twitched. She pretended to be sarcastic. "If I don't want to hear it, you won't tell me?" Although Jing Chen was used to her targeting him now, he still couldn't help feeling a little obscure. He pointed to the tea table beside him and said, "Let's sit down and talk." After they sat down, Jing Chen didn't keep her in suspense. He spoke again and directly asked the question that Yushu was most concerned about, that you're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.